So I'm still doing play-by-play, right?
Welcome, sports fans. Welcome, rugby fans. Welcome to Greensboro, North Carolina. Well, we are about to get started on the Rugby Showcase South. On the right side of the screen, you'll see Morris in black, and on the left side of the screen, Chapel Hill in the hoops. We're going to be bringing you live action from this event, the Rugby Showcase South, all day long. Thanks for joining us. We're expecting some great games, and this is the first of 8 today, 4 in the morning and then 4 in the afternoon. Teams from both locally in the Carolinas and then also from the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, New Jersey being the furthest away, team from Maryland, two teams from Pennsylvania. With me today in the booth is Christine Newcomb, who's going to be doing the play-by-play, and Brian Melody, who will be doing the analysis. I'm going to hand that over to them. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. This is Christine. I'm going to be doing my premiere debut play-by-play with the EGRL Showcase South, and I'm excited to see these two teams kick off today. We've got the Highlanders in stripes and Morris in black and red. So it looks like a nice kickoff. It went 10 and we're carrying forward. The ruck is set and Morris is off to a strong start. And Morris looks to pound their way up the field. A couple of nice quick rucks, hard carries by forwards. And they can continue to move the ball through hands. Another really strong carry by Morris, and they're slowly working their way down the field. And now it's number 4 with the carry forward. They're inching their way. Highlanders continue to put up a fight defensively. And it looks like the Highlanders have ripped that ball free, and it's now their possession, moving back in the other direction. And that's going to be a penalty for not releasing on the Highlanders. It's going to be Morris ball.
Now, Christy, Chapel Hill is a fairly new program in the Carolinas. Is that correct?
That's true. And today they're made up of a number of different players. A couple here. We have one from Greensboro. A couple from Chapel Hill, and then a few others filling in the roster for them today. And that's Morris with a really great carry forward, and they are right on their 10 meters. But Highlanders able to come up with the ball. It looks like it's going to be a knock forward on Morris, and we're going to see our first scrum of the day.
Yeah, Morris is off to a good start, running the ball strong up the middle as they normally do. A lot of carries from their forwards. Sienna Miller is a standout at the number 1. She's headed to Princeton in the fall. And everything's going to run through the number 9 and the number 10 for Morris today. Caroline McNoney at 9, and then Olive Rhodes at 10, who had a really stellar weekend down at the Territorial All-Star Weekend a couple weeks ago down in Tampa. Standout, ball in hand and with her kicks from foot.
Looks like they're driving the scrum, and Highlanders have the ball out, and that's a nice kick downfield by number 10, Sophie Fennell. Morris able to gain possession, and now they're setting up to attack again. Ball's out to number 13, who has a nice hard carry. They've set the ruck. Forwards looking for the ball. And there's Sienna Miller with a nice, strong carry forward, taking 2 defenders with her as she goes. Ball's out once again. There's that standout number 10 with some nice footwork. They've got numbers on the edge. 4 carries forward, but it looks like she just knocked it at the 5-meter line. So it's going to be a scrum to Highlanders.
Chapel Hill's doing a lot of work defensively early on to keep Morris out from scoring a try. A couple mishandles on Morris, or they'd be ahead at this point.
And that's good pressure by the Highlanders. We love to see it. They're coming up. They're trying to put those forwards under pressure. And like you said, we've had a few missed handles, but that's also just getting into the game. So we'll see what we do here. Highlander scrum.
Yeah, I'd expect Morris to come out a little rusty. I don't think they've had a lot of time outside, dealing with the weather up in New Jersey that seems to have never end this winter. So I'd imagine they're going to get better as the weekend goes along this year.
And that's a nice ball out to the Highlanders. That's number 15, Nellie Correa, and she is headed to Emory and Henry next year, Division II NYRA program up in Virginia. looks like Morris is once again able to gain possession, and that's going to be a try.
Yeah, it looks like it was maybe Rhodes or Weinstein was close in on the action for Morris's try, and Rhodes will attempt the kick after.
Hey, good work, Morris. Good work. Good cover.
So we spoke it into existence. Morris was able to put some points on the board, and now Olive Rhodes is going to take the kick. It's a nice strike on the ball. And it looks like it was just off, but a really nice kick by Olive Rhodes, just off to the side. And that's going to leave the score at 5 Morris, 0 Chapel Hill.
It'll be interesting early on to see if the Morris team is distracted at all by this bright yellow thing that's in the sky. It hasn't been seen in 6 months in the Northeast.
So true. We've got the best weather down here in North Carolina. That's why I think everybody keeps coming back. But Highlanders are used to it, although we haven't seen the heat in a while. So we'll see how teams fare for the duration of the day. And that's a nice boot by Sophie Fennell and a pickup by number 6 on Morris. They're going to start their attack again. Moving the ball to the short side, you can tell number 10 has some great footwork. They're over the ruck, and now they've got a ton of space out wide to the right. Number 4 moves the ball through hands, and they're off and running. Number 13 has had a couple of nice carries. That's Tori Weimeyer, and she's headed to New Haven next year.
And Morris is doing a nice job finding their shape. They're spread out along the field. I think it's just going to be a matter of time until they start executing here.
And we're going to come back to a high tackle on Highlanders, so it's going to be a penalty to Morris. Let's see what they decide to do here. They're middle of the field, so they're going to run the ball, sending it once again to their forwards. And Sienna Miller with a great carry forward. Back out to their 10, Olive Rhodes. She works through a couple defenders, and she's got the ball offloaded to number 8, Devin Corden. And Devin is in for the try for Morris.
Good work, Morris.
That was really impressive, just running the ball up the middle of the field. Sienna Miller opened up a lot of space, offload to Rhodes, and then DJ with the follow through to score the try. It was really, really nice to see. I don't imagine with the job that Coach Troy Rhodes does that, it's not going to take long for Morris to hit their stride here and get things going. They run a really good system that's been going on for years, and the girls are bought into it, and they know that it's effective, and they play really clean rugby. I apologize, folks. It's early in the morning. I'm going to say a lot of nice things about Morris, and it's going to run out by the afternoon. So shout out to Dobbs and Ahern and production O'Brien and Steph and everybody back home.
And that kick is good by Olive Rhodes, so that's going to be 12 to Morris and 0 to Chapel Hill.
Jan too, I guess, but nah. Everybody at the Moose Lodge up watching the Six Nations. Hopefully we have one of the televisions on the EGRL action.
And the kick is up. That's going to be number 6. It's carrying strong into a couple of Highlander defenders, but she's still on her feet, and she's able to offload the ball to number 13, Lori Weimeyer. She carries forward for 10 meters, and the ball is out quick once again to the back line. And that's away for the, that's a great job moving the ball forward, crashing forward, maintaining their momentum and getting the ball out wide to their back line. And they're back the other direction. Space on the field. Number 8 with a hard carry forward. And they're out to their 10. They've got a couple of forwards out in the back line. Nice job offloading through hands. And they're right on their, they're 10 meters from the try line, so let's see what they can do here.
And Morris has spread the field so well that you produce those mismatches where you have a strong running forward that's lined up across from some backs, and that can cause some trouble for Chapel Hill's defense.
And a nice dive over the line by number 2. That's Bianca Petrucci, a junior for Morris. She's able to make the heads-up play of pick and go. Try Morris. So Rhodes is going to take another kick at the uprights. She's 1 for 2 on the day. And another really nice strike, and that kick is good. That's going to bring it to 19 Morris, 0 Chapel Hill.
Yeah, Morris has done a real nice job. There's a significant breeze, as I'm sure you're going to pick up on our microphones at their back here. Yeah, I've been really impressed so far, and I'm going to give them the whammy right here, but they've caught the ball cleanly on these restarts very well, and it really gives you a platform to attack off of that. Yeah, really puts Chapel Hill on the back foot and forces them to defend.
Highlander's definitely a young team. A lot of faces I've seen before, but looking down their roster, they are sophomore heavy. And that's a sophomore number 10. I'm sorry, that's a junior number 10, Sophie Fennell with the kick. She's had some great kicks so far on the kickoff. But Morris has been able to handle it. And now Morris is on the run again. Number 9 gets it out quickly to number 2. And there's space on the edge to run. Great breakaway. And that's number 11, Leah DeMarco, with a huge breakaway try for Morris.
I had a feeling that the outside was going to open up. Morris has had some punishing runs up the middle, and it's just creating space and sucking in the defenders so that you're going to get those overloads, and you just send it to the outside and attack the edge. And really great start from Morris here this morning. It's a great turnout here this morning. It looks like we have some of the collegiate coaches are doing a nice job coming out and scouting the talent here. Some folks from the greater Annapolis area that are always on the search for the best and brightest. Kick was good. I didn't know that it was happening. And though we missed production O'Brien terribly this weekend, I got to give hats off to Mike Eisenhardt. Is just a machine here. He's updating scores. He's getting the setup. He's producing. He's everything.
And Morris with an open field kick. That's number 10, Olive Rhodes, with an open field kick, and she's going to chase her own kick first to the ball. But Highlanders are able to come up with a great tackle by number 10. to make that ball available, but unfortunately a slight knock by Morris, so it's going to be a scrum to Highlanders on the 22.
Sadie made a great support run and just was unable to cleanly pick the ball up and go. That would have been a beautiful score there. But great pressure from the kick and chase to make the tackle, and Olive Rhodes is one of the standout players in the EGRL, and I'd say probably the top junior that's available out there in the high school game on the East Coast right now. Tremendous hard worker, and really did some great stuff down in Tampa at the Territorials a couple of weeks ago.
So the ball's going to be in on the scrum. It comes right out to the 9, who's able to get it out to their 10. And she's able to move it wide, and the Highlanders have some momentum here with numbers out to the edge. Good carry there by the Highlanders, and they've gained some ground. They're outside of their 22 now. And the ruck's a little bit sloppy. Morris comes away with the ball. They're able to poach it from that ruck and carry forward.
Scott is a Scarlett Weinstein on the turnover ball there. She's a really strong player for Morris. Gets in those spots where it's tough to stop her.
And they're able to move that ball out quickly to number 14, and they are right on the line. And that's Curry with the carry forward. And she is just short of the line again. Ball's out once more to number 4. That's Sadie Pearson-Massey. And she is in for the try. Pearson-Massey with the try there on the edge. And that's going to put another 5 points on the board for Morris. So that brings our score up to 31 points on the board for Morris. And Olive Rhodes is going to attempt the points after.
Do you want to switch sides? One over there.
So that kick is good by Olive Rhodes. And that's going to put the score at 33 Morris to 0 Chapel Hill. So the Highlanders are going to set up to kick once again. Morris ready 10 meters away for the restart.
Okay. 16 minutes. Get up to start mixing.
Sophie Fenno with the boot, and it's picked up off the bounce by Morris out to Miller, who drives forward. Ruck is set, and that's going to be Mignoni out to Rhodes, who has another open field kick down the edge this time. And number 11, DeMarco, is flying down the field, but just can't quite catch it. The ball goes out of bounds. It's going to be line out to Highlanders. Just outside their 22. This is the first line out we've seen of the game.
Don't get sucked in, Frankie.
Yeah, this will be interesting with the winds that's picked up. I'm sure it'll give the thrower a fit, but Morris is.
Highlanders up with the ball. They're able to get it cleanly off the top, but it looks like the throw was not straight.
Set it up. I'll set up the backfield.
So that's going to give Morris the option, and they elect to scrum. So it's going to be Morris scrum just outside their 22. It's going to be scrum Morris. Number 9, Caroline Mignoni, putting the ball in. And they have their 8-man pick, and she's able to get the ball out to their back line, who's off and running. Number 20 out to number 14, and they're able to gain some ground 5 meters from the try line. It's another pick by the 8, DJ Corden.
She's having a great day.
They are fighting at the ruck, but they're still just short of the line. Number 4, Sadie Pearson-Massey with the carry forward. A little bit of a sloppy ruck, but they still have ball in hand, and that's Olive Rose jumping over the defense and diving in for the try. So that's try Morris.
It's really impressive how Morris has been able to just sort of fall into their systems, and that's the strength of having a strong program with the continuity of players and, you know, a balance of mixing younger players in with older players. If you can rely on a system that's proven, yeah, you can just insert players as they get older, and, you know, the players take control of it and are able to, you know, just sort of keep the program going in the right direction.
So this is Olive Rhodes with another point after attempt. It's got a clean strike, and it is good. So that's going to bring the score up to 40. Morris, 0 Highlanders, and it looks like that's going to be halftime. So 40-0 at the half to Morris.
Folks, stay tuned all day. We got a full day of rugby ahead. As Mike had said earlier, we got teams coming down from Pennsylvania, Downingtown, and Doylestown. A Maryland combined team that's going to include West Carroll and the Evil Empire of North Bay. Who else do we have today, Mike? The Raleigh Redhawks are here. The Raleigh Cobras, Chapel Hill, and the Wando Wahinis from South Carolina are here. So it's going to be a great day here outside of Greensboro. The sun is kind of peeking through.
We need a little cloud cover to keep it a little cooler. High of 81 predicted this morning for this afternoon.
They're just going to let our players lay on the ground. We're going to get time like we do in practice. This is live. They're getting in. They want to rush. So it's kind of hard. If you're in a pod, you got to be there. Backs know what they got to do. But forwards, we are not getting with our pods. And we should not have a person leaving their pod to go help and support another pod in a ruck, because that is like leaving people exposed. So we got to stay with our pods, and if they have the ball and they're making a run, don't stand there and get right on their butt, drive them through. I think our offloads are going really well. They're really well. We're getting, when we're getting touch weeks, our shoulders are forward.
And next up today is going to be Doylestown out of Pennsylvania, going up against the Raleigh Redhawks.
I can try it.
There's more.
Test.
On the table if you need them.
Good.
It worked, I think, right on the try line there. You can do that again and again and again. Yeah, we're having quick ball movement and we're having good support and we're looking for this offense. And I just want to say, great job breaking me up.
On that, our wings and outside center, they are staying in the width and they're containing, and that's been fantastic. I love it.
Like, I saw some people go and they were in front of me, and I was in the ball. So make sure you retreat or at least wait for all to come on. I was gonna say after like you put your hands up, just making sure we don't want that. Had no penalties. Oh wait. We had a knockout, but that doesn't count when we got the ball back, so it's fine.
Hey, there you go. Yes,
They're coming in like this.
Kick it off.
And don't run alone. Alright guys, on run.
All right, so we're getting ready to kick off the second half between Morris from New Jersey and the Highlanders, which is a mixed group from North Carolina. And right now the score stands Morris at 40, Highlanders at 0. So we'll see if the Highlanders can get something going in this second half.
Yeah, they'll have their wind at the back, and Morris was able to quickly knock the dust off. They had a couple early chances to score at the beginning of the game, and Chapel Hill did a nice job of defending the try line, and a couple mishandles by Morris, and the score would have been even bigger. So credit to Chapel Hill, and Morris is a really tough side, and they're just working to get firing on all cylinders here.
And it's going to be Chapel Hill ball to start, so hopefully that initial possession, they can get something going on their attack. 15s is tough because you get the ball back once you score.
Yeah, it's tough once you're on the wrong side of the score. Sometimes it just snowballs.
That's going to be number 10, Olive Rhodes, with the restart. A nice catch by the Highlanders and carry forward, and they've got their ruck set, so their attack is off and running. Ball is out, and a nice strong carry. Couple meters gained there. Sophie Fennell, number 10, is going to get the ball out to another group of 3, and that's a great carry through some defenders, and they are making moves here to start the second half. It's going to be number 1, Abby Sullivan, with a carry, but it looks like Morris was able to rip that ball out of the ruck. So they are now headed in the opposite direction. Rhodes, it looks like, throws the ball, and it may have been tapped slightly by a Highlander defender, so that's going to be a scrum to Morris.
Yeah, great poach by DJ Corden on the previous play there. She turned the ball over, offloaded quickly to Rhodes, and they're off to the races. That was also a great run by Chapel Hill. The first real offensive production that we've seen out of them. Just because as you were saying, Morris keeps getting the ball back after they score. They haven't given up possession, so it's been all Morris possession-wise so far here today.
So that's going to be a scrum to Morris, and the ball's out the back. Number 9, Caroline Mignoni, able to get the ball out to number 12, Scarlett Weinstein. And she's forward. And it looks like it's going to be a high tackle called. The ref's going to have a chat with the Highlanders. And that's going to be a yellow card for high tackle. So the Highlanders are going to be down a player for the next 5 minutes. And it looks like Rhodes is going to look to kick to touch. So off a penalty, if you kick to touch, that's going to be a line out back to you. So it'll be a Morris line out just inside of their 22.
Yeah, being familiar with the system that Morris runs, I'd imagine they're going to try to get something going off this line-out platform, usually with the driving maul. See if they'll get a push from their experienced pack.
And number 2, Bianca Petrucci, with a great throw-in. They're able to get it off the top. And ball's a little bit of a tough pass out to number 12, able to pick it up, Scarlett Weinstein. And now they've got some numbers out to the edge. Good pickup by number 11, Leah DeMarco. She's able to carry forward for a few meters, and the ball is out to number 7. Okay.
Yeah, apologies, we're missing a couple names here. There's a bit early in the season, we have some players that are jumping from different teams to try to fill in and get some time this weekend. So we'll do our best to give you the most accurate information we can.
And unfortunately, Morris had an opportunity there, but knocked the ball forward, and so it's going to be a scrum to Highlanders. And they're right on their 22, so they've got the ball in hand once again and hoping to get some momentum going out of their 22.
Yeah, they're still playing one player down due to the yellow card for the high tackle, so yeah, with the wind at your back, you're hoping maybe just put a foot on the ball and get it cleared out.
And that's Scott Benson out to Fennel, out to Korea. And she carries hard forward. Got the ruck set, but the tackler did not roll away from Morris, so that's going to be a penalty to Highlanders, and they're looking to move the ball quickly. Fortunately, a small mishandle by the Highlanders on that quick penalty, and there's going to be a scrum to Morris on the 22. Morris is in a dangerous position here on the 22. It's going to be their scrum. Caroline Mignoni with the put-in. The ball's out the back. Number 8, DJ Corrigan with the pickup. And it looks like she spills the ball forward. But the call is going to be high tackle on Highlanders. So another high tackle on the Highlanders. That's going to be a penalty to Morris. So Rhodes with the ball in hand, looking to kick the touch against the wind. And able to do just that. So it's going to be a line out to Morris, just outside the try line.
Joined in the booth by our special producer, Jeff Adamczyk from Steamroller Rugby, a proud sponsor of the EGRL and everything that we do here at the showcases.
So the line out is up, but it looks like possibly a not straight throw. The wind could be a factor there. And so Highlanders are going to have a scrum on the 5-meter line. Highlanders scrum on the 5. And the ball is out to Highlanders. Pick up by Scott Benson. She's tackled on the 5. Waiting to see the call from the ref. The yellow card is back in for the Highlanders, so that will put their numbers back to even.
Looks like the ball spilled back into the try zone and was dotted down by Chapel Hill to result in the 5-meter scrum going to Morris coming out here.
Penalty's over.
Yellow's over. Oh. London, you're on. I was like, what are you yelling at me? That's fine.
So the yellow card's coming back in for the Highlanders. But it's going to be scrum to Morris on the 5-meter.
Morris has a lot of options here as to how they're going to attack. Be interested to see which one they select.
So a held scrum, but it's going to be an 8-man pick to the left. That's DJ Corden out to number 9, Caroline Mignoni. She scrambles to the line, but the ruck is set just short. Morris player diving forward, just short. Stolen by Chapel Hill, stolen back by Morris. So now it's Morris ball just short of the try line. And the ball is out quickly through hands. Weinstein with a nice carry forward, but
Double move.
so double move on Morris. That's going to be Highlander ball. And they look for an open field kick. Ball's down this edge. And a good pickup by number 15 on Morris. She carries down the sideline. Takes a couple of Highlander defenders down with her. Ruck is set on the edge, but it spills out, and Highlanders are able to come up with it. So Highlanders have the advantage now, and they're looking to move the ball out of their 22. Strong carry forward by Jaden Hennup. And the ball is out, but a destructive tackle by Morris to push the Highlanders back. They still have ball in hand, looking to move it to the edge. And they've got some speed on the edge. Strong carry forward, but it looks like she stepped out of bounds, so that's going to be a Morris line out.
Great job by Morris to force the ball carrier into touch. Coach Jeff at North Bay always teaches that the sideline never missed a tackle, so it's good to defender to force the player into touch and take advantage of that.
So Morris line out, they're able to take it off the top. Ball is out to Rhodes, who looks for a sideline kick, open field kick. It's still on the ground, a great chase down, but Highlanders able to come up with the ball. And they've got possession on the edge here at the 22. Strong carry forward. Number 12, Scarlett Weinstein, looks for the poach, but not quite able to get there in time. Penalty to Highlanders, who kick it out to touch, and that's going to be a line out to the Highlanders. Just short of the midline.
Sparkling game ball provided by Steamroller Rugby. Visit www.steamrollerrugby.com for all your kit and equipment needs. Ask for Wendy and you'll get world-class service if you get Jeff. It's 50-50, folks. It's 50-50.
So the Highlanders with a nice line out, and they've got some momentum forward. A really strong carry, multiple defenders going down with that Highlander player. And the ball is out quick by number 21. And they've got the ball through hands. Slight mishandle there. Ball's on the ground. Rhodes with a kick forward. But Highlanders able to collect it. Strong tackle, but Highlanders have ball in hand at the 22. Pass out to Fennel, to Korea. They've got the ruck set. Another ball out to their forward group, but another slight mishandle. Highlanders able to pick up, and a nice strong carry by them on the edge to go forward. Now they've got some space to attack. Another ball on the ground, and a slight kick by number 13, Tori Waymire. Sorry about that. Waymire. Highlanders were able to pick it up, but Morris came in, and the call is not releasing on the Highlanders. So it's going to be a penalty to Morris. And it's looking like they're going to kick for points off that penalty. So Olive Rhodes electing to kick for points.
Any got to give Chapel Hill credit. They've played a lot of defense in this match, and they've been able to keep Morris off the board in the second half so far. It all falls on the foot of Rhodes to see if she can get Morris on the board for the second half.
It's a good strike. It looks like the kick is good. So that'll be 3 points to Morris for penalty kick.
The touch judge is telecommuted on that play, so Trevor, the referee, was able to take control of the whistle and deem the kick being good.
Find a trainer, go to 9.
What happened? I hit the phone that
So after the penalty kick, that's going to make the score 43 Morris, 0 Chapel Hill. And Morris is going to have the ball in hand once again. Rhodes with a carry forward, working her way through defenders. Tackled to ground by a couple of Highlanders. And number 12 picks up the scrum half ball. Scarlett Weinstein with the ball out. Not sure of the call there, but it looks like it's going to be a penalty to the Highlanders.
It's a strong run.
So Highlanders with the ball in hand inside their own 50 now, so they've got an opportunity here to get the ball moving. On the ground, but the ball is backwards, so they maintain possession. Tough mishandle by the Highlanders is going to give a scrum to Morris.
Yeah, unlucky. They haven't had many opportunities to cross midfield. You start pressing a little bit, and that's where the mishandles come. And be nice to see Chapel Hill put something together here, maybe put some points on the board before we close out this first match of the day.
So it's going to be Morris scrum just short of the 50. Ball is in and moving in direction of Morris. Number 12, Weinstein with the ball out to Rhodes. Rhodes with another open field kick. Ball is on the ground. Korea with the pickup. But Morris is right over it.
Yeah, Rhodes draws the penalty there. I've been really impressed with Olive's play so far today. Her growth as a player. You know, she's a great runner, can tackle, shifty, and you can really see her developing the kicking game.
And that's going to be a Morris line out.
Yeah, she's really controlling all the flow of the game through that 10 spot. Normally, she also plays in the center sometimes, and she's really growing as a player. It's fun to watch. Hate to coach against it though.
So it's going to be line out Morris on their 5-meter line. Number 2, Petrucci with the ball, and she gets the ball back off the top of the line out and carries forward. And it looks like that's going to be a try. It's going to be a try Morris. So that was Bianca Petrucci with the try. A nice throw to the top of the line out, gets the ball back and dives forward for 5.
Looks like they were cooking that up in their preseason training sessions. They'll play off the front of the line out.
And Olive Rhodes with another kick attempt from the edge. The kick goes wide left, and that's going to leave the score at 48 Morris, 0 Chapel Hill.
Quickly, urgency. Yeah, urgency. Let's go. Minute 30.
About a minute and a half left in the second half.
I'd love to see Chapel Hill get something going here. Put a little pressure on the Morris defense and test them to.
Fennell with a nice ball on the ground, but it's picked up by number 8, DJ Corden on Morris. Number 12, Weinstein, out to Waymeyer. Weinstein moves the ball out again. And Morris just slowly working their way downfield. Miller with the carry forward. Just short of the 50. Weinstein out to Waymeyer. And Morris is now at their 50 looking to attack. Ball through hands. And that's Weinstein again. Out to Rhodes. Rhodes carries over the 50-meter line. Weinstein, Corden, ball in hand. Miller with the ball, moves out to number 3, Curry. She carries forward, dragging a defender with her. Number 7. That's Weinstein to Rhodes, who's looking to kick down the edge again. Trying to send the ball down to number 14, Sofield, for the chase. But unfortunately, the ball goes to touch, and that's going to be the end of the second half. Final score, Morris 48, Highlanders 0.
That was an impressive outing to start the day for Morris. They were early and often and just firing all cylinders after the first 5 minutes where Chapel Hill was keeping them out of the try zone. It seemed that they just sort of fell into their systems and were able to play off that confidence that those systems provide, and had a really impressive showing. Olive Rhodes, a standout, of course. DJ Corden, Tori Waymeyer, strong run in the front with Sienna Miller, and Scarlett Weinstein did a nice job late in the second half, moving from the centers to come in and secure things at the scrum half position. She also plays hooker and the forwards and all over the place. And that's the advantage that some of these experienced players have is you can slot them anywhere on the field and they're gonna contribute.
And that is the tough part for the Highlanders. It is a mixed group between Chapel Hill, Sandhill Sharks, and a couple of different implants, one from Greensboro. And they're just trying to figure it out as a group. So hopefully they kind of start to learn each other throughout the day and get better as the day goes on. But tough for a mixed group who's just getting together for the first time to play a very well-versed Morris.
It's a great opportunity for a side, even individual players to play teams that you don't normally see that play at a higher level. That's what's going to push rugby in not just the East Coast, but the entire country to get better. Is more opportunities like today and this weekend and last weekend at the Carolina Rugger Fest and a few weeks ago the Territorial Championships. We need to play higher level matches and give these girls the experience to show what they can do and impress the college coaches like yourself that are out here to really raise the level of the game, which is something that we can all support.
It doesn't actually hurt.
I think we're going to take a little break here. Next up, we got Doylestown going up against the Raleigh Redhawks. It's the Raleigh Redhawks, right? Raleigh Redhawks. Yep. All right. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for the kickoff of that one, folks. So stay tuned. Freshen up your coffee. Watch a little of the Six Nations, and we'll be right back with you.
That could have been the best
I
play-by-play.
did
How much
awesome.
crap
I
did
did
that could
so
be the
good.
best play-by-play
so
ever.
good.
Is like
Thank you. Thank you. I did amazing.
There's some that I completely forgot the secondaries, like knocking the person, like getting in the way. I just called offside, and I realized I was like, oh, I need to turn to the camera more.
Brad hosted a lot of those trash talk EGRL.
looking down and trying to figure out the difference between them. It looks like it's back up. So maybe I just need to down.
Older, dude.
So far seems good. In a couple like you'll
Oh, you're not. Starlink, I think really okay.
You guys looking at it now? As long as anybody,
Weird ones in there.
by anybody we
didn't
can.
know, like she just bumped, never used it, so we're gonna see how it got in the way and like.
so they were running down and she passed.
Yeah, she went over. That's why that 50 girl. She got in her way. And I was like, I gotta call it.
I mean the kids they have film, it doesn't they're not there with the commentators.
Well, and then the other one is the knock on. And like
Captain!
the offside.
Captain!
It's a weird one that people don't remember. After that, turns into an offside. If you knock it on and just pick up his
Doylestown, Captain!
Because one kid needed the trainer and then they were like, oh, they're all the way over there. Thank you so much.
I don't think there's room for them to all set out. I think we got a little bit. I was gonna say it's probably better for players to walk.
Morris just goes wherever they want and does whatever they want.
Admittedly,
Doylestown's even worse.
admittedly, if we're doing this correctly, the team should be on that side.
Well, this is already wrong.
From the camera. I don't need y'all picking up. I see that fight right there. 7 minutes.
Alright, thanks guys. That's just because I'm rambling.
Making jokes about the weather. Try to entertain more than just the 5 minutes. Point fun with them. Trevor. I just put a little stuff. How's your back? We'll find out. Game instructions, no kidding. There's a win.
Oh, I did.
The win might be significant.
Nola's face went like this. And I'm like, I'm just kidding.
I wish I had said no.
Box
kicking.
kick out.
No, I said yellow card on there. Field kick.
It's always the first kick. I'm like, oh, I have to sprint now.
I was going to wear these, but now I'm like,
Yeah, this is fun.
are we good to go right up, right on time at 10? I told them we're kicking off at 10. Yeah, love it.
buddy. See ya.
You're the executive producer. I'm just the producer.
Hey, I just want the cameras ready. Okay. Just talent.
Hopefully not a lot of running. You're gonna run it easy.
I know, that's what I'm worried about, right?
Back.
All right, folks, we're back here at the Rugby South Showcase, brought to you by the EGRL, and our second matchup of the day is going to be the Dragons from Doylestown, who traveled well to Greensboro this weekend, and the Raleigh Redhawks from North Carolina. Christine, what can you tell us about the Redhawks?
I think they're going to be a solid team. There's definitely some good-looking players out there. They had a couple players down at Ruggerfest last weekend that looked really strong, so I'm excited to see them today. Especially keep an eye on Ivy Bettis, sophomore. She's an incredibly strong, powerful runner, and I think we'll see her do some things today for them.
Yes, that's a kickoff. The number 9 for Doylestown is you're gonna hear her name a lot today. Nola Flynn headed to Dartmouth in the fall. Fantastic scrum half, 5-year starter for the Dragons, which is exceptional for a high school player. And she sort of does it all. We talked a lot about Olive Rhodes in the first game. You'll hear Flynn's name a lot today.
It's going to be a nice kick by Flynn. Ball's on the ground, but Redhawks able to pick it up and carry forward, and they've got the ruck set on the edge, just short of their 40. And they're out to their forward pod to start. A couple of crash ball. And there's the ball out to Ivy Bettis, number 10. He moves the ball quickly through hands out to the edge. And the Redhawks have a slight mishandle, but able to pick it back up and set their ruck on the edge. You can tell that they're leaning heavily on that forward player to carry forward strong through some Doylestown defenders. We're off to a fast start. Ball off the hands of Bettis, but coming back to a penalty. And that's an offsides penalty on Doylestown, so it's going to be Redhawks ball on the 40. And they're going to look to kick to touch, and it bounces out to touch for the Redhawks, so it's going to be line out to Redhawks.
A little burst of wind there right as the kick was being made, hung it up a little bit, but was able to bounce into touch and see how Raleigh can do with the first line out of the day.
We'll do our best with the Raleigh team. We don't have numbers for them right now, so trying to pick them out based on who I know.
Our apologies in advance for that.
So it's going to be a Raleigh line out on the 40. Ball is in, and it hits the ground, and it looks like a Doylestown player's come up with it. So Flynn is going to move the ball out quickly. And a nice, strong carry by Doylestown to start off their attack. Ruck at the center of the field. Flynn out to, looks like, Doylestown still moving the ball out wide. They make it to the edge, set the ruck, and now the ball is back to the inside in a forward pod. And Flynn moves the ball out again. They've got a forward pod out near their 12, and that's a strong carry. Down the field, taking a number of defenders, but a great tackle. And Flynn picks the ball right off the back of the ruck, trying to go quick with momentum forward. 10 to 12, 12 to 15, and they've got some numbers wide, slight mishandle. And it looks like it's gonna be a knock on Doylestown. So Redhawks scrum just outside of their own 22.
You see some glimpses of what Doylestown's able to do in the early stages here. They get on the front foot. They got a lot of weapons that they can attack with, and they're really going to test Raleigh's defense.
So scrum to the Redhawks. Number 9 putting the ball in. Doylestown with a nice drive. The ball's still in the middle of the scrum, but they're going to get called for wheeling. So call is wheeling on Doylestown, which means Redhawks are going to have another chance to put the ball into the scrum. Number 9 with the put in. Ball is out the back. Out to number 10. 10 with a boot down the edge. And it bounces into touch. But the ball is coming back.
I wasn't sure if that went directly out or not. Referee's ruling that it was directly out in front of the 22, so we'll take it back right outside the 22 for the line out.
Now it's going to be Doylestown line out at the 22. Pulls up.
You see the wind is causing a little trouble for the throwers so far this morning. Doylestown, like Morris, hasn't had a whole lot of opportunities to get outside and practice yet this season due to the northeast winter. So I imagine it'll take them a little bit of time to, knock off the rust. And
the Redhawks will have the put in at the 22. Ball's into the scrum. It's out the back. 9 able to get it to 10. 10 looking for help on the outside. She sends it out to number 12, who looks for a quick transfer pass. Redhawks able to pick it up, and they're carrying forward with some momentum. A little bit of good footwork by the Redhawks on the edge, but the ball's out the side of the ruck. And Redhawks pick it up. Driving tackle by Doylestown to keep the Redhawks in the same spot. And now they're looking to generate some momentum with their forward pack. Number 3 with a hard carry forward, and Doylestown looking to poach. Not there on time, so Redhawks are gonna maintain the ball. They've got numbers out to the edge, and they are able to send it past 3 players on a skip pass. Their winger carries it forward. Now they're flipping the side of the field. So 10 carrying forward, looking for help. They've got numbers. Couple of Doylestown defenders to take down the Redhawks player running down the sideline. And they counter ruck and are able to steal the ball. So now it's Doylestown ball in hand after a strong counter ruck. Flynn gets the ball out to forwards carrying forward. Another quick ball out to their 15. 15 looks to get it wide. 26 with the ball. Out to number 27, who's tackled. Referee's coming back to the advantage. Penalty to Doylestown. High tackle. So high tackle on Redhawks is going to give Doylestown a penalty just outside of the 22. They look to carry forward with their forwards once again. Down the sideline, strong tackle by the Redhawks. Doylestown moving the ball quickly. Out to 12. 12 carries forward. Ruck set inside the 22. Flynn out to 13. 13 stepping through 2 defenders, just short of the try line. And it looks like she was able to dive in over the line. So that's, oh, no.
Yeah, it looks like it was poached by the Redhawks player. Great job at the breakdown.
My fault. So Redhawks have the ball inside their 22, looking to try to generate something here. Ball's on the ground. Doylestown with the pickup.
That was Leah Sapola, number 15, the freshman.
And they get the ball out to their 10. Sienna Arcardi. Ball's out to their winger, who's got some wheels, and she's able to touch it down for the try. Looks like Mackenzie Alous out there at number 11. So Doylestown try on the edge, and Nola Flynn is going to attempt the kick after.
Wynn takes a ball off the tee, and Nola is one of the most highly decorated players in the country. She's played on every select side, every age grade team, and Dartmouth is getting a real player with her in the fall. Kick is no good, a little short going into the wind.
And that was number 11, Mackenzie Aloise, with the try on the edge. So that's going to put Doylestown with 5, Redhawks with 0.
Pretty good match so far. I'd like to see if Raleigh can maybe get some possession off of this kick and see what they can do.
Doylestown doing a really good job at the ruck to create some turnovers on the counter ruck and also a poach down here within their 22, and that's what set them up for that try.
Yeah, they run a really good sevens program. A lot of players have experience with Atlanta, so at the breakdown they have that sevens experience to play the ball and really make them dangerous.
So that's Flynn moving the ball out. A nice inside pop pass for Doylestown. And now Flynn looks to kick the ball down the edge. Nice catch by number 10 on Redhawks, and she's going to move the ball out to her 15. Slight mishandle, but Redhawks come away with it. And it looks like the ref's going to call knock on. So mishandle, knock on, and that's going to be a scrum to Doylestown.
Yeah, that's where you see Flynn is such a dangerous player. She can do it with her foot. She's excellent passing the ball, and has many different facets to her game that makes her dangerous. And she really makes the players around her shine, which is exactly what you're looking for from your 9 and your captain.
So Doylestown scrum just outside their 22. Flynn with the put in. Ball comes out the back of the scrum, and it's out to their number 10. Nice inside line by the 12 on a miss run. And the ball gets moved out to their 15. And she is in for a try.
You got it. Good. You're the man.
Just verifying that number really quick. Hard to see those white numbers on the back of the yellow jersey.
That was Leah Sapola. She's a freshman fullback. Was a fantastic addition to the Eastern Stateside team that was at the Territorial Championships last month down in Florida. Really a standout for a freshman. Is really impressive. Future looks bright for this Doylestown team that's well-traveled, and they're doing a good job of mixing in some of their younger talent with their experienced senior class. That's a great way to have continuity in your program.
Flynn's kick is good, so that's going to bring the score up to 12 Doylestown, 0 Redhawks. The Redhawks are going to line up for the restart. So Bettis gets realigned for the kickoff. Redhawks looking to come down and force a turnover here on defense. The kick is up, and that's Lily Fisk with the ball in hands, knocks it backwards. To number 23, who's able to carry forwards. The ball's out quickly to their forward group. And a nice offload. Flynn out to number 10. And they try to get the ball off quickly on an inside line to that number 15, but it hits the deck. Able to come back up, Doylestown able to come back up with it, and they carry forward to their 50. Flynn out to Flynn gets the ball out quickly again to their number 10, 25 with the pickup, but it looks like it was a slight knock forward in that pass. So referee calls knock forward. That's going to be a Red Hawk ball.
That was a great tackle by the Red Hawk player because Doylestown had numbers to the outside ready to put another score through.
So it's going to be Red Hawk ball, just short of their 40-meter line. Ball is out to number 10 with a nice inside pop to number 11, who's able to carry forward for about 5 meters. A quick pick by their number 9, taken down by 2 Doylestown defenders, and they've set the ruck once more. Looking to move the ball out to the edge, and they've got a couple folks on their feet. Nice carry forward and footwork by the Red Hawks player. Got a little bit of momentum, and they're over their 40-meter line here. Nice stop by the Doylestown defense. But the Redhawks still have ball in hand. Some good pace coming in on the next to the ruck. And they crash line through, and now they've got a number of backline players up on their feet, and they're looking to move the ball. Slight mishandle by number 5 on the Redhawks, and Doylestown goes in looking for the poach. And they're able to come away with it. So that's Flynn with the ball out to 15. Ball hits the deck, but Doylestown able to jump on it. Flynn with another quick pickup, and she's out to number 26, who pops the ball out to 21. She's taken down on the edge. Unfortunately, a small knock by number 20 there on Doylestown, so that's going to give Redhawks a ball scrum.
Yeah, we talked about Flynn's ability to hurt you with the foot. There you saw she was able to make a skip pass from, a third of the way across the field to attack on the edge, which is a Doylestown mishandle away from having another score.
So now it's going to be Red Hawks scrum. We've seen them scrum here a couple of times now. Hopefully they can use this platform to try to get their attack going. Number 9 with the put in. Ball makes its way to the back of the scrum, and it's out to number 10. It's able to get that ball off the ground, out to 12. 12 with an offload to 15, who's got it tackled hard. It spills the ball forward, advantage to Doylestown. Flynn looking to dig the ball out of the back of the ruck, but it's caught up in the ruck. And the referee's going to bring it back to the knock, so it's going to be a scrum to Doylestown.
I've been pretty impressed with this Raleigh, the Raleigh performance so far. The fly half is having an exceptional game, and they're doing a pretty good job defensively against the Doylestown team that has weapons in so many different directions.
So Flynn with the put in, ball's out the back, out to the number 10, Accardi, and they pop it off to number 15. That's Leah Sapolo again, who's able to run straight through all the defense and into the try line. So that's going to be another try to Doylestown on a hard run by Sapolo, and that's off the platform of a quick scrum.
It's just explosive coming out of the fullback position. Adds another element to Doylestown's attack. You have to deal with an exceptional 9. Some forwards that run the ball very strong up the middle, and then you have a weapon like that that's coming out of the back line. It's really tough to defend.
Flynn with another great strike, and that's going to be good. So it's going to bring our score up to 19 Doylestown, 0 Raleigh.
Come down to the closing minutes of the first half.
Redhawks with a nice high kick, but Doylestown able to pick it up. Ball on the floor. Looks like a pickup by number 10, Accardi. They're able to set the ruck. Flynn out quickly to Fisk. Fisk carries forward. And the ball spilled out the back of the ruck. Flynn able to pick it up. A couple of hands touch the ball, but it's now in the hands of number 6, Jocelyn Terry. She's able to get them over their 40-meter line, and a boot by Sapolo down to the other edge, picked up by 10, Bettis on Redhawks, and she looks to carry forward. Nice strong carry into the defense, and the Redhawks set the ruck, but once again, Doylestown with a strong counter ruck. And number 11 picks up Aloise, and she's got wheels, and she's passed all of the Redhawks defense for a try on the edge. So that's Mackenzie Aloise for once again putting on the burners and scoring on the edge for Doylestown.
Production a little late on that replay. I'm sorry about that. I believe that's her second try of the afternoon. Or what time is it? The morning still.
Let's shoot in an hour and 3 minutes.
So I'd say Doylestown's getting contributions from all across the lineup, which has got to make coaches Stacy Mancuso and Shane Flynn happy with the effort. I don't think they've had a lot of time outside, so they're looking to get a lot of players' time this weekend and get some different combinations worked out before they get into their Rugby PA and EGRL seasons and a spring break tour to Portugal.
Flynn with a huge kick from the edge, and that was good. So that's going to put another 2 points on the board for Doylestown.
That'll take us to the half. Really impressive from Doylestown, as expected, I would think. Coming into the weekends, they have a veteran side with a lot of really exciting underclassmen too. They're definitely the cream of the crop for the EGRL, and I'd say the East Coast at this point going into the season. A lot of seniors on the team, but they're getting contributions from freshmen, sophomores as well, and they hurt you in so many different ways. They can go big, they can go small, they can go fast, they can drag it out on you. It's a real challenge to try to stop everything that they do. Well, we're going to duck out for a couple minutes, and we'll be back with the second half very shortly. back for the second half with Doylestown ahead 22-0 over the Raleigh Redhawks. The sun has seemed to go hide behind the clouds, so Doylestown doesn't have to deal with the same distraction that Morris had in the first match of seeing the sunshine for the first time in 6 months. But Doylestown has been impressive so far. Looks like a lot of changes for the Doylestown lineup from the first half. We'll try to keep you up to speed. Apologize in advance if we don't.
So the Redhawks are going to start us off with the restart. It's number 10, Bettis, with a big boot. And it's a high ball. And it went 10, and they were able to collect it. So Redhawk ball at the 40.
Doesn't have to go 11, just needs to go 10. That was good.
Number 12 with a quick little pop. The front row player for Redhawks. 9 moving the ball out, 10 with ball in hand. Sees some space, carries forward, offloads to the number 5, who also gains a couple of meters on the ground. 12 with a pickup, out to 15, out to 13, who's got some wheels. She drives through a couple of defenders and carries forward. Ruck set on the edge, and number 9 hustles over to the ball. She sends it out to the weak side to a powerful forward who takes down a defender with her. And Redhawks are moving quickly down the field. 9 with the ball out to 10. Quick pop to number 4 once again. She carries forward. 9 out to 15. 15 to 11. Spills it slightly on the ground, but Redhawks able to jump on it. Doylestown once again looking to counter ruck, and they've been tough on the counter ruck, but Redhawks able to get the ball away. And Doylestown with the poach, and they pull the ball out. And then they've got a slight mishandle here on the edge, so it's going to be a scrum back to Redhawks.
Yeah, Doylestown's doing a nice job competing at the breakdown. Nothing's easy. They're making their tackles, and they're challenging you for possession at every breakdown, and really tough to play. See number 8 subbed in at halftime, Bridget McGonigal, another really strong player out of Doylestown, headed to Sacred Heart in the fall.
So it's going to be a Redhawks scrum just inside their 40, just inside the 40. Number 9 with the put in. Ball comes nicely out the back of the scrum, and it's out to 10. 10 looks to pass to 13, who carries strong forward. She breaks one tackle. Taken down on the second tackle, still barreling forward. They've got the ruck set, but again, Doylestown making it tough on them with the counter ruck. And the referee calls penalty to Redhawks. So penalty to Redhawks. The ball moves out to the edge, off the backhand of number 15. 13 picks the ball up off the ground. She carries forward. 9 digging the ball out the back of the ruck, sends it out to her forwards once again. They pop the ball off. Looks like number 25 with a carry. Lots of forwards in that ruck. Looks like they're looking to call a pick and go off the back of the ruck. Redhawks pick it, try to dive forward. Another pick and dive forward. The ball's out the side of the ruck. Number 8 picks and carries forward for a meter. 9 with the pick and go. Doylestown over the ball, but Redhawks able to clear them out. 9 with another dive forward. The referee calls penalty. It looks like an offsides call on Doylestown. So a tough spot for them to get a penalty, but now Redhawks have an opportunity here just outside their 5 meter. Quick tap and a huge run by the Redhawks forwards. 9 out to 10. 10 out to 12. 12 on an inside ball to 15. 15 carries forward. Nice clear out by number 10. 9 out again quick to number 3. 3 carries forward. But Doylestown comes away with the ball. Looks like it might have been spilled out the side of the ruck, and Doylestown able to gain possession of the ball. So they're out and moving. And they look to kick over the top of the defense, but 15 of the Redhawks able to pick it up off the ground. So ball back in Redhawks' hands. Scrum half digging the ball out of the back of the ruck. Forwards coming flying through, but they send it out to their back line. Back line looks like for some space. Number 10 with an offload to number 5, who's got some momentum. Back shoulder ball, but 13's able to pick it up off the ground. Another ruck set. Forwards carrying through into the defense, setting the ruck. Players on their feet out wide. 9 moves it out to 10. 10 skip past to 12. 12 carries forward. Shut down by Doylestown, but is able to offload it to 15, who carries forward for 5 meters. 15 back on her feet. 9's got the ball out to 4. 4 carries forward. Ruck set, scrum half in the ruck. 10 picks it up. They've got a couple folks to the edge, continuing to work the ball. Offload to 11. 11 does some groundwork to maintain that possession. 9 to number 6. 6 gets hit hard, but able to get the ball off to her teammates. And we're headed back to an advantage.
You see in the second half, Raleigh's doing a really good job of hitting those breakdowns. In the first half, they were giving Doylestown time to contest and to make a play on the ball, and it looks like they really made a point of emphasis and adjustment at halftime to be more competitive at the breakdown. It's resulting in them being able to put some pressure on Doylestown and keep the ball down at their end of the pitch so far the second half.
So the referee calls offsides on Doylestown, so it's going to be a Redhawk penalty. Number 10, Bettis with the ball in hand. They're going to look to carry forward. Number 13 with the ball, she's fighting forward. Doylestown with hands in the ruck, but that cleared out by the Redhawks. Looks like Doylestown was able to come away with the ball, but they kick it over the heads of the defense, and Bettis able to pick it back up. Redhawk ball. Number 15 working her way through some defenders. Ruck set. Couple players off their feet, but it looks like number 9, Redhawks, is able to bounce it out to number 3, the forwards. And they've got some numbers. 9 to 5, 5 with a small mishandle, and so it's going to be a Doylestown scrum.
Unlucky there. Been really impressed with the 10 for Raleigh, Bettis. She's doing a real nice job of controlling the attack and distributing the ball.
Redhawks also doing a nice job of something we call KBA, keep ball alive.
Yes.
But just a tough mishandle there, so it'll be a scrum to Doylestown just outside the 40-meter. Got a new scrum half in for Doylestown.
Yeah, Doylestown has the luxury. They've traveled close to 30 players down this weekend, and a lot of them younger, and to give them time against a really strong side from Raleigh is really a good opportunity for the younger players to get that experience and get better, and that's important.
So the ball is out to the backline players for Doylestown, and they're running up the sideline. Good tackle. That's number 22, Cashman, with the carry forward. We're coming back to an advantage.
That was a great poach by 13 on Raleigh. Fortunately, they're going back to play the original penalty.
So number 10, Picardi with the ball. She kicks it down the edge to touch, and so it'll be a line out to Doylestown.
This fickle North Carolina weather is a little chill in the air. I'm sure the folks back in the suburbs of Philadelphia don't care that it's getting a chilly 65 degrees here in Greensboro.
So Doylestown with the line out. It looks like the call is going to be not straight. And the Redhawks are going to elect for a line out. So it'll be line out, Redhawks on the 40. And that is also going to be called for not straight. So now Doylestown will have the choice.
Right by the goalpost.
So Doylestown's going to elect to scrum here. It'll be Doylestown scrum on the 40-meter line. And they haven't had a lot of possession in this second half.
Now, Raleigh's looks better since halftime. I think they've made a couple adjustments, especially around the breakdown, make this more competitive. And
so the ball's out to the edge. 22 with a pickup off a tough pass off the ground. And Redhawks are able to come in and poach. So it's Red Hawk penalty. They're on the move. Ball out to number 13. She fights through a couple of defenders, and she's able to break away. So number 13 for the Redhawks has some space, and she's running down the sideline, tackled just short of the try line. Ball is loose in the ruck. But it's going to be a penalty on Doylestown. I think it's for not releasing in the tackle, but not quite sure the call there. So 10's got the ball out to a forward. She's going to try to drive forward, but Doylestown is there to meet her. Ruck is set once again. They've got numbers out to the left. Ball in number 10's hand. Skip pass out to the number 16, who's trying to make some fancy footwork moves towards the try line. 9 with the ball in hand again. Out to 10. 10 to 15. 15 charging down the line. She's tackled. Number 9 moving the ball back in the other direction. Number 4 with the hard carry. It looks like Redhawks have the advantage for offsides. They're looking to make something out of it. And it's a diving try by the Redhawks. Trying to get a look at who was able to pick that ball off the ground and dive forward. Don't have numbers to names for the Redhawks, but they were able to punch it in there.
it was a fantastic score nonetheless, and really pays off. A lot of hard work coming from the Redhawks in the second half here. Making the adjustments at the breakdowns, being stronger with ball in hand, and rewarded with the try.
So now number 10, Bettis, with the kick attempt. It's a good strike, but just short of the uprights. So that's going to put us at 22-5. Doylestown still with the lead.
Coming up next, we have a great matchup with the Raleigh Cobras taking on the Wando Wahinis from South Carolina. Matchup with two southern sides. And then the morning that'll conclude the morning session. And at noon, we're going to have a Downingtown from Pennsylvania taking on a combination team from Maryland, consisting of players from North Bay, Northern Virginia Outcasts, and your West Carroll Marauders.
So the ball is up on the kickoff, and it bounced to touch. Just trying to see if it touched that Redhawks player. It looks like it didn't touch the Redhawks player, so it'll be a line out to Redhawks outside of their 22.
Yeah, restarts are so important. It's not fielded cleanly, goes into touch, and it takes away half the field. And Doylestown's able to put some pressure here and see if Raleigh can exit.
Ball's up, and it looks like a Redhawks player comes down with it. There's a few players in the ruck, but Redhawks have the ball in hand. Doylestown looking to counter ruck again. And they were able to come up with the ball. So now the ball is in Doylestown hands. And they're moving the ball out quickly. A strong run. Just trying to catch her number under her ponytail there. Looks like it might be number 18. But just short of the try line. Ball's on the ground. Number 10 with the pickup. That's a Cardi. They're looking to move the ball quickly out to the edge. Another driving carry forward by Doylestown. And it's penalty to Doylestown. Oof. Powerful hit by the Redhawks right at the line. And that keeps the Doylestown team short of the line. Just trying to see where they're at. They're close to the try line, and they're looking to punch it forward, picking it off the back of the ruck and diving forward. Still inching their way closer and closer. Couple of bodies in the ruck. And it looks like they're in for the try. So a lot of bodies in that ruck. Trying to see who came away with the ball there at the end. It looks like it was number 5, Aaron DeLuca, with that final pick and go for the try.
And if it wasn't, we apologize.
Hard to see with all those bodies in the ruck. But we hear some parents yelling out Aaron, so that's what I'm going with.
Doylestown always travels with a loud and supportive gathering of parents. Probably about a 7-8 hour trip down from
and a great boot.
Philadelphia.
So that kick is good. And that's going to bring the score up to 29-5. Doylestown in the lead.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff from this Doylestown side that's using their entire roster in this match. A lot of younger players getting some experience. It's got to make you feel good if you're a Doylestown supporter that things are looking bright for the future.
And that was number 5, Aaron DeLuca, with the try and the conversion afterwards. So Doylestown ball, number 13 for the Redhawks, trying to get a handle on it. It looks like she came away with it. Referee's gonna say off her feet, so it's gonna be a Doylestown penalty.
She's done a nice job around the breakdown for Raleigh, number 13.
Doylestown with the penalty. And Aaron DeLuca is gonna look to kick the ball to touch. Stays just inside. Ball tipped backwards by number 10. She's able to pick it up and carry forward. Misses one defender, and she boots the ball back. A couple of rolls, but Doylestown able to pick it up off the ground. A good tackle. That was number 22, Cashman, with the carry forward. And now it's out to number 8, Bridget McGonigal. They move the ball to 10. That's a Cardi. Oof.
A lot of kicking and a lot of contact here.
Ball's on the ground. Redhawks came away with it, but it looks like they may have tipped it forward. Advantage being played, I believe, for the Redhawks right now. Redhawks have the rec set, and they dig the ball out the back, sending it out to their forward squad. but a small drop by that front row player, so it's going to be a scrum Doylestown.
Unlucky break there. I think everybody just needs a second to reset and catch their breath after that little run of action.
A couple of kicks back and forth always cause a little bit of chaos.
I think mostly for the referee. I was waiting for a phantom whistle to give a moment to recalibrate.
So it's going to be Doylestown scrum. Ball comes out the back. Send it out to number 10, Cardi. She's able to offload it quickly. Looks like it's 21 Bonneberger who's come in at scrum half for the Doylestown Dragons. But unfortunately, another mishandle leads to a scrum for Redhawks.
Yeah, I hate to say it out loud, but I really like Doylestown's strategy here that their ability to mix the younger players and the older players. The first half, Noah Flynn was leading the charge as the experienced player. In the second half, players like Icardi and McGonigal, that really helps the younger players develop, brings them up to a level that is going to make it easier when it's their turn to take the reins of the program.
So 9 gets the ball out quickly and loops the number 10, gets the ball back, and she drives into contact. Ruck set, but Doylestown able to rip it out of the ruck and gain possession. So another turnover in the ruck for Doylestown, and they give it out to a forward to carry forward. Ball's out quickly to the number 10, and she's looking to kick down the line. Couple of Doylestown chasers, but it bounces to touch.
That's going to do it.
And that's going to end the match. Final score, Doylestown 29, Redhawks 5.
Really impressive outing for Doylestown. The ability to use the whole roster, use some of their weapons, get things going for what they're looking to have a really strong spring season. And you have to be impressed with the sheer number of players that they're carrying and the number of talented players that they have. They have forwards that can run the ball hard. They can get you with speed to the outside, kicks over the top. They're really going to be a juggernaut this season and fun to watch.
Shout out to the Redhawks too. They were able to make something happen in the second half.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to tough it out and try to make something work.
Without a doubt, it was impressive to see them make the adjustments at the breakdown in the first half. Doylestown was all over the breakdowns, whether challenging them physically or getting hands on the ball to disrupt. And Raleigh made the adjustment at halftime that that was something that they didn't want to let happen, and they did a really nice job in the second half contesting at the breakdown and preventing Doylestown from having their way with the breakdown. All right, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back at 11 a.m. with the Wando Wahinis taking on the Raleigh Cobras from Greensboro, North Carolina, here at the Rugby South Showcase. Brought to you by Main Street Sports.
sure we'll be able to stand there. Battery looks good, so we'll be nice. And we're live. We're good. We're good. So you can mess up.
Welcome back to the EGRL South Showcase here in Gibsonville, North Carolina. Next up at 11, the Wando Wahinis and the Raleigh Cobras. Two southeastern teams. They see each other here and there, but it'll be interesting to see them today.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good match. So my name is Oliver Snow. I'm the head coach of the Downingtown women's high school team.
And I'm Christine Newcomb, head coach for the Guilford College women here in Greensboro, North Carolina, about 25 minutes from the field. So getting ready to kick off here at 11 o'clock. Two solid southeastern teams, lots of talent on both sides. We'll do our best to keep up with names and numbers.
Wando is out of North Carolina or South Carolina? Okay.
And they've got a pretty young group out there. It looks like only a couple of seniors on both these teams. Actually, it looks like Wando's got a couple of seniors. The Cobras team a little bit younger. A couple of key seniors to look out for. Nakato Myers. And
yeah, I'm familiar with the Wando team. They were wonderful last year. We ended up giving them a couple players to play at a Motley side, and their head coach, Bill, was a real wonderful spokesman and ambassador for the game. Really great team.
so it looks like Raleigh's going to be kicking off to start. And they are in black. Wando Wahine's in white. And number 15, Adria Doyle with the kickoff. The ball is up and it's hit backwards by Wando. Number 10 able to pick it up. But it looks like it was picked up out of the ruck by Nakato Myers, and Raleigh has possession.
Nice steal.
So that's number 1, Marissa Langdon with a carry forward. And Raleigh looking to try to make something happen here. Looks like a penalty to Raleigh, possibly an offsides call. And so Raleigh's off to the races again. That's Quinn Mathis with a carry forward, and they are just short of their try line.
Great drive.
And they're out to number 10, who moves to 12, 7 with ball in hand.
Got numbers.
13's got some space to run there. She brings it back to the middle for the kick, and that's number... that's...
Looks like number 13.
We've got to check some of our numbers here real quick.
That was a great job there, getting that ball wide, taking advantage of numbers wide. That was excellent.
We have number 13 listed as Nakato Myers, but that is not her. So we'll try to get that sorted out. But in the meantime, number 15 is going to look for the points after. She's able to kick the ball through, so that's going to put Raleigh up by 7.
That was a great drive on the initial kickoff. Got right down there, attacking tackle, and then rucked right over. Stole that. Really great technique.
I believe that's number 15, Adria Doyle, with the kick. And now the Wahines are going to have to kick off.
Good kick. Nice and deep.
So the ball's on the ground, and Raleigh gets over it and sets the ruck. They are behind their 22, so they're going to have to look to exit. A nice pick and go carry forward to get out of their 22.
Oops.
One exit strategy is always to carry forward hard.
Yeah, that works.
So they're set up to continue their attacking forward.
Nice pick and go.
A couple of pick and goes here by the Raleigh Cobras, but back in nine's hand out to their back line.
They got numbers and speed.
And that's Staccato Myers with the carry forward through a number of defenders. Number 9 ball in hands out to Lillian DeSoto.
Great
That's out
offload.
to Tanner Avery. And
Great
Tanner
offload.
Avery with a huge run. It looks like she's got a ton of distance between her and the defense, so she's going to touch the ball down right between the uprights. So
Great
that's
offload on that far side. That was wonderful.
another
Really
great
nicely
try
done.
by the Raleigh Cobras. And they're going to look to get the additional points after.
For those new to the sport, the insult to injury that happens in 15s is that after you score, you get the ball right back, and boy, it's really a lopsided affair. If you got to play defense, or else you're just going to keep kicking off and getting the ball back. So
now the Wando team is going to
Raleigh's forwards are just really aggressive off that ball. The 8-man pick, and then that second offload was just incredible.
And that kick is good. So Raleigh really starting to run away with it. And like you mentioned earlier, we've got the old 15s. You get the ball back after you score. So Wando's really got to look to make a defensive turnover if they want to have an opportunity to attack.
Yeah.
That's Beulah Soul with the kickoff into the hands of Myers. Myers running hard forward, and she's right through the defensive gap. One-on-one versus the 15. The 15 does a nice job.
Nice open field tackle. Really nicely done. Great job.
Always a really tough tackle, but that's a nice tackle by number 15 of the Wahinis. Unfortunately, don't have her name on this list. But that was a nice stop. Cobras had a huge advantage there. So now we see Wahinis with the ball, their scrum, and they've got an opportunity to attack. Ball's out quickly to number 10. He's able to move it out to the back line, and a nice open field kick over the top of the defense. Defense comes in to collect it. A nice catch in the air by number 15, Adria Doyle. She carries into contact. Quick ball out to the forward pod. Quinn Mathis with a carry forward. She goes to ground. Lots of Cobra players on their feet.
Nicely set up for another pod right there. Well done. Good hands from the 10. Good line break.
This time it looks like Myers has the pace to get past that 15 and into the try zone. So that's going to be a try for the Cobras, and that is number 13, Mikado Myers.
She has some incredible pace. That's you can't coach that for sure. That's amazing.
I believe she's committed to Dartmouth for next year.
Oh, wow.
So they're getting a great athlete in her. Adria Doyle, another kick attempted. Just doesn't quite get the strike on the ball. So that's going to put the score at 31-0. Cobras up. So Wando with another strong boot down the field, and Adria Doyle able to come away with it. Nice catch in the air. She makes it back up to the 40-meter line where she's taken down hard. Wando looking to counter ruck, but not quite there in time. And another strong carry by Emma Baldayon.
Oh.
Boot is up and...
Unlucky bounce. Good idea, though.
Good chase down. Raleigh still has possession of the ball, so now they're looking to move the ball out to their forwards. That's number 8, Hines, with the carry forward.
Ball's out.
She spits the ball out the back of the ruck. Addison Wells looking to try to keep it alive. Hines again with a carry. She breaks a couple of defenders. Number 15 for Wando able to take her down. And the ruck is set. Wells out to the back line, and they're out to Avery again.
Great
Avery
passing. Great passing.
Sees that space, and once she sees that space, she's pretty much gone.
Untouched. Well done. Raleigh's so good to the rucks. They're so fast. All their forwards are right there in 2s and 3s. Really nicely job. Really nicely done.
I can't even keep up with the names as they're moving the ball through hands so quickly.
Yeah, and no knock-ons, no mistakes. They just get it wide. Very efficient. Great depth.
And that's going to be Doyle with another kick attempt. Beauty kick right down the middle, so that's going to put more points on the board for Raleigh. That's going to bring the score up to 38-0. Raleigh ahead. Wahines with a lot of young players. They're number 9, Emma Corcoran, a freshman.
Oh, wow.
Looking to organize the attack. Always a big burden to carry there in the 9 spot. Doing a good job so far in the few attacking opportunities they've had.
Yeah, they're definitely there. They're definitely in the position to make the play. So they're around the ruck and around the ball for sure.
Just going to have to be a big defensive effort by the Wando team here in the first half. And we are looking at halftime, possibly?
I'm not sure what's happening.
Or we might have an injury on the field. So we've got a player down from Wando, and trainers coming out to take a look real quick.
Got it.
I was going to say that's a quick halftime.
Yeah.
Referee Trevor Caterson just needed a break, I think.
Raleigh has been just so efficient every time they've had the ball. Obviously, they're a talented group, but they've been doing the little things correctly, and that's what's really been the difference.
It's a tough attack to defend when that ball moves so quickly through your hands.
Indeed.
And it takes a couple players to bring down those ball carriers carrying strong through contact.
Indeed. For sure.
But hopefully the Wando team can get something going here. Just need to press up on defense, force some errors. So far, Raleigh has been pretty solid, but under pressure, anyone can crack.
Yeah, Wando's definitely been playing defense the whole time. The ball hasn't really crossed over midfield very much for them, so they need to get out of their own end, change things up.
All right, so it looks like that player was able to jog off the field, which is good to see. And we'll get back to the restart with the Wando team kicking downfield. A little bit of wind down here in North Carolina today. Picking up on the mics. Nice boot by the Wando team out to the edge and tapped backwards. Raleigh still has possession. It looks like Wando was able to come away with the ball and maybe stepped out of bounds. We'll have to wait and see what.
Yeah, and that one Raleigh player, when she reached down for the ball, looks like she might have twisted a knee or something.
So another quick break to check in on that player.
But that's what the kind of thing Wando needs to do. Or change it up. She kicked a different direction, caught them off guard, and now they got possession.
I'm not sure. Did the ball roll out?
I think I saw the flag go up, but I didn't see whose it was. But I think I saw it go to touch. This is exactly the kind of the weather you need for rugby. A little warm, no sun, a little breeze. This is nice rugby weather.
That's right. We Guilford College. We have a match tomorrow at home, and the weather earlier this week, 81 and sunny. Tough conditions to play in, but especially for sevens.
Yeah.
But if we could get this weather tomorrow too, that'd be ideal.
Yes, this is nice.
Looks like the player's being assessed still, so we're just waiting on the all clear from the trainer. A huge shout out to the trainers, referees, volunteers, everybody helping to make this event possible.
Yeah, and a new location this year and a nice spot. Good, nice pitch. Field looks good.
And I didn't have to line the field this year, so that was excellent.
Always a plus.
But yeah, a great day of rugby so far. It's always great to see some of the Northeast teams come down and play the Southeast teams. I know they're always looking for some new competition since they see each other quite a bit during the regular season. So far, some pretty solid scores out there. Morris and Doylestown winning the first two games somewhat handily. And it looks like Cobras are off to the same start here in Game 3.
Yeah, my club has been coming down to this. We joined the EGRL 4 years ago. We started coming down to this 3 years ago, and it's just been a great event. Mike and the crew do a great job of showcasing exactly what high school girls rugby needs, which is a place for college coaches to come and see all the talent in one place, and really do a good job of showcasing exactly what's out there. So it's been a really great thing for Downingtown and for our rugby club.
I think another big thing for college coaches, we're really looking to see more 15s played at the high school level. You know, I'm a huge lover of 7s, but it's great to see an event where we can get some 15s going with these groups. They also have the Florida Territorial that EGRL has put together this year for a couple years now.
Couple years, yeah.
And that's another great opportunity for us to see some of the best talent along the East Coast, and now bringing folks from Midwest and West Coast over to play 15s. But it looks like we've got that player off to the sideline. Seems to be doing okay. And we're going to get restarted here. Referee signaling a line out to Raleigh.
Raleigh, okay. Looks like it's just a 4-man. Pretty short line out.
That probably makes sense for Raleigh with all those players on their feet. They like to get the ball out and run. So the ball's tipped backwards, and Raleigh able to jump on it. Solid ruck, and it looks like it's going to be a pick and go. Another pick and go by the Raleigh team.
And they are set up with numbers if they want to.
A little bit of a struggle in the ruck there, but Quinn Mathis comes away with it, and runs for a few meters. Wells out to DeSoto.
Oh, great line break again. Oh.
And that's Adria Doyle with that line break. She's had a great game so far. Myers with the pickup off the ground. She's doing some footwork to try to find some space. Taken down by a couple of defenders. Wells out to DeSoto.
Good defense by Wando to get there. Oh, and that's a knock. Nice job. So good defense by Wando there to prevent that.
Probably not able to get themselves moving fully with a strong defensive set by the Wahines. And now they're going to scrum just short of their 50-meter line. So scrum to Wando. We'll see if they can get something going here on attack. Number 9, Emma Corcoran putting the ball in. Looks like number 8, Lily James at the back of the scrum. And number 10, Kennerly Lustig, a senior, waiting for that first pass. Ball's right out the back of the scrum, and it's a nice pick by number 8, Lily James. She carries forward, still on her feet, still fighting for ground.
Great job. Keep your feet going. Support needs. Nice. Good job.
And a solid ruck set there. 9 out to 6. 6 carries forward hard. 9 out to 10.
Oh, nice run.
She finds a gap. 9 looking for the best option, gets it back over to 6. A little bit of a miscommunication there, and it's going to be a knock on Wando.
But a couple nice phases there. They look pretty good.
I believe Wando is getting filled out by some of our local North Carolina teams. Wando primarily from South Carolina. A couple of North Carolina faces out there, though, helping them fill out the roster today. And it's going to be Cobra's ball just short of the 50. So scrum comes out. It's number 8 with the pickup. Hines, she carries forward, offloads it. They look to move the ball quickly. DeSoto goes down with the ball. They've got tons of space out to the right. Quinn Mathis carries forward, still on her feet. Ruck set. Wando looking for the counter ruck.
Oh,
and
nice
they're
job.
able to get it. So Raleigh called for not releasing.
Good jackal.
And it's going to be Wando ball just short of their 40.
Number 15 for Wando with a great job with a poach there. Great body position.
She's been doing a lot of hard work for them.
Ooh, nice one-arm grab there.
Lily James with the one-arm grab, and she's still on her feet. Finally taken down just short of the 50. 9 with the ball out to 6. 6 carrying forward. Taking a couple of tacklers with her. Wando able to set the ruck. Move the ball out. Number 10 with the ball in hand. Tips it to 12. 12 to 13. 13. Wando losing a little bit of ground there.
They lost it.
And it looks like not releasing. So Raleigh was able to get in there and get the poach. And
Not back 10.
So DeSoto tries to take it quick. It works to her favor. Penalty on Wando, not 10. Quick pop to Mathis, who runs forward into the defensive line. Sets the ruck for Raleigh. Wells out to number 4, Olsen. And that's out to number 22, Jada Bolton, and that's a new face.
Nice break. And that's half.
So Jada Bolton came through and knocked it just short of the try line. So that's going to end the half. Score currently 38 Raleigh, 0 Wando. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
I go home with it. Oh my god. This is my only one. I lost my other one.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it is. I just learned how to kick off. I'm ready.
Yesterday, myself and I think Bill saying that Tyler gave an update.
As well.
Yeah, you're still going to see the numbers.
Sunscreen. Why is everyone on our team allergic to sunscreen?
That's the only thing
No idea.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing it.
So, but the, yeah, right. But the did he say when you talked? I mean, I don't know which guy you talked to, but did he say, "Oh yeah, I got all of his email," or did he like, there's instructions in Vista that says, you know, no calls, only email. You know, I forget exactly. Everybody's different, right? So I do exactly what it says, and then if I don't get an answer, I mean, we only finally reached out to the guy 3 days ago.
Wow.
So it's been 3 days. 3 days. So 3 days on Wednesday when I saw it said Charles asked me on Wednesday. They come back to the guy. I said no, I'll email you. So the guy sent an email.
Oh god, that would have been that girl. Before the line, and then the guy. What happened? Yeah, she put it before the line, and then they kicked it out.
That's a huge bummer.
I've never traded with them.
Yeah.
I think they've got the car.
I did too. I did.
Yeah, well now that he's going, now that
Do we have ice?
I know, it's available. So that was, you know, there were find out.
Thanks for helping me remember over there. I was looking at the person who was in.
All right, we're back to the third game of the day at the Rugby Showcase South, and we are watching the Wando Wahinis versus the Raleigh Cobras. Right now, the Cobras have the lead, and the Wahinis are looking to restart to start the second half. Pretty solid first half by the Raleigh Cobras. They've been able to put together quite the attacking performance, looking to get the ball to the edge. And we'll see if the Wahinis can put together something in the second half.
Yeah, let's see if Wando made some adjustments at halftime. Let's see if they changed some strategy a little bit.
So the ball is up, and that's the number 7, Engelbrecht. Carries forward. A little bit of a messy ruck, but it's out the back to Raleigh. Quinn Mathis with the carry, but she knocks it slightly forward, so it's going to be a scrum to Wando inside their 50. So now is a huge opportunity for them to get their attack going. Number 9, Emma Corcoran leading the charge for them. Number 10, Kennerly Lustig out, ready to try to get something going on attack. Number 9 with the ball in, and it looks like it was hooked by Raleigh, still sitting in the center of the scrum.
Yep.
And it's stolen out the back to Raleigh. So Wells out to DeSoto. DeSoto with a open
Good
field
idea.
kick. High ball up. Myers looks to compete for it.
Offsides.
But referee calls offsides on Raleigh, so it's going to be a penalty to Wando. Another attacking opportunity for them here within their 50. Number 8, Lily James with ball in hand. She's going to boot it to touch. And it's going to be a line out.
Good idea.
Wando.
Good idea. Let's see if they have a play in mind here to work off of a line out.
Shout out to our volunteer touch judges.
It's a thankless job.
Wando moving their way downfield, so they are just outside of their 22. Got an opportunity here in the line out. Ball is in. Referee says play on. Strong carry forward by number 8, Lily James. Ball out to number 6.
Good drive.
Tula Sol.
She got support.
She fights forward for an extra meter. Ruck is set. Ball is out to number 10. 10 to 12. 12 to 13. Just can't quite get some momentum forward.
Riley is up hard on defense there. That was good. Good tactical D, but looks like they were offsides. I can't see what. Yep.
So coming back to a penalty for Wando, and that's a couple of penalties on Raleigh now, giving Wando an opportunity.
Tap and go with a nice offload from the 10 there, it looked like.
That's number 10, Kennerly Lustig. She's working hard to try to get her attack going. Relying heavily on these two forwards, number 8 and number 6.
Raleigh's coming up really hard on their defense.
Lily James able to make a couple of meters, and she's still on her feet. She's been fighting all game for that extra meter. And Wando right on the edge of their try line now.
Got to be careful there. Going backwards.
A little bit of a miscommunication. It looks like it's going to be obstruction called on Wando, so that's going to be a Raleigh ball at the penalty. DeSoto taking the ball. She sees space in the backfield, and she sends the kick down.
Great idea.
And she gets a
picks
great bounce. Great
nice
bounce
job
for DeSoto. But she hands it off to Myers.
And she dropped it, unfortunately.
So that's going to be a scrum to Wando, but a great open field kick. We've seen a lot of open field kicking today. That's a huge part of the game these days. It's something that college coaches are definitely looking for players to develop. And that was an awesome heads-up play. No one in the backfield. DeSoto puts the ball over the defense and is able to collect it.
There's not a better feeling in the world than kicking a ball and getting your own kick back. That's just a great feeling.
So now it'll be Wando scrum just short of the 40-meter line.
They've split themselves. Let's see what they choose here.
Number 10 bringing the ball back the other way. They try a little fake play there with a 12 running on a miss run. Tackled on the edge, but they still have solid possession.
They have advantage. Got advantage.
So working with advantage now, they're going to try to punch it forward again.
Looked like maybe a high tackle on the other side, so they still have advantage.
Just haven't been able to find a gap quite yet. Lily James, though, carrying the team with a number of hard carries.
Great job.
Now they're starting to find a little bit of space. DeSoto with a tackle on number 12, Lila Goodwin. Hands in. Beulah Soul is able to run over a couple of defenders, and she gets over the 50. So now Corcoran's going to send it out to a forward pack again, but
great tackle.
He's got a huge defensive pressure. Wando continuing to look for some space and drive forward, relying heavily on their forwards to try to punch it through the defensive line.
It's impressive to watch. They're, despite the score being lopsided, they haven't given up, and they're really playing hard.
It's all about possession at the end of the day. Have ball, keep ball. There's Beulah again with a nice hard carry over the 50-meter line. And now it looks like they're going to try to get the ball out to their back line. 10 with a nice catch, but under a lot of defensive pressure. She's able to cleanly carry forward.
Not rolling.
Tackler not rolling away. So a number of penalties in the second half for Raleigh, making it tough on them defensively, but giving Wando the opportunity to try to strike on offense.
Oh.
Back line under a lot of pressure again, but able to keep the ball in hand. And it looks like Raleigh's got the ball. DeSoto.
They got a pod set up, ready to go.
That's a big piece of the game too, is transition ball. If you're able to create a quick turnover, you also need to be able to transition to attack quickly.
Another phase and support.
Looks like number 21 there at scrum half. That is Ella Carey for the Raleigh Cobras.
Knock on for Raleigh.
And trying to move the ball fast. Small knock on leads to a Wando scrum. Wando scrum right at the 40-meter line, and they've had a lot of attacking opportunities here in the second half, so hopefully they can get something going.
Yeah, number 8 for Wando has really been kind of crazy out there, how much she's been able to line break. She's gotten a lot of meters gained. She carries the ball well, good stiff arm, really nice job.
Sometimes you have to rely on your forwards a little bit to try to generate some momentum. There she goes. She's just short of the 50, still fighting on her feet. Raleigh really struggling to take her down.
Great hard running.
Beulah Soul with a pick and go off the back of the ruck, and she gains another 5 meters. Corcoran out to Lustig. They look to try a little switch in the middle of the field there with the 12 and 13, but just not able to keep a handle on the ball.
Ball went down, but diving over on Raleigh. Wanda's been fortunate here, been playing well.
Number 15, who's had a really strong game with a great kick down the edge.
Nice job, good kick.
And that is off the penalty, so I believe it's a Wando line out down at their 22.
That's almost 40 meters a game. That was great. On the bounce, too. Great idea. Took the space and used it.
So now Wando's in a great position. Just short of their 22, it looks like, with the line out to them.
So they're doing a full line out here. Let's see if maybe there's a maul in the future here, maybe.
They're definitely packing the forwards in there, so we'll see what they do. Ball is in, and it's off the top, sending it out to their back line. They've had some great handling in the back line. They just have to put a little more pace on the ball to try to strike that defensive gap.
Yep. And Raleigh's doing a good job of coming up hard on defense. There's no space. By the time that ball gets to 12, they're there.
That's right.
Oh, good idea.
So 15 with a heads-up play. She kicks it over the top.
Let's see if we have a kick and return. Yep.
Doyle looks to kick as well, but nice job by 15 to kick.
Great
and
idea.
After a tackle.
Offsides.
So it's a penalty on Raleigh again, and Wando is going to have an opportunity here.
Yeah, number 11 was in front of the kick, unfortunately.
A lot more kicking in the game. It's a great thing to see. Still have to make that effort to get back.
Oh, great run. Such great low body position.
And a smart tackle by Raleigh to drive Wando out of bounds. That's going to be a line out to Raleigh just short of the 22. So excellent job there by DeSoto to drive that Wando player out. Looks like they have an... Nope, it's going to be line out. So line out to Raleigh.
Let's see if Raleigh uses their foot here to maybe try to get clear.
Ball is over the top, and 22 from Raleigh scrambles to get possession. They do have the ruck set. Now they're just trying to exit that 22-meter line. Couple of hard carries forward. That's number 8, Hines, carrying over the 22.
Really impressive. Such great running.
Strong effort to clear that 22. That's Jada Bolton, number 22 for the Cobras, also carrying hard. But the back line has ball in hands, and that means they have space to run. And
Pin the defender and go.
They're able to get that ball super quickly out to Avery, and she is off and running.
Amazing. Such a great technique. Couldn't have drew that up any better if you tried. That was really well done.
And even after a number of penalties and getting backed into their 22, Raleigh able to exit and get that ball out wide.
Raleigh doing the drop kick conversion after. I like it.
And it looks like no good.
I didn't see any flags come up.
So Doyle with a slight missed kick. And that's going to put the score at 43-0. Raleigh up.
Wando definitely made some adjustments at halftime. You know, it was much more of a one-sided first half, and they definitely came out with some changes a little bit, do defensive, and it's been a better half for them despite the scoreboard.
They've definitely been able to maintain possession. The rucks are always the toughest spot, but they haven't had a ton of mishandles. And they've had a lot of advantages from Raleigh. Raleigh's got to clean up their game in terms of penalties defensively. So Wando player hustling the ball back to midfield.
I got an assistant coach over there warming up. All right, cool. Thanks, buddy.
And they are going to look to boot it back to the Cobras. So number 15 for the Wahinis. Unfortunately, we don't have her name on the roster, but she's had an excellent game so far. And a great kick. That's number 22, Jada Bolton, with the carry forward. She goes to ground. Ball is out to Quinn Mathis, number 5. She breaks through a number of defenders. Ruck is set at the 50-meter line, and the ball is out quickly to DeSoto. DeSoto to Doyle. Doyle to Myers, and Myers finds that space. And Myers is punishing in space. If you don't get in front of her, she's going to take it all the way to the bank. And there she is. Try Raleigh. A great effort, though, from Wando, number 10. Kennerly Lustig to chase down that runner. Never give up on the play. You never know what you could cause by chasing it down. So great effort by both players. Try Raleigh.
So, Christine, we let Oliver head over. Made a mistake. Put him on the mic right before his team has to play. So that's That's a mea culpa on the production staff. That will be one demerit for the production staff. So I'm going to jump in and fill that second mic at the rest of this game. Not too much left, but I think for me what I loved there, what Myers did was just such like fluidity in her step. She came in, saw that she had to shift laterally to get past that defender, and just it's like silk, just sort of slips to the side and then accelerates. I mean, how great is that?
When she sees space, she takes it, that's for sure. We'll see what Wando can do here on defense. They're going to have to get a big defensive stop, and the ball spilled out the side of the ruck. Lily James, number 8, able to pick it up and carry forward over the midline. So this is another opportunity for Wando to get something going. Hands are in the ruck, and they're going to get that penalty for Raleigh. So it's not releasing. Great poach by Raleigh, and they've got ball back in hand. That's DeSoto. Out to number 22, Bolton. Bolton gets tackled. Ruck is a little sloppy, but it's set. DeSoto with the ball. She carries forward for a few meters. Taken down over the 50-meter line. And 9 is a little slow to get the ball out. Wahini's putting the pressure on. And a couple of quick rucks right there on the 50-meter line. Another hard carry by number 6, Listowski. 22 picks and goes. Jada Bolton, she's been doing a lot for the Raleigh offense in the second half. So Raleigh's now trying a little pick and go. But number 8, Lily James, able to poach the ball out of that ruck. So now the ball is back in Wahini's hands. That's Beulah Sol with the carry forward.
That's been a nice combination, the two, they're 8 and 6 all day long. Really getting forward meters for Wahini's. I think for me the thing that stands out is Wahini's is a little bit flat defensively and allowing Raleigh to sort of attack. And I think that's a tricky maneuver. They're clearly an attacking team, and when you let them come at you, it's dangerous stuff. So once Wahini's get the ball and go forward, they really look solid. They look okay there. They're getting movement. They're getting meters. I'd just like to see them put a little more pressure on defense.
Once again, there was a high tackle penalty on Raleigh, so Wahini's had the ball, kicked it towards touch, didn't quite make the line, and so Raleigh was able to collect it, and they've now driven back up to the 50-meter line. DeSoto out to Jane, out to Myers. And
great offload.
Myers does a great loop and a nice offload by that Raleigh player. And Myers takes the ball down the sideline. Raleigh's in close support. And Wando looks like they've dived over the ruck, so it's likely going to be a penalty to Raleigh for Wando diving over the ruck. And number 10, Lillian DeSoto, is going to tap that ball and go. Number 3, Emma Baldayan with a carry forward. Ball out to Mathis. Mathis out 2 meters. She's right on the line, and it looks like she's going to be able to dive over, and that's going to be a try Raleigh. And that's number 5, Quinn Mathis, a freshman, but she puts in some solid minutes at the second row for Raleigh.
Hard runner. I think for one of the things that really jumped off, I guess it was Garland wearing the 11 jersey. I'm not quite sure, but does a really good job of getting that offload away and keeping the play going. I mean, the loop, of course, by Myers is great. She's in a really good position there. But I don't think you can take away that the winger does a nice job getting the shoulders forward to clear the hands and then makes this just wonderful offload, brings it right down to that corner. Penalty certainly didn't hurt, but got to love how they keep that ball alive.
Another great strike by Doyle. That kick's going to be good, and that's going to bring the score up to 57 for Raleigh. And just like you said, Mike, number 11 drew a couple defenders. Sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself a little bit for your team, and that's exactly what she did to put Myers away. A couple minutes left in the second half. Wando going to have to kick and try to create some kind of defensive turnover here. The Cobras have been a little undisciplined defensively. A couple of penalties in the second half has given Wando some opportunities, but just haven't quite been able to strike the way they're hoping to. So that kick's not going to go 10.
Can be played, and she does a nice job. It's a heads-up play.
That's number 4, Caitlin Olson with the carry. And she offloads to 22, Jada Bolton. Raleigh in another position to score here inside the 22. 9-3, 3 carries forward. 21 out to 12, 12 to 15, 15 to 8. And 8 is right on the line. Another quick ball through hands. That's out to Myers, and Myers takes a hard step back inside, and she's able to dive over for the try. So a really great heads-up play by number 4 to carry that ball into the 22, and then Raleigh showing what they do best, getting the ball out through hands to number 13, Nakato Myers, who touched it down for the try.
Yeah, really good work, and I think that, you know, the Wahinis, they'll take some bits from this game. I think in fairness, they sort of knew they were walking into a tougher one today. This is a game that they couldn't get scheduled. Typically, we wouldn't have 2 teams in the South play in this event. We'd have North play South. That's sort of the nature of the event. But this one had to happen for league purposes, and so I think they're up against a tough team, and I think they knew that coming in. So I don't think they'll be upset in the sense of there's a lot to be learned, and I think that this is something that you get better from if you back up and step back up.
They definitely had some good efforts too. The forwards certainly carrying them on attack, but a couple of times they've had some opportunities in the back line to get the ball through hands. Their handling's been great, but that Raleigh defense has just been somewhat suffocating as the ball gets out to 12, 13, 14. And that kick was good for Raleigh, so that's going to bring the score up to 64-0. And Doyle's had a great day in the kicking game as well. She's been their conversion kicker today and has made quite a few.
So clock is showing 40 plus, which says, at least on our view, we're in the red. We'll see what Trevor at the center has to say if the play stops, but this player's got some pace and looks to be finding the edge.
I think that's number 6, Gwen Listowski for Raleigh, and she catches the kickoff and runs it all the way in. Exciting for some of these young players to be able to really shine in this game for Raleigh. Listed as other for a year in high school, which tells me she's probably a youngster.
Yeah, in our system, typically there's high school and then other, and that usually means U14. Interestingly, in some states, it's allowed, so I don't know what the rule here in the Carolinas is, but in Jersey, where we're from, it's absolutely banned. There is no middle school, high school integration of any kind. There is the final whistle. But I know in Pennsylvania it's allowed. So each state sort of rules differently, and as a league, we allow the teams to follow the rules of their state-based organization.
Well, shout out to Gwyn for an awesome try at the end there. That's going to bring our final score to 69 for Raleigh, 0 for Wando, and another great matchup on the day.
So that leaves certainly some questions for tomorrow. I mean, the 2 headliner teams probably walking into this event would be Cobras, who you just saw, and Doylestown, who you saw, I guess, the last game. Those were the 2 teams on the East Coast that were ranked 1-2 at the end of the season last year, and they're sort of presumptive 1-2 if you sort of look at the names on their rosters and who's coming back. You would expect that to be a pretty big matchup. So it's teed up. It's teed up for tomorrow. We'll see what that brings. But first game under the belt for all teams. Well, 3 of the 4 teams, and now we've got our last game in the first part of this series coming up, which will be North Bay and Downingtown. Now, I should clarify, when I say North Bay, they're wearing the North Bay jerseys, but we're calling them the Chesapeakes today because really they are a Maryland combination. There's some West Carroll kids on there. There's some VOC kids, so Virginia Outcasts, as well as some kids in the Aberdeen North Bay area. So it's really a Maryland sort of united team, and they'll be up against Downingtown, who is in the Philadelphia area. So expect a good one there, but I guess we'll take our 5 minutes. We'll set the mics down and reset things, and then bring you back action in the next game. Thanks for joining.
You can put the leg down. Anytime you want to jump on there, yes, but I think you have to sign it. Ready? What? I'm trying to figure out.
All right, welcome back, sports fans. Welcome back, rugby fans. We are about to get going here in Gibsonville, North Carolina, where we'll be bringing you the fourth game of our round one. And that's going to be Maryland United, or what I'm calling the Chesapeakes, in orange on the left side of the screen, and Downingtown on the right side of the screen. Joining me in the booth is Shane Flynn. Shane, welcome.
Yeah, thanks. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it should be a good game. I mean, not quite sure what to expect. I think on the left side of the screen, you'll expect maybe, a little feeling out period. Team that hasn't necessarily played with each other because it's a few from each of the programs in Maryland. And, of course, Downingtown in the same situation as everybody, just barely getting out from the winter. So we get started with the kickoff, and Downingtown fields and gets us started. Immediately driven into touch, and the line out will go to the Chesapeakes.
Yeah, this will be a good first test to see how the set pieces shape up.
Not quite sure who's throwing, but we see that they are showing 5 at least. So we'll see what comes of it. Ball is up, but referee says there was movement, maybe offsides there. So penalty goes, and it looks like it's going to be McGettigan who's going to make the decision to kick to touch. Ball finds touch, and so within 30 seconds we'll have our second line out, and this time it'll be Downingtown with the throw-in.
Yeah, and that was good by Abby to get some territory early.
Yeah, cross midfield, and certainly something they do pretty well traditionally on the line out, so I wouldn't be surprised if this was crisp. But they too have been really what everyone's had, and certainly as your team found out and the other teams found out, if you don't get any time outside, it's a little tricky to come in here and play, and so probably a little rust in the first few minutes. So the ruck is formed, and the ball comes out. McGettigan with ball in hand skips it across. Now they look to find, but it's picked, and that could have been Axel Kotubi. Now the ball comes back out through Marin and Raznik to the Raznik sisters. That one looks like it traveled a little bit forward, unfortunately, and so we'll see our first scrum.
Yeah, the Chesapeakes did a good job there of trying to keep the ball alive and finding the space. Just unfortunately a little bit forward on that one, which again, probably just the connectedness, early on is a little off with everybody trying to get the jitters out too.
And the sir at the center, Joey Rasmus, says we're going to start that one over again. Make some decisions here and make sure everybody's safe. That's, of course, the one element of the game that there's a lot of pressure across those front rows, and so early in the season, it's smart to be prudent. And now the free kick is called. Did not quite make out the call there, but the free kick, so the tap and go with McGettigan trying to take it quick to Midorski. And it looks like Towell's going to pick and go. Really strong runner, takes a couple with her. Now the ball is set. Good low body position there. And now, once again, the ball comes out. That's through the hands of Jakara Dixon. Now back out to Midorski leading the pod. Some conversation by the referee, just talking about onside. McGettigan brings it, looking for space. That was Hanlon. Carries a few. Now some very strong counter pressure there by Jones. And makes the tackle. So this is what JL does for sure. Disruptor on defense and just absolutely gets hands on ball and then disrupts. Downingtown able to regather and real quick on the body position. They look to be expecting the poach and they're getting in position quickly. Another strong tackle by Jones on the United side.
Yeah, Chesapeake's defense looks really good to start off the game here. They're coming up hard.
Yeah, defensive pressure, I mean, it's such an important part of the game. Now they get the penalty. So, it seems to have worked out. And it looks like that could be Govier with ball in hand. And it is. Lida finds touch. And now back over the midline. So pretty evenly matched in the first few minutes.
Yeah, it's been back and forth. So, again, they've held on to possession for a couple phases here, which was good to see. But yeah, I think right now it's the Chesapeake's defense is really putting pressure under Downingtown, and then just a little bit of sloppiness here. unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looked like that lineout came in. They tried to play it off the top through Jones, and it was mishandled in the transfer, creating a knock-on. Referee played a little advantage there, but none was gained, and so should be scrum down to Downingtown.
Yeah, so now it's 5 minutes in or so they should start getting the jitters out, feeling the hands, and get the ball back in their hands again. Expect it to be a little bit more cleaner here moving forward.
And so once again, the call. Ball is placed. It's hooked. Little choppy coming out. Now the service. And looking to find space. Had somebody. A nice little chip over the top. It's a great idea. Takes a bounce that doesn't work so well for Chesapeake's, but they're able to regather. And Marin brings it out to Govier. So unfortunately for Jackson there, the winger in the near frame was going to try to make a play on it. Now the kick goes over. Certainly something that I think I've seen more of. I don't know. Interesting. Interested to hear your take. More and more kicking.
Yeah.
We're starting to see it integrated into the game, which of course is a critically important part.
Yeah, and it's good. They're starting to see the space and not kicking just to kick, right? It's about kicking for execution and space and knowing when to kick. So a lot of players when they first start, right, they're just kicking to kick, right? And again, it's something you got to feel comfortable with. And the only way you can get better is doing it in live games. So we always try to just encourage that kicking in the right moments, but try to get them feeling the pressure, then make the kick, and do that over and over again, and eventually you start to understand the space and more effective kicks.
Ball back in play through the scrum. McGettigan looking. Now, this is the 11. Took a few, ball is out. They were trying to take her into touch. That's Jamison Kleck. Now the ball out to 8. Meraki. Once again, comes out through Miscavige. Dixon pounds on. Little choppy play there by Raznick. That was smart play, but referee says you were offsides and then hands in. So the official call is hands in the ruck there. Really looked like Chesapeake's were trying to get those hands on the ball. Guess the referee there thought they came a little late. Now Towels just pounding through, carrying a few more. Continues on. Meraki looks. Still on the move. That one might be held up. Looked to be the Chesapeakes were under it. And good job by the folks in orange to get under that ball.
Yeah, the Downingtown was making some really good gains there with Dixon and Michaela Tao. So, again, really strong runners, hard to bring down. You really got to commit to those tackles nice and low. And what they weren't doing so effectively as they were before was they weren't coming up and meeting them, right? So letting them get some momentum.
So the dropout restart from the goal line is as a result of the held up. And now Downingtown back to work trying to attack through McNamee. Meraki through, good solid strike there on the contact, but keeps their feet and just continues to churn, gets a couple meters after. Great job. Ball a little choppy, could have been knocked there. Referee says play on. And now a penalty call. Not rolling. McGettigan decides to go early. Referee says, I'm thinking not 10 there. And yes, now the call. Once again, McGettigan on the quick tap, and that time gets in for the try.
Yeah, that was good pressure, not allowing the Chesapeakes to really get set up and just going quick with those balls and taking advantage of the situation.
So Downingtown strikes first and gets 5 on. And we are somewhere around 11 minutes in, so pretty even battle up until this point.
Yeah, what we haven't quite seen yet is sort of the offensive side of the Chesapeakes, right? Again, pretty good defensively, but haven't had ball in hand too much. then they had some, kicks in there to keep the pressure off. But be interesting to see if they can just pick up the offense here.
It's McGettigan lined up for the kick. And that one's going to cross in front of the posts. So it's going to remain at 5. And they'll get back to work. Yeah, I think it's a good insight. I think if you're the team in orange, you're hoping to get some attack rolling here. You got to get the ball going forward and get them on their heels some. Looks to me like Downingtown's dangerous when they're coming at you.
Yeah.
And that's the case with just about everybody.
Yeah, yeah. Again, and they have those powerful forward runners, so they're trying to suck in the defense a little bit, and then get it out with Abby, who's obviously really effective fly half, trying to capitalize on the outside. But it all starts up front with Downingtown, and they're sort of power forwards there.
So we're going to take a minute here. We're going to pause the clock because we got a player down and get some attention from the trainer. So we'll just sort of take a minute and set the mics down. Thanks for joining us again. I guess before we do that, we should just make sure that we thank you for being a part of this. This is the Rugby Showcase South. It's our 3rd year that we've done this, and big thanks go out to all the folks down here for hosting, but most especially Christine Newcomb, who's a coach at Guilford College, who has been with us on the mic. Is not able to elaborate too much while on the mic, but does a great job there at Guilford and has been a huge part of us being able to bring girls and women's rugby down to North Carolina at the start of each season. So big shout out and big thanks to Christine. It doesn't end there, of course. We've got the folks at the center. So these are all folks who are sort of involved with our league at some level or another, or involved with the women's game, or have been. Currently, Joey Rasmus in the center, but also Trevor Caterson, who's one of the coaches for Chapel Hill, Pat Marin, who is ref a game and is often coaching with the Chesapeakes. And I'll get out there in the next game and do my shift. So all of that just to say that it's a village, and the EGRL wouldn't happen without all these folks, including the person next to me and the guys on the camera and everybody else trying to bring good rugby and a great product to you all at home, but also to all the scouts who are watching these great rugby players.
Yeah, and it's not too hard of a job, right? Being down here in North Carolina, finally some nice weather we get from the folks up in the north to be able to sit out here and watch some great rugby. It's exciting time.
Yeah, Melody said it before. He said, "Hey, if anyone needs to know that big yellow thing in the sky that's producing all that warmth, that's the sun. And sometime in the Northeast, we hope to see it again."
Yeah, it's been pretty gray, I would say.
So the teams are back at the center. We're going to go ahead and get the game rolling again. We've got about 12:30 gone, so first quarter out of the way of this 40-minute matchup. Ball is up, and that one looks like it could be knocked forward. And the arm is out, playing advantage. So the knock-on advantage is on. Looks like Raznik brings it out to Raznik, who gains a few.
Yeah, the kick just fell right in that tough spot, right in between like three or four players, unfortunately.
Hard to make out the number. That could have been Marin on the pick and go. Now a few meters gained. Once again, ball comes out. Katubi looked a little high, but maybe on the way down, so play on. Now the ball out again. Through Raznik, Govier, Lech. Now the ball comes out.
They had the numbers there for a little bit. Downingtown did a good job of recovering, sliding girls over.
It's a good run by Ellis Klee wearing the 25 jersey. And now that could be Maddie Marin. Difficult when they wear the scrum cap. It's hard for me to see who's who. Strong drive in. Gonna have to get a number for that player. And Chesapeake's continuing to work. So it's as if they were sort of piped in. They heard they got to get the attack going, and now here we see it. I want to give the announcer's curse. That one did, unfortunately, exactly that. So that last pass off the hand traveled forward, and that knock-on is going to stop things.
Yeah, that's where, again, it's early in the season, and you would like to just see a little bit more of dynamic running, maybe through gaps and stuff like that. It was sort of like 4 or 5 passes just straight down the line. with not, really that strike runner that you want to hold the defense. So that's, Downingtown did a good job of sliding over and being able to defend, but the Chesapeakes weren't very dynamic in trying to open up some holes. So doing the job well of getting the ball out. Now, if they can just add a little bit of flair into their running lines, I think it'll open things up even more.
So the ball's hooked, but it's chopped through, and now Downingtown's going to have to make a play. So it doesn't make it easy to get to the safety there and kick it away when there's that much pressure. So it looks like they're going to run it out. Once again, I think that's Meraki. Arm is out. We'll see what the call is. This is McGettigan, who's looking. Looks like trying to find Progan there, and now out to the wing. That's Kleck. Has a little space on the edge. Good pace, but Jackson there. Adelina Jackson has real pace on the outside here, and so shows that defensively is able to run down Kleck.
Yeah, but they have the arm up, so playing advantage. Nobody quite understands what's going on yet. All right, now they figured it out.
So that was long advantage, and referee said no advantage gained there. And they'll come back for the penalty.
Yeah, typically, I think if you make it 20 meters ahead, you think that advantage would have been gained, but the referee thought something different. But it was a really nice little shifty move by the wing on Downingtown there to create the space and then get up the sideline. Just got caught by another good winger.
So a little bit of trickery there in the tap and go. It's Towles who brings it up. Now the ball back out. McGettigan looks for the space. Jackson is in a pretty good position, but going to have to make a play with Progan coming on. Does so. Does a nice job to shed Progan, and now gains a few more.
Oh, that was good.
My mistake. That was Kleck on the first contact, Progan on the second contact. But the penalty goes back to Downingtown. So quite a few penalties, some discipline stuff going on with the Chesapeakes, and that's hurting them.
Yeah, that was a really good poach. I don't know if that was McGettigan that got the poach, but they were quick to the ball.
That one does not initially find it, but then does on the bounce, and so that's a lot of territory gained for Downingtown.
Yeah, again, that's something that the coaches will work on, positioning, anticipating where that kick is expected to go, and sort of having somebody there to catch it before it sort of rolls out of bounds. So again, a little bit of coaching there and experience that they'll get that cleaned up.
Fernando throws it in, but it looks like it's going to go the way of the orange jersey, and now the ball comes back out. A little miscue there. Wasn't quite sure whether to grab it. Now at around the center of the field. The attempt at the kick, a little bit of panic there, and now Downingtown will go back to work. And the offsides call on the kick. So must have been someone in front of the kicker who played it
better
forward.
Get back quick. Abby's going to go.
Yeah, I think that's the scouting report on McGettigan is she does not like to wait on those. You give her a seam, she's going to take it quick. Radorsky there, drives a few more. Now in real threatening position is Downingtown. Dixon drives on the latch. They try to drive on a little bit more. Orange jerseys around the ball. Contact area looks pretty good, but they've got to be real close. Hard to see from here. Referee says we're going to stop it again. Not quite sure. And this is usually where a conversation happens with the captain. Looks like we've got maybe a player who's going to take a second to come up. But repeated infringement down by the goal line, never a good thing. Something that oftentimes results in a card. So looks like some warnings happening, some conversation like, hey, let's just clean this up and let's play a good, clean game here.
Yeah, I assume this is going to be a penalty, but I'm not. He hasn't made a signal yet, so it's still trying to, there it is.
So Medorsky taps and drives, and that time the ball looks to have been scored. So we're going to add 5 to the Downingtown line here.
Yeah, that's, again, it's sort of the same way they scored before, is they're just not recognizing the penalties and getting set and then being able to launch up. They're sort of backs are turned, allowing Downingtown to take advantage of that. So they just need to work hard to anticipate, understand the penalty, get in position, get low, and sort of launch up to to work that attack a little bit quicker. But kudos to Downingtown for recognizing it and taking advantage of the gaps and maybe some players not quite in the right position.
So McGettigan sends it a little bit offline, so no points will be awarded there, but not before we've got a 10-0 score line right around the 20-minute mark. So see the referee looking at his watch. We'll see how much longer this goes before the half. Could be the last play, but looks like the Chesapeake's taking a second to just kind of regroup and talk it through.
Yes, it'll be interesting here what the Chesapeake's do. Do they try to do a contestable ball? Do they kick it deep? Right, they sort of need to get some momentum going into halftime here, because Downingtown is taking advantage of the opportunities and put 2 on the board. So Chesapeake needs something here to feel good about going into halftime in the second half.
So it's Govier with ball in hand, and we'll do the kicking honors. And of course, for those that are new to the game, as we mentioned in the previous game, 15s, after getting scored on, you kick the ball back to the scoring team. Looks like we got a knock-on advantage. Arm is out. So that's a tough situation if you're the one that just got scored on. Not like American football where you get the ball back, or even sevens rugby where you get the ball back. But they do wind up getting the ball back on the knock-on.
Yeah, so that's exactly right. Kick it deep, try to put some pressure on them, and Downingtown, again, had an unforced error there, so Chesapeake's right where they want to be going into sort of the end of the first half here, if they can capitalize on getting the ball across the goal line.
Yeah, really important position here. They're somewhere around the 22. That looks like Birdsall, who picks it up and has a little space. McGettigan on the tackle. Going to have to recycle it. Jones came flying in, and referee says, yep, you dove over there. So that was the 13 diving over on Downingtown, and now the quick tap again. This time Birdsall getting close. Hard to see from here, but it's real close to the goal line. There's the pick and go, and they do score the points. So kudos to the Chesapeakes to come back and answer, and that really changes things going into the half. 10-0 versus 10-5 and ending with the momentum on your side. That's a pretty solid 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed, like we were saying. So, if it ends here, the half, then they have the momentum sort of going into the second half a little bit, even if they necessarily haven't played up to maybe their standards. They can feel good about where they're at going into the second half here.
So it's Paige Rasnick going to take the kick. Wearing the 10 jersey. Paige is a North Bay player. Strike is up. It looks a little bit pushed in front, and so it is going to remain 10-5.
Looks like there's a little time left.
And yeah, looks like we let that clock run a little too much on the injury. Must have had that clock stopped, and so things continue.
So now the same thing's on, with Downingtown, right? Can they sort of get some momentum back, or are they just looking to go into the halftime with the lead? See how they come out.
So back to the center. Downingtown to kick. It looks like Aaron Medorsky, the future New Haven player, has the ball in hand. We'll make some decisions here on exactly what to do. Question mark, if you're the Chesapeakes, do you stay aggressive or do you just take the momentum advantage you have there and end the half? We'll see what the coaches have them ready to do. There's the kick. It's up. It's fielded, bobbled forward, and that is going to be, unfortunately, a knock-on. And referee ends it there. On the knock-on, that's going to be the stoppage. So at the half, we've got a good one. It's 10-5 in favor of Downingtown. But some real signs of life there at the end by the Chesapeakes, the combined Maryland team. What do you like so far? What are the things that you think they got to do more of in the second half?
Yeah, I think, again, I'd like to see a little bit more of that offensive movement from both sides. Again, Downingtown had the forward pack and really driving. You'd like to see that then go out to the backs quicker and try to use that space that the forward sort of created. And then again, on the Chesapeake side, you can see what they've done in that last couple minutes there. They're pretty effective if they can just keep the ball in their hands. I think some unforced errors have caused them to sort of not not get that forward foot going. But yeah, I think there's a little bit of cleaning up to do on both sides. Kickoffs, again, it'll be interesting to see who's receiving the first or the second half kickoff here, because hasn't been so effective with catching the ball and retaining it. I had a couple knock-ons, unfortunately, on the kickoff. So that's probably the key points. And then again, from a defensive standpoint, it is a little sloppy, so it's hard to see if the defensive shape is really there. But again, Chesapeake was putting tremendous pressure on Downingtown early. Will they be able to sustain that?
Yeah, I think that's one of the pieces that stood out for me as well, is that in the first few minutes, it really looked like the orange jersey was coming up hard, really trying to get Downingtown on their heels a little bit. And then that paused or stalled at some level, and I think Downingtown seemed to get some traction there.
Yeah.
So I think if I'm, the Maryland coaches, I'm probably talking about that, saying, hey, we got to get back to really stifling them. We can't give them room to run. They're picking us apart when that happens. On the other side, I mean, you kind of get the feeling like their system is going how they have it drawn up. They're crashing, they're gaining meters. They've got two big forwards who are really running. Then they've got a couple of flanker types who are there to quickly get a few more meters, and then they're trying to swing it. We'll see if they can add a little bit more dynamic movement on the Downingtown side. See if they can get some different lines of attack. But you can see the intent is there. They're looking down the field. They're trying to make the kicks. They're dangerous, I think, if you give them some space.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see fitness, right? So even if it's only 20-minute halves, this is really the first games a lot of the players are actually participating in. And like we said, up north, we haven't been able to get outside so much. So a little bit of warmer weather down here feels hotter than it probably is. And then, they've been running now for 20-some minutes, so that second half, we'll see if that fitness level stays up, or were they getting some time in the off season of putting in the conditioning time, or not?
Well, it's a great point, and I was noticing, although it seems to have ducked back behind the clouds for just a second there, I felt like the clouds were going to part and the sun was coming out, and that could really change things, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so these teams from the north that have come down, they've been in, I don't know, maybe the warmest day they've gotten is 50 here or there, and they're just not used to this. I mean, the acclimation just hasn't happened, right? And so right now it's overcast and a little bit of a breeze here in Gibsonville, and so that's probably okay. It's not super hot, but boy, when that sun peeks through the clouds, it's hot. It's intense.
Yeah, and there's only so much, from getting, most of the teams are in the gym, right, for the bulk of the winter. So getting outside and really running and opening up the legs and stuff like that probably hasn't been as much sort of conditioning as many of the coaches and players have wanted because of the conditions up there. But yeah, we'll see who sort of starts to fade out a little bit, and who starts to shine a little bit more.
Well, that was the whistle, so this thing's about to get going again. Looks like Downingtown is going to make their way toward the field first. Chesapeake's will be on the other side. They'll flip sides, as is the custom. And then Sir at the center, Joey Erasmus, will get us started again, and we'll see where this one ends. 10-5 in favor of the team from Pennsylvania over the team from Maryland.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure how many subs there are. It looks like Downingtown has quite a few on their sideline, so it's interesting to see how the subbing goes, right? So part of this is it's a showcase, right? And it's the first sort of time most of the teams are playing. So this is about getting all the girls minutes, right, as much as possible and playing. So, yeah, everyone would like to win, but part of this is truly the showcase and the kickoff. So you want to make sure that all the players are getting time, getting the minutes, but sometimes that creates a little bit of cohesion concern. So again, as you insert new players, are we keeping up with that level of play, or does it create some gaps? It'll be interesting to see what the subs were made on at halftime here and how that impacts the game as well.
So it's Medorsky with the ball from Downingtown at the center, and it looks like the Chesapeakes are back to receive. Sir is talking to the captain, and away we go. Kick is up, travels 10. It's fielded. That's the number 7, Anna Voda. Good strip by McGettigan, who takes the ball away and is going to get a penalty. The referee says you did not release once you were tackled, and so Jones is able to pick it up and try the tap and go. Goes quick, Raznick there for the offload. Drives on, gets a couple.
That's a tough call because I think Abby ripped that ball out before technically a tackle was actually made. So,
yeah, I thought the strip was on for sure. But such is life, and away they go. And so now Marin brings it, swings it across the tip ball. Referee says you're offsides, you jumped early. So the advantage being played for the offsides. Now the Chesapeakes will make some decisions, and it looks like Raznick will try to find touch and set up the lineup.
Yeah, it was pretty egregious offsides. It was pretty evident there. Half their back line was probably 5 meters ahead of the ball. So good eye by the ref to see that one, but it wasn't too hard.
So we could call that maybe 30 meters, 35 meters out. And it's Marin who will do the throwing. And the orange shows 5 in. A little bit of a hesitation there. Medorsky gets up and brings it back to the Downingtown side, so they win that one. That's a big one. Jones going to challenge the ruck, but it's Kayla Towles who picks it up and is able to gain some. Tackled, and now the ruck is formed.
Yeah, you like to see her just move upfield, right, instead of sideways to try to get some meters.
So a good kick to gain some territory there by McGettigan. Bounces in and bounces out. So it will be the Chesapeake's ball, but not before the ball comes back over into their half. So an effective clearance.
Yeah, that's, again, Abby's a great player, and she sees the field so well, and she's got a nice little foot on her, so very effective in her play.
That one hits the ground, and it's Meraki who's able to pick it up. Looks to be hands are on, but the poach was not fast enough, and Dixon is able to do the pick and go. Again, trying to get shoulders square, but just as you said, that kind of drift is hurting them a little bit. Backward is the call, and that's Colombo with the ball. Now the ball comes out, looking, skip ball. This is to Progan. Now the little chip kick over the top, but that one's going to go directly out, and so from the point of the kick, but not before an offsides call. The second is made.
Yeah, this is where, again, sort of wanting to kick, but not quite effective of where the space was. So again, great that they're trying to kick, and as they get more comfortable, some of those kicks will find the space that they're looking for.
Govia gets it out, maybe not exactly as planned, but is able to find touch, and so they will get the line out.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work out the way you wanted, but still somewhat effective. Sometimes you go for those long kicks and they don't make touch, right? So then not as effective because you just gave the ball away.
Marin brings it in. That one looks to have gone away to the orange jersey. Voda brings it through the hands, and now Raznick thinks he sees some space. Gets the game going forward. Marin digs, brings it back out. A little show and go. Met with real good contact there. This is Voda, hard runner. Towles is over it, has the hands on. Referee says you were not on sides before the poach. And it's Birdsell who's able to find some space. A little bit of a seam, somewhat disconnected there. And referee says you were from the side, but there was already a penalty going, so going to come back for the original penalty. So some chaotic moments in the penalty, and that I think is kind of hurting both teams. Trying to play fast, the intention is there. This is Lesh.
Yeah, I think that was also maybe not trusting the kick to go where they wanted, so they just chose to keep the ball in hand, which is not, good decision.
Raznick running hard. That's about the third or fourth time I've seen her really just square up and go, and you can see the benefit of doing so. Now the ball out through the Chesapeake's hands. Big, hard run. Tackle looked high. Referee says arm is out, so that could have been the case. On the door, they're knocking. Still calling for it. The drive is on. And they're going to come back for the penalty.
Yeah, it's a shame because Chesapeake's had some good momentum there. They were keeping the ball alive. Unfortunately, just weren't able to finish there at the end.
Now the ball back out. I got to get the number on this runner. She's running real tough and gaining.
She's running away from her support, unfortunately.
And loses it on the penalty, the poach, unfortunately. So just as you said, gets a little isolated, and then Downingtown does a nice job to clamp on. Now the pick and go. Towel's looking for space. Finds a seam. This is where she's dangerous. Ball out. And that one comes back for the penalty as well. The knock on there. Going to come back.
Yeah, it's given a full arm penalty, so.
Oh, you're right. Not a knock on. Did not see the call.
Yeah, I don't know if it was offsides again or maybe something high.
Unfortunately for the player on the far end there who tried to make a play on it, the ball does find touch. Fortunately, if you're Downingtown, and you'll set up the line out across the 50. So, yeah, so effectively they've now cleared that space. They were in some real danger there. Heels them back kind of against the wall, but now they're on the attacking side of the field.
Yeah, Downingtown's got to feel good, right? Chesapeake had the ball, the momentum, basically a meter from the try line, and now they flipped the field.
And it looks like some substitutions are being made. That looks like McNamee going off. Now the ball is up. That one did not look straight, and so it will switch sides. Again, for those at home who don't know the latest version of the laws, which is easy to do because they seem to be changing all the time, if the line out is contested, and only if, meaning both teams put jumpers up, then the throw must be straight. If the line out is not contested, only one team goes up and the other team sort of waits it out, then the not straight call wouldn't exist and it'd be okay to play there. But Chesapeake's did get up in the air, and so it was contested. They get the scrum.
Yeah, I like that rule, right? It just keeps the play going rather than stopping it.
That one looks to have come out the channel. We'll probably do that again. I agree with you. I think it's a great rule. It's sort of like, if you're not going to get up and at least go for it, then why does it have to be straight? You're giving it away anyway.
Exactly. It did frustrate you as a coach, though, when they don't go up and, all you have to do is
right.
just throw it.
Make it easy.
Yeah.
Just keep it easy. Big drive, starts knocking Downingtown back, and now a step there. Got to get the number. That could be the other Walensky. Could be the Walensky sisters. Now Downingtown able to get it. And right in front of us, there's a penalty. Referee says not through the mark, so going to do that one again. That looks to be 23. Did not get the name on that one, so good job there, runner, wearing the 23 jersey. But now, ball to Raznick. Tap is on. Good launch by Downingtown, met with contact there around the 50. And now the penalty goes the other way.
Yeah, just a lot of penalties right now. So again, something coaches work on with players, especially new, just the discipline.
And that one finds touch, and it will be another line out. So this half, a little bit more play in the middle of the field here, which, if you're Downingtown, killing some of the clock probably isn't breaking your heart. At 10-5, they're very happy to let some of this clock run down.
Yeah.
So Tiara Fernando brings it into Medorsky, who now swings it through Miscavige to McGettigan. Now the ball out. Progan. Little bit of an offline pass and going to be harder to handle there for Kleck.
Yeah, they had that set up pretty nicely, and unfortunately, I think the outside wing and potentially fullback, I couldn't see who it was just a little too ahead, right? So they got too flat and didn't leave the space for that ball to get to them.
So another penalty, this time not rolling in the ruck, and McGettigan will go ahead and try to find touch. It looks to be kept in. Oh, not quite. Flag is up. So good effort there on the far side, trying to keep that ball in.
Yeah, so good opportunity here for Downingtown in a threatening position on the field.
Yeah, I think if you're Coach Snow, this is a spot where you'd really like to capitalize. You know, you're getting in near that 22, and of course, that's one of the classic stats. How many times are you going to score when you enter the 22? They're right there. J.L. Jones just comes barreling through. Referee says someone, whether it was her or someone else, did not roll, and now Medorsky looks to capitalize. McGettigan in, now across the 22, and Downingtown will try to come away with points. This is Meraki driving, met with contact. Still driving. Yeah, strip attempt. So referee says, get your hands off. Now Progan. Looking. Going to have to play this. Here comes that counter ruck. Big hit by Jones.
Yeah, she's all over the place. I think a lot of her teammates, though, are not launching up as well as they were in the first half, so it's creating more space for Downingtown to run.
Dixon hands off to Towles, who comes through, and that one is going to result in a try. So great job there to go through their players. Two big players coming through. Dixon draws in a tackler, gives it off to Towles, who puts it down. And that, I think, is something that you have to be real happy with if you're Downingtown. That was quite a few minutes, but now you're in a 15-5 situation and things feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, you're right. And again, they capitalized, right, on the field position where they were at and then really used their strength, right, which we said before, which is sort of their two props really creating havoc on the inside. In that case, the Chesapeakes just weren't able to sort of fold over and get that. Normally what you would want is a double tackle there or something to bring down their big props and hard-running props. But it was a single tackle, which just allowed an easy offload to a good supporting Michaela.
That one goes through, brings the score to 17, which is an important 2 points with a score line of 17-5. So did not catch the number there. Could be the 8 Meraki who got that kick. Eva Marie, a senior, who is heading off to West Chester in the fall. Not too far from Downingtown there, so not traveling too far, but they'll be very happy to have another skilled player. Now it's back to work for the orange jersey.
Yeah, so again, they sort of had the momentum there for a little bit, gave it away, and now not a lot of time left with the shortened half, so they got to really be on the aggressive to get back into this game, which they can easily do.
We're showing 34 gone, so again, there's always a little bit of discrepancy there because official time is kept on the field by the referee, but I agree, it's not a ton of time to work, 6 minutes, especially when you have to kick the ball back. They do try to go deep, which is a smart play. Walensky gets down there and puts real good pressure on. And now the shape is formed. But I agree, I don't see that first launching step forward. It's sort of a flat piece, and that's letting the blue jersey run at you a bit, and that's going to be tough.
Yeah, and when you need the ball to score, right, at this point you gotta take some risks, and you just got to be aggressive and see if you can get, and there it is, right?
You got one there.
Yep. So a little bit of pressure, good tackling creates opportunities. So now you just got to, trust your offense at this part of the field. See if you can get one in.
So we'll see the scrum. And now Chesapeake's in a pretty good attacking platform here. Not quite in the center of the field, but definitely could show some overlapping movement. And they look to be creating that kind of wing shape, so we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, I don't know if they have a, it seems like they have an extra player or something. I'm not sure what this setup is. It looks like they have a lot of backs out there.
Yeah, it does. It does. we should maybe count that. That would be 16 if our count is correct, unless they've snuck a flanker off somewhere. I'm not quite sure. I think you're right. I think maybe we're lopsided here. Well, at any rate, ball comes in, and now it is the 11 who is making some pace moves here, and the flag is up in the corner, so very close. Unfortunately, not quite able to make it happen.
Yeah, had some good speed and space out there. Just needed to sort of get around one more person, but that was a great job of keeping that runner in and getting him out into the touch.
So that was Lauren Ashley wearing the 11 jersey. At least that's what my roster says here. So showing a little bit of pace out there. Now the throw in. A little bit of a double pump there, it looked like, but referee thought we were okay, and so now the ball comes out. And that one was thrown forward, which will be result in a scrum down to the orange jersey. So if you are the Chesapeakes, this one, you got to make it count, right? Yep. I mean, you're coming against the time here. We've got 37 gone on our clock of a 40-minute game. Got to punch one in.
Yeah, and right, because you got to get two, right? So you got to get this one now so you leave yourself some time to go for that second one. So this is a super critical play for the Chesapeake side.
And a free kick is called, so went a little early, so do they tap and go?
That's right.
Ooh, can't have any pause there.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, maybe that's some just experience, but they had an opportunity to sort of do the same thing Downingtown was doing to them, and they didn't. So it allows Downingtown to get set up on their defense.
So Jones brings it out. Now it comes across. Good contact there. Arm is out, so playing an advantage. And that's a double whistle for the high tackle, so just to stop the game. Thought maybe there was a conversation going to happen there. That's Birdsell, who was able to get it in and dot it down.
Yeah, I was going to say, she went into that a little high, but was able to fight through and still get it down. So
they are not ready to give up, bringing up the score to 17-10.
Yeah, it's a big kick.
Yeah, this kick matters for sure. I mean, put the two on here, get the ball back. Got enough time for at least a play or two. Feeling good about the momentum. I will say there is some crosswind here. I mean, we're feeling it. You might be able to hear it on the mics. So that doesn't make it easy if you're Paige Raznick. And
looks like
that was pushed to the right, and so unfortunately that's going to keep the score at 17-10. So not impossible task, but certainly much harder. Makes it 17-10. They can come back, they can get a try and two, and they can tie it up. But time is certainly of the essence.
Yeah, and with the wind, it just makes it even more important. If you're going to get that score, you gotta sort of dot it down sort of somewhere in the middle, so you give yourself a chance to tie it up. Yeah, I'm still unfortunately counting 16 out there. So
I'll have to make that case later. But for now, it's Jones fighting for the ball. Looks like Medorsky wrestling it out. Not quite sure what the call is going to be here.
Yeah.
Referee says penalty. Medorsky won it. You did not let her play it on. You played it on the ground. So now you think Downingtown's probably thinking kill this clock a bit.
Yeah, at this point, again, you just got to keep ball in hand, right, and just not give.
Yeah, don't need to
give
do
it
too
away.
much.
Yep.
Jakara Dixon blasting through. That never hurts. Gettigan says, I think if I catch it out, that's going to be it. And that is it. That is the final play of this match. This match ends 17-10 in favor of the team from Downingtown, Pennsylvania. It was a good one.
Yeah.
Battle on both sides of the ball, and hats off to both squads for coming in and fighting.
Yeah, that's what you like to see, right? You don't necessarily want to see blowouts. You want to see good contestable matches here, and this came down to the end. So good match from both sides.
Well, we're going to pause here and set the mics down as we regroup and get ready for the next one. It'll be Morris from New Jersey against the Cobras from North Carolina. Thanks for joining us again here on Main Street Sports and bringing you EGRL Rugby Football. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, folks. We're here for the 12 o'clock game on Saturday afternoon at the Rugby South Showcase. We have are they Lions? What are these? Is that Morris? Morris Lions? Some sort of angry cat.
Some beast.
Fred, are you guys Lions? No, yeah, it's like a lion, the Lion King that got the crown going on. And then we got the Raleigh Cobras. Or is this the Redhawks?
No, this is the Cobras. Yeah, who looked really good in their first match. So this will be a good test for Morris.
Yeah, Morris opened up the day with a convincing win against Chapel Hill in the early going. So it should be two of the better teams in the East facing off.
Got a nice breeze really picking up now, so we'll see how that plays into the game.
Yeah, the sun peaked out a little bit during the first Morris match this morning and tucked its way back behind the clouds, which as the day drags on and the girls play their second game of the day, I'm sure they'll appreciate that a little bit. And there's a significant breeze that's been wreaking some havoc in the lineouts all morning.
Yeah, so this is going to be, again, a good test for Morris, right? Cobras have, really tremendous backlines. I mean, they have good players all around, but their backs are extremely fast, and they really know how to strike the line as well as, exploit the gaps and the overload. So this is going to be a test for Morris to see how their defense really stands up, which, again, for the northern teams, we haven't really been able to get outside, especially against much competition. So it's hard to mimic the defense, especially with a team as good as the Cobras, right? So, again, big test, but Morris is always up for these types of things. So.
Eisenhardt on the whistle in the middle of the field, getting ready to start things off here. And Raleigh's going to be moving from left to right on your screen. Morris has the red sleeves.
Yeah, both sort of black and red. Let's see if Eisenhardt can keep it all under control.
Oh. I'm sure he'll face lots of challenges out there today, but go somewhere. Just plugged in somewhere. All right, we're off. All right. Morris mishandles the opening phase.
Yeah, again, a little bit of pressure from the Cobras. Maybe got the Morris player sort of thinking about the hit or the run after instead of the catch. So unfortunate bobble. So again, this is where now Morris is going to be under test. They're inside their 50, a lot of space on the outside here with some dangerous Cobra backs.
So Wellis with the put in for Raleigh. Play cleanly off the back to the 10. Hard running from the outside center. It's going to go to the inside. They're going to try to push it outside. A little bit of space to the edge. Bounces. The wing takes it in strong. Raleigh shaping up to come back across the pitch. Mishandled. Looks like it went backwards. It did not go backwards. Eisenhardt whistles for the knock forward. And it looks like we're going to take a short break for a couple players that were down. It looks like one of the Raleigh players is down. Hopefully it's just some cramping that's going to happen as a day is warmer and fatigue sets in a little bit.
Yeah, so you already saw sort of the speed with the Cobras. Mikado Myers like really striking hard through. Had to forced Morris to hold the defense a little bit. And they had a nice little wraparound with, I think, the center, or maybe it was the fly half. They didn't quite execute on that last pass out to their dangerous wing. And they were still able to get the ball off the ground and make some good yards. So
there's a lot of moving parts in the back line there, Shane, where you have the inside center cutting in one direction, outside going wide, and makes it hard to defend. And you really have to have your communications at a peak level in order to stop an attack that's coming at you from different directions.
Yeah.
And I don't think that the disadvantage of the matchup that Morris had in the first game and being one-sided is I don't know if their back line was challenged at all. They held the ball on their attack side pretty much the entire game. So this is going to be a real wake-up call for the Morris back line to play some defense.
Yeah, and this is where it's so difficult in practice to try to mimic that, because typically your maybe stronger side is trying to go maybe against maybe a little bit of a weaker offense. So it's really hard with the numbers that most of the teams have to mimic that.
McDonough deals to Rhodes. Weinstein out to the edge, and Raleigh's able to push it out into touch.
Yeah, again, good movement. Was able to create a little space there and get the pressure off. You would have liked to see the wing just, again, try to be a little bit, I know she tried, but be more aggressive in cutting that back, anticipating the sliding defense coming over as you're close to that touch line.
Yeah, in the earlier match, producer Jeff Adamczyk was commenting that the sideline never misses a tackle, and it's the one point that I may agree with him on.
Never.
Only when those touch judge misses those calls, that's about it.
Clean throw goes over the top. Raleigh retains. Taken into contact. Good play on the ball by Morris. Morris turns it over. McNoney deals. Rhodes takes it into contact.
A lot of pressure from the defense there.
Sienna Miller tries to make some space. Drives Raleigh back. Good. McNoney deals. TJ Corin.
Oh, nice.
Offload. Nice clear out by DJ. Creates some space. Olive Rhodes kicks over the top. Lots of space behind. Let's see what the chase does. Rhodes is on her own. Let's see if she can make a stop. Looked like a forward pass, but referee says play on.
Yeah, great vision again by Olive to kick to that space.
Yeah, we were commenting earlier that that's the part of her game that's really developing this season. We saw it down in Tampa, and we've seen it so far today that she's always been a tough player, hard runner, and the kicking game has really developed.
Yeah, we were saying that on the last game. Just the kicking game in general by all teams is just really increased, right? And it's great to see.
That was a great tackle by Scarlett Weinstein for Morris to knock that ball loose and create the knock-on, but it looks like we're going to go back and play a high tackle penalty. The referee was playing advantage.
So assume they're going to kick for touch here to give themselves a little bit more room to work with.
And the wind today has been a little bit of a challenge. A lot of kickers that are sure to find touch have been having some issues, and it's causing a little bit of trouble with the lineouts too, especially the teams that have come down from up north. They really haven't had the opportunity to work on these things because they've been inside. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops throughout the weekend as they get more repetitions under their belt.
This is a first set piece.
Morris retains. Strong tackle by Raleigh.
Yeah, Morris is doing a good job of keeping that ball, keeping possession. So they're doing a good job of rucking.
Scarlett with a strong run. Good support from Morris. Tip pass.
Little.
Spills loose. Looks like we're going to come down and we're going to play at it. Knock on Morris. There's going to be a scrum down to the Raleigh Cobras.
Yeah, unfortunately, Morris again had the momentum there. Just unfortunately, a little unforced error with the pass there and resulted in a knock on. So again, now Cobra has a pretty dangerous attacking platform, scrum center with some dangerous wings and options, whether it's left or right. See what they do here.
And Raleigh runs it out. Looks like it might have been a high tackle. Looks like they got away with it. Raleigh doing a good job of moving the ball forward here. Trying to relieve some pressure from the Morris line speed.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Morris's defense so far.
Yep.
Again, just knowing how dangerous the Cobras are, they've been, I don't want to jinx it, holding them in check so far.
Great play by Rhodes to turn that ball over, make the tackle, and make a play on the ball.
Yeah, she's such a good player.
Yeah, and only a junior. Yeah, looks like we're going to play another knock-on by Morris going into contact there. It's going to be a scrum down to the Raleigh Cobras. Really good back and forth action early on here.
Looks like they need a different ball. Maybe they're not happy with the game ball.
Shameless plug for one of our sponsors. It looks like that we're going to go to a ball provided by Steamroller Rugby Supply. Go to www.steamrollerrugby.com for all your rugby needs. Ask for Wendy, and she will get you the world-class service that you deserve, from kits to gear, balls, jerseys, T-shirts. They have it all except friendly service, unless you talk to Wendy. Steamrollerrugby.com. And thank you to everything that Jeff and Wendy and everybody at Steamroller does for the EGRL. We always have the best kits, and
yeah, super generous as well. Steamroller is supplying the kit for our Doylestown Portugal tour, so they look fantastic. So it's gonna, girls are super excited.
with spies like this, I think the USA is going to be okay here.
All right, it's another attacking platform for the Cobras. Let's see what they can do with it. A lot of space on the left side of the scrum.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts before the scrum comes in here. Let's see what Raleigh comes up with.
Yep.
Wow, excellent run.
And just the speed to get around.
Broke right through the line. It's number 13.
That's not a good feeling for the fullback when you see Nakado with a full head of steam coming at you. That's what we were saying. So, again, super fast, strikes through the line tremendously hard, and it's just that nice little pass. So if you're not really keeping up defensively with your communication on who has what and putting pressure underneath them, then you know it's going to be a long day. So kudos to Morris for keeping up with the defense up to this point. Just one little lapse right there, and Cobras are quick to strike.
Yeah, they had good pressure from a couple players, but they didn't have that connection across the line, and then, Raleigh saw the hole and broke right through it.
Yeah, it's sort of pick your poison, right? If you try to have maybe your fullback or somebody play closer to the line, then they're just going to kick it over your head, right? So that's the advantage of the offense, is they have the numbers, and you need to figure out how you're defensively going to communicate and cover those things. And unfortunately, Morris wasn't able to adjust there, and so now it's. I don't know if they made that kick.
They did not.
Did not. So it's 5-0. Let's see how Morris responds. Unfortunately, not 10. So nobody's done anything with it yet.
Yeah, there
you go.
Referee Eisenhart blows it dead. I guess that's one thing that Morris only had to kick the ball off once in their earlier match today, so they may be a little rusty on their kickoff coverage. I guess that's the downside of not giving up any points in the first match. We'll have a scrum center to restart.
Yeah, so this is now a really big test for Morris again. Attacking platform both on the left and the right-hand side. And pretty dangerous runners, so they need to really come up hard defensively here so it doesn't become a quick 2-0 score.
8-man pick to the near side. Good tackle. Strong carry by the tight head prop. I apologize, folks. I've lost the feed that had our roster, so I'm just going with numbers for right now. A couple faces that are familiar.
That was a nice poach.
Good poach by DJ Corder. Morris takes into contact, resets. Strong run by number 4. Sienna Miller up the middle, strong run.
Yeah, they're really exploiting the A-gaps there.
Yep.
Cobras are just leaving that open, and they've taken 3 now, 4, sort of right through that A-gap and made good yards.
Yeah, it looks like Raleigh's making a conscious effort to spread out and defend rather than contesting the breakdowns.
They have numbers to the left. Morris does a lot of them if they get it out quick.
So, of course, they go right. Is this the frustration that backs feel, Shane? I'm not familiar with the... Ball spills forward. Looks like Raleigh was able to fall on it. They're going to turn it over and come and attack in the opposite direction. Carried by the number 3. Right into contact.
Expect a kick here from the Cobras. There it is.
A clearance kick. Headed to the touch, but it's going to stay in. Let's see if... Oh, it's played by the wing for Raleigh. Ball's loose. Rhodes takes space. A little back and forth. Play on. Looks like Raleigh retains possession. Ball's out. Rhodes makes the tackle. Morris is trying to turn the ball over. Raleigh retains possession, takes it on the far side of the pitch. Creeping up to the sideline.
Yeah, another steal.
Yeah, Morris steals the ball, turns it over.
Yeah,
Here comes the attack in the opposite direction.
Wish they just would get that ball out a little bit quicker because they have the numbers.
Mignoni up the middle. Takes it into contact, pick and go. They get it out to the wing. Put the foot by the wing.
Yeah, not sure I like that. But
aggressive tackle by Rhodes. Raleigh's able to keep the ball in play. A lot of traffic there.
That's where you wish, maybe they keep that ball in hand and just set it up rather than try to kick it.
Exactly.
It didn't really go to space, and there was a lot of Cobras there where they kicked it to. So one of those things that.
Strong run.
Yeah.
Really strong run, taking 3-4 Morris defenders. Options to both sides. Good line speed from Morris to push Raleigh backwards.
Yeah, both sides really, they have the opportunity, and they're slowing the ball down, and that's not advantageous if you're got the defense on your back foot. It's kind of slow getting the ball out. It's allowing the defense to get set back up and not take advantage of some of these good runs and things that are happening.
I think that play was just called. The play was called dead by the referee just as a safety measure. There was a player that was caught at the bottom of the breakdown, and a quick assessment, and we'll restart with the scrum down. And two very different approaches defensively here. You have Raleigh spreading out, whereas Morris is very active at the breakdown to contend. He's playing the ball, taking space, trying to drive over.
Yeah, and it's worked out effectively. They've stolen a bunch of the balls, going in there with that quick poach. What that leads, though, to is if you don't, it leaves some space on the outside, which is exactly
right.
where you don't want the Cobras to have that advantage.
Put her on the mic.
No, all right, we're going to reset with the scrum down to the Raleigh Cobras. Again, folks, I apologize. The computer we have that had the rosters on it has died after 4 matches today, so we're doing our best trying to plug some names in here. This stuff never happens when production O'Brien's in charge of things, so.
Did you try to bang on it? It's always my go-to.
Another strong run up the middle, but Morris was able to stop it there. Great,
much better.
Great tackle by the 12 Scarlet. There's options to the outside, and there goes Raleigh on the outside. Lots of speed.
Yeah, I think Tanner, is her name.
That was a fantastic run for the outside.
Yeah, so that's
Raleigh extends the lead.
That's what you do. Do you make those double tackles, which then lead to the space on the outside? So they did a really good job of tackling Nakado, who was striking hard through, but it sucked in some of those players, and they weren't able to cover the outside. And then you have the really fast wing, Tanner, I believe is her name, and when she got a little bit of space and ball in hand, she's gone. So again, you sort of got to pick your poison defensively on what you want to do to try to counter some of the explosiveness that the Cobras have. So I think they made that, so it's 12-0.
Raleigh extends the lead to 12-0. Midway through the first half here.
2 minutes left.
2 minutes left in the first half.
Yeah, so this is where Morris needs to get some momentum going into the half, right? So either playing really well at a minimum and holding the Cobras off the scoreboard, or more, better, can they get one in and punch one in on their own here at the end to make it a one-score game? It sounded like they said 3 minutes from...
The official time is held by the referee, Mike Eisenhart. Deep kick from Morris, fielded by Raleigh. Raleigh runs out strong. Tackle made by Morris. Multifaceted attack again from Raleigh, coming in different directions. Good pressure from Morris, makes the tackle, secures the ball. Olive Rhodes is over the top. Looks like she stole it. Yep, she did steal it.
I think they got it back, though. Yep.
It's a strong run up the middle there from Raleigh.
Yeah, that was, I don't know the number there, but probably the smallest player on the field.
Yeah.
Super aggressive going. You love to see that.
Yeah, secret is you don't know how small you are sometimes, and just play rugby.
Yeah, that's right. And there's Morris again with work around the tackle to poach that ball or get a penalty.
Yeah, it's definitely great pressure at the breakdown by design from Rhodes, the number 10. Now she's going to kick for touch.
Let's see how the wind affects this. Oh, they're actually going for points. So again, this is a pretty lengthy kick, and with the wind and sort of some goalposts that may be a little bit more narrow than we're used to seeing, but so not an easy kick at all. Oh, she slops.
Looks like she slapped it, yeah. Hard to tell with the naval blockade that's sitting in front of our vantage point here, but
yeah, so that's
trying to work a little more humor into the broadcast. We were a little too serious earlier in the day.
a little bit of momentum shift again for Morris to get on the board. So 12-3, and they get the ball back. So let's see if they can go back down the field and get some more points.
Looks like a minute left in the first half here, per the referee.
So this is where, if you're Morris too, you don't want to give the Cobras anything at the end here. So you got to be smart with the ball, even if you don't get any points. You just don't want to give Raleigh anything to go into the half and extend the lead.
Yeah, Waymire with a great run up the middle. Takes into contact. Morris able to recycle. Going backwards a little bit. Looks like that might have been a
little high.
Maybe. A little high tackle, but here comes Morris, a little disjointed here. Just want to see settle down that attack real quick and try to get some shape.
That's a nice run.
Great run by Scarlett, and another player that is not going to be the biggest on the field, but doesn't play like it. Santa Miller creating some space. Here, Corden, strong run up the middle. She's having a good day. And taking the contact by Morris again. Working the short side of the field. We're going to push back in. Pick and go.
She's by herself, though.
Yeah, she's an isolated runner, but again, you see Raleigh rolls out of the breakdown. They didn't challenge it, which is to their advantage. They're able to cover the next phase, but there may have been an opportunity to turn the ball over.
I don't know if somebody might have got hurt, but Morris was doing a good job. I mean, they were going sort of 5 meters at a time, but they were making their way down the field, keeping possession.
Real contrast in styles. They're just sort of chipping away at it, where Raleigh's got the big hitters that are can hit you in long runs and the explosive play, where Morris is just trying to wear you down and wear you out, and another shot at a penalty kick here maybe.
Yeah. So pretty much a little bit maybe more in front, but probably the same distance as the last kick. So Olive was pretty effective with that one. Let's see if she can do it again and make it a 12-6 match.
Like a rifle range over there?
I hope so.
Don't mind the gunfire in the background there.
Just a little off to the right.
Push it off to the right there. That's the end of the first half for you.
Yeah, so again, Morris has got to feel pretty good. Again, they gave up 2 quick strikes, but for the majority of the game, I think they held them in check. They were doing, I think, what they planned to do, which is play a little bit slower ball, keep possession, really work around the breakdowns. So you got to feel good, even if the score is not necessarily indicative of what Morris wanted. I thought they played really well.
Yeah, I don't know if they have the horses to go toe for toe with Raleigh in terms of speed and and that explosiveness. So, they have to control the ball, wear it down, and maintain possession and just sort of grind away at it. And I think that's where their advantage is to, make this a game.
Yeah, I think they're playing like if Raleigh doesn't have the ball, they can't score, right? So they can keep that possession. Now, can they sort of get some fives across the board? That's where they're going to need to get a couple tries in here and not necessarily rely all on the penalty kicks in the second half if they're going to even come, because Raleigh's just one pass away from scoring, right? So you need to get some of your own tries on the board to sort of make this stay close. But what would you, on the Raleigh side, what's your advice for them?
I really like their approach defensively. It's a little different than most of the teams that we've seen today. We've seen a lot of competition at the breakdown, playing the ball, they're driving over to get space. They're looking to secure their tackles and then just recycle and get into a spot where they can defend the next phase that's coming at them, which, as long as you keep making your tackles, it can be a very effective way to play defense. You won't get the turnovers, but, every time that Morris has to handle the ball, there's a chance that they're going to mishandle the ball. So, you're putting pressure on Morris to make mistakes.
Yeah.
And you're maintaining a lead and, just sort of picking your spot where if there is an errant pass, you strike on the ball, you pick it up, and Raleigh moves so quickly that they can make you pay in a heartbeat to give up points, and they're not taking a lot of chances defensively.
Yep.
And it's a smart way if you got a 12-3 lead at halftime, and you're making Morris beat you or beat themselves.
Right. Yeah, and it's they're very quick they make the tackle and they're out, right? They're not contesting it. So they are playing a little bit wider. I think if they can tighten up that A gap a little bit, it'll stop those easy runs that Morris is getting, that are getting 10 meters at a clip, because they're leaving that A gap open. So maybe just tightening that position up a little bit and still keeping the width, right? Maybe you don't have to contest the breakdowns as much. That's fine. Keep the possession, but don't give those A gap runs up so quickly. But yeah, I mean, they have the speed on the outside to cover. So if they do make those breaks, that their fullback has been tremendous coming up, making the hits. And
you got to be wherever she is on the pitch. And, if you're Morris, you just want to keep pounding those A gaps. You have some bigger players that Raleigh has some matchup problems with. So if you can keep chipping away with those 5-yard runs through the A gaps, it's going to suck in the defense, and there'll be opportunities to go outside.
Yeah, and for Morris, again, I'd like for them, when they have the advantage, to play a little faster, right? So they make the breaks, but then that second phase is kind of slow getting the ball out, and that's allowing Raleigh, who's already fast, right, to get back into position and make it a little bit harder to find those gaps and spaces for the backs to sort of run through. So if they can speed up their transition play a little bit, I think that will benefit Morris a lot. Again, they still have to be able to execute and have the hands and that type of stuff. But I think we haven't really seen Olive make her traditional break through the line. So if we can get that 9 to get that ball into Olive's hands and attack it with some pace, I think they'll see the Cobras defense sort of crack a little bit. Again, they're still tremendous on the Raleigh side with their defense, so it's not going to be an easy thing, but I think that would allow Morris to play a little bit more on the front foot, and again, try to keep Raleigh as much as possible on the back foot, which, as good as they are, that's the one thing that maybe they're not as comfortable playing on the back foot, right? Because they're typically the ones on the front foot. So if you can get them a little bit uncomfortable, then you have a little bit of a better opportunity to do the things that you want to do offensively.
And if you're Morris, you want to come out and get a quick score here in the second half, put a little pressure on Raleigh, because until you make it a one-score game, they do have that freedom to sort of lay back and pick their shots defensively. And
Yeah, and with a 20-minute half, again, that time goes pretty quickly, right?
Yeah.
So you sort of got to have a little bit of urgency if you're on the Morris side to do something pretty quick here, because you don't want 10 minutes to go off the board and you're sort of down by two scores.
All right, Rhodes is set to kick off the second half, and away we go. Much better restart kick that time, not fielded cleanly, bounces. Raleigh takes possession. Strong tackle from Morris, number 21. And Scarlett Weinstein picks it.
Yep, another steal.
Gets into spots where not a lot of players can go and turns over that ball, which is an advantage that she has. Mishandled by Morris. Advantage to Raleigh.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, they had the opportunity.
All right, finds a gap. Fancy footwork around the edge, and here we go with Raleigh with another quick strike.
Yeah, that's, again, sort of what we know could happen.
Yeah.
And she just broke through the line, and then it's just a one-on-one against the fullback. And
yeah, nothing really fancy there. Just a breakdown in the defensive line, that connection, and she sort of used some fancy footwork to get through the gap and exploit it, and put a quick try on the board for Raleigh to extend the lead out to 17-3 early in the second half. The point after makes it 19-3.
yeah, so that's exactly what you didn't want to happen if you're Morris, right? So now you really got the time's not only against you, but you got a really strong side that's on the opposite end looking to continue to put more points on.
Yeah.
So how do you sort of switch that mindset a little bit and really get some momentum shift here is sort of the goal. So it's going to start with this kick and putting pressure, I think, on the Raleigh side and see if they can have their own like little mishandle.
Yeah. And a restart from Rhodes. Just across the 10-meter line, fielded cleanly by Raleigh. Double tackle. Taking the deck. Hard run coming from Raleigh. Another break through the middle. Similar to the last run by Raleigh.
Yeah,
they're going to take it in for another score.
That was a simple just sort of strike through the middle, and Morris wasn't able to sort of make that initial tackle.
And Chen, you were talking at halftime about how, when you're contesting at the breakdown, it does leave an option for there to be space somewhere else.
Yep.
Not necessarily all the ways out wide, but there's going to be some gaps in the defensive connection, and Raleigh's done a fantastic job twice now early in the second half to find that space and exploit it with one-off runs. There's no multi-phase action going on. It's just an athletic player making a strong run.
Yeah,
after attempt is no good.
Yeah, I was going to say, and as coaches, what Raleigh's doing really well is what we always try to do is, hey, just run hard through a gap, right? Just, but so often, players are standing still, catching the ball, then deciding to run. And when you just have that speed initially, it at least puts pressure on the defense. And if anything, it's a sort of an arm tackle. It's never easy. So Raleigh's doing a really good job, as you mentioned.
It's a second or third clean take by that player off the restart, which really sets up a platform for you to be able to attack. You see a lot of times the kicks are mishandled. And
with this wind, and it's sort of like a little lofty kick, those aren't easy.
No. There's another run by Raleigh to the outside. Very strong run. Wow.
Yeah, and I don't know if there was like subs made or if it's the conditioning, but obviously from a Morris perspective, that's three quick tries against. So I'm not sure where the breakdown's happening on the outside, other than Raleigh has really, really great players.
Yeah.
So it's not an easy feat regardless, but
they just have that speed, and we talked about if Raleigh doesn't have the ball, they can't score. All they've done is had the ball the second half, and they've run off 3 scores now. And
Yep.
kick is no good again.
So this is where, again, I know now at this point, it's the score at this side of a game, but this is where you got to see sort of the fight and, who's going to step up. Maybe the outcome is sort of all in hand, but there's still plenty of time left on the clock here, so you got to still play hard and contest. And yeah, Morris catches a little bit of a break with a knock on off of the kick. Again, it's windy conditions. It's a little tough to judge where that ball is going to come. And Morris has a good attacking platform, right around the little in front of the 22 meter at this point. A lot of space on the outside. Let's see what Morris does with it.
Big push from Raleigh. Morris is able to hold. Strong run by Weinstein up the middle. Rhodes in support. Miller with a strong punch. Pick and go.
Yep, up the A gap.
And you noted that's the spot where Raleigh's showing a weakness, and Morris goes again. See if they could just pick and go. 3rd time in a row. Looks like they score the try there.
So again, that's what you wanted to see from Morris at this point, right? Like, hey, maybe they just got 3 quick tries, but can you come down and continue to fight?
Mm-hmm.
And that was just, we're going to bash you up the middle and see if you can stop us. And so good job with Morris, again, doing what they do best, which is strength up the middle and around that breakdown. And sort of, again, Raleigh leaves that space open a little bit more than you'd like to see, and Morris took advantage.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need those players that wear numbers higher than 7 on the field. You just take it right up the gut and score a try.
And now we've just going to drop kicks. Everyone's
why not?
They're like, we don't have time for the tee. We're just going to drop kick.
Folks at home, you just don't understand the cast of characters that's just floating through our tent as we try to broadcast in the most professional manner possible.
All right, so this is again where Morris, right? It's a tough kick, right? You just got the momentum. This is where you gotta make this catch.
Wow, that's a great restart kick, pinning Morris deep in their own territory. And a great chase. Wow, that's textbook how you want to flip the field if you're Raleigh after you give up a try.
Yeah, kick it
Pin
deep.
him deep and run him out of bounds, and now you have a line out and an attacking platform about 15 meters out.
Yeah, and that's where, again, speed is so dangerous, right? You can do those long kicks, and you have the speed to put pressure immediately on that receiver. Where maybe some of the teams with lesser speed, they run through gaps, right? Because your chase isn't putting pressure on. But it worked out again for Raleigh, and unfortunately, again, Moore's player sort of was a little bit too close to the touchline, trying to get around the corner and giving a line out in a good platform for Raleigh to score here.
Raleigh has a low razzle-dazzle here, trying to move the ball to the outside space. Great job holding that ball into contact and not making an offload that would have possibly gone wrong. Got a whistle. Penalty is going to be rewarded to Raleigh. Raleigh goes quick up the middle.
Yeah, it's been a pretty clean game. There haven't been too many penalties, which is good to see.
Held up by Morris. Going to come out for a goal line dropout.
Yeah, are they going to go quick here or not? Yeah, I would have liked to seen them try to maybe, again, put a little bit more pressure and just kick it deep while they're, Raleigh's going backwards.
Yeah.
They sort of allowed them to get set up.
Yes, 5 meter scrum.
Probably about 5 meters left.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fantastic job.
So a little.
This might be the second time I've said something nice about him today, but a great job by referee Eisenhardt to get confirmation. The goal line dropout was kicked directly into touch, which is not good if you're the kicking team. So instead of a line out, the result of a directly kicked goal line dropout is a 5 meter scrum to the receiving side. So Raleigh's going to have a great attacking platform here with a scrum from 5 meters out. Fantastic job. It's hard to say something nice about Mike and a referee at the same time, Shane. So it's.
I know you had a hard time getting that out.
I know that some of our EGRL colleagues that aren't with us this weekend would have had difficulty with a situation like that. Strong run from Raleigh again. There's the speed numbers to the outside.
Yeah, a little loop on the inside, and then just not an effective pass to the outside strike runner, but they still have possession.
They're set up pretty well coming back in the other direction if they want to.
Again, another good steal from Morris in the breakdown.
Pick and go by Scarlett. Big cleanup by DJ Quarter. Strong run by Miller. Morris has some space wide if they can get the ball out. Mishandled in the middle of the field. It's going to slow that down. A couple bodies all over.
Oh. That was a good vision with that kick, just not maybe where she wanted it to go. Probably a little bit deeper would have been where she wanted to try to get that kick.
Excellent kick, and she's not able to stay in bounds along the sideline here.
Yeah, it was a nice little try there, kick through. She was sort of isolated anyway, so it was a good attempt, and just took a little bit of a bad bounce. Otherwise, she was gonna.
If you have a comfortable lead, you have the opportunity to take some chances with that. Try to be creative, and
we have a couple people.
They drive coaches crazy, but sometimes the players still want to have fun when they're playing and be dynamic. And
Should be about 2 minutes left.
roughly 2 minutes left in the match here with Raleigh out with a comfortable lead.
Yeah, unfortunately, we got a little bit of an injured player that's getting some attention right now, so it's a little stop in the action.
Again, I apologize. The software that we used to have, the rosters, is locked out, and the password is held by the man with the whistle in the middle of the field. So we apologize for not accurately having the names. Not that.
Did you try password?
The play-by-play people in these broadcasts ever accurately identify the players that are on the fields, but
Brian Melody is awesome.
I don't know if I hate Doylestown. And does that work on everybody's computer, or are those just the ones we have in West Carolina? I don't know, Shane. Maybe not at your pace. We kid because we respect around here at the EGRL. At least until Shane's on the field again and we can start talking about him. We're back underway. Here comes Morris with the attack. baseline break.
Yeah, just again a little slow.
There's a lot of space, but
yeah. So again, good vision by Olive. I think she wanted that ball to go a little bit more in the corner than where it went, and unfortunately, it gave. I believe that was the fullback potentially. An opportunity to kick back, and she found space to sort of relieve some of that pressure that Morris was putting on him. And at this point, again, Morris can't really afford to slow the clock down.
Yeah.
So they got to keep possession, see if they can get a score in here.
there's a shifty run from Rhodes. Great footwork, broke 3-4 tackles.
Yeah, we were waiting for that.
Yeah.
And she's had 2 now in the past. I think. Yeah,
She
at some
had
point
3 in the match earlier this morning.
Yeah, you gotta get the ball into your playmakers' hands.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like it was a clean poach by the Raleigh player. Not rolling away is the call, penalty to Raleigh.
Yeah, again, Morris is making breaks. It's just you want that ball to be a little bit quicker, right? Which means your support needs to be there, your 9 needs to be there. That was a nice take.
Strong tackle, wow. Another one, gee. I think that was the 12 for Raleigh.
The referee's got to play an advantage right now, so.
Yeah, ball's going forward, but not enough to offset the advantage, so we'll play the penalty back to Morris.
Looks like they're going to choose to go for a line out.
Kick to touch. We'll get a line out inside the 10-meter line. It was interesting the first match today. There was a razzle-dazzle play off the front jumper where they went to the inside the 5-meter channel. I'd be interested in see if they go back to the well with that or if they go to the patented Morris driving maul off a line out that's in close quarters that they've been running for years.
And that's the way I would be thinking too, is that this is a maul situation, which again you'd love to see that more in sort of the high school game. So they go back inside.
That's the play they had success with earlier this morning. Raleigh sniffs it out.
So Raleigh's doing a good job defensively.
Yeah, looks like Charlie Warrior in the corner.
But yep, Morris continued to fight and got it down.
Can't tell who's at the bottom of that pile.
Yeah, and so again, you got hit pretty quickly with a barrage of tries from Raleigh, and now Morris is, continued to fight. I think they got the last 2, maybe.
Yeah, I believe so.
So they're continuing to battle, and that's all you can ask for at this point, right? Keep playing hard, and
yeah, Raleigh's once again a strong side. Morris is on a rebuilding side that I believe is going to have a good season. Probably stronger. The kick's going to be no good as they get a little more time outside and get that continuity going. Had two matches. They were favorably matched up against Chapel Hill earlier this morning, and the Raleigh Cobras are a strong side. So it's good to get that experience on a trip like this. You play a good, team that builds a little confidence, and then you get one that's going to challenge you. And, it sort of helps you measure where you're at when you're going back north and looking to open up your season.
Oh, nice snag out of the air. DJ?
That looked like DJ offloaded the Scarlet.
But
good coach. 13's had a very strong game for Raleigh.
Yeah, that's Nakato. She'll be playing at Dartmouth next year.
Who isn't? Now, was she on the South Panthers team down in Tampa?
She was, yes.
A very strong South Panthers team. I believe a number of the
she played.
The Raleigh girls were on.
She's playing 13 here today as well. But extremely fast strike runner, physical.
Yeah, they were very physical and fast side. Much improved South Panthers side at the territorial championship.
So maybe not the most effective kick again, not probably where they wanted that kick to go, but it found touch.
That was a long kick.
Yeah.
In yardage covered at least. But Morris will retain the...
Yeah, you don't typically see them go for this side of the field when they're on that third of the field to start, so...
Slowly developing line out.
Yeah, it looked like nobody knew what was going on. They're waiting for a whistle or something.
They were lulling them to sleep. Clearance kick, handled cleanly. See what Raleigh can... Yeah, so we're breaking the action here. And definitely the kicking is the next phase of it. I'd say, both of our daughters, started at the high school level around the same time 4 or 5 years ago, and the breakdown was the evolution of the game.
Yeah.
And the speed of the breakdown now compared to what it was 5 or 6 years ago, incredible. Now kicking is developed, and I'd say Nola's at the front of the line when it comes to box kicking and kicking for territory and all those things. That's really, really taken the game to the next level. It looks like that's going to be the end of things. We're close enough towards the end of the game. We're still dealing with a player that's down on the field, so that'll be the conclusion. It's going to be
29-15.
Raleigh's going to take the victory.
29-15.
29-15. So we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back in about...
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Jeff Adamczyk, and I'm joined with Brian Melody.
The combination that EGRL fans have been dying for
Yes.
4 years.
Yes. So
Finally.
So if the screen goes blank, the FCC got us. Sorry. We'll apologize in advance.
Shout out to Production O'Brien would never let this happen.
He would
Thank God
not.
we have Mike Eisenhart in charge this weekend.
Yes.
So
Mike
the
Eisenhart put
most
us
exciting combination
on this
in
broadcast.
girls high school rugby. I really think that the Navy guys really want some airtime. They've been
I think
hovering
they do.
around our tent all afternoon.
They do.
Snacks. Shout out to Coach Burr from Navy, who, if you were watching the 10 a.m. match this morning, fielded a beautiful kick while holding a clipboard in his other hand. It was the most athletic thing I think I've seen all afternoon.
He is the most athletic coach of the day so far.
Unbelievable.
So we have Downingtown here. They're on the right side of your screen in navy blue. And then we have, I forgot.
Chapel Hill.
Oh, Chapel Hill, that's right. So it's Chapel Hill's a mix of, no, they're not, never mind.
Yeah, they definitely, they're well represented from across several of the sides. And
Yep. So Chapel Hill's in the horizontal stripe, bumblebees. It's been a beautiful day here if you're just joining us.
yeah, Chapel Hill had a tough outing this morning against Morris in the opening match. And Downingtown had a tight victory over the Maryland combined side.
And we'll have to apologize because we don't have rosters for the teams. So, oh, maybe we do. Hold on a second. My bad.
And it's a great steal from McGettigan for Downingtown. Runs it up the far side. Strong carry from Downingtown. As Jeff works on getting some names. Downingtown attacks on the edge, cuts back inside, into contact. And it looks like we're going to play the knock forward. First scrum down of the day with Chapel Hill to put in. Chapel Hill, a newer program in the North Carolina setup.
So we played Downingtown earlier today. So played a pretty good game.
Traditional power in Rugby, Pennsylvania in the EGRL.
Good change of direction and head upfield.
That's another poach by McGettigan, who is the number 10 for Downingtown, coming off a fantastic performance down in Tampa at the territorial championships earlier in the year. She had a real star for the Eastern Storm, really.
She had a heck of a weekend. It was offside, so Chapel Hill is kicking for touch.
Yeah, called into action. Normally, scrum half was her previous position. She was called into action to play fly half because of an illness on the Eastern Storm side, and she stepped in and was a real shining star for the Eastern Storm side that went down and impressively won the territorial championship last month. And this Downingtown side has graduated a lot of players last year. Many of them are playing at some of the best colleges in the NYRA. They're well represented up at Brown and Westchester. So they have a younger side that's out there today, and McGettigan's a junior, and she'll be the leader on the team. She's trying to bring along some of this younger talent to fill the shoes of everyone that graduated in the
Jaden Henna
last spring.
Throwing in for Chapel Hill.
Fielded cleanly. Comes a run up the middle from Chapel Hill.
Chapel Hill's white numbers are a little difficult to see. It's a nice tackle. Ooh. A little bit of a forearm shiver on that one. I think it was Jaden. Nice offload.
Yeah, well handled, change of direction, nice.
She's got some good moves on her.
Good offload. Might have been a tad forward. Yeah, it is tough to see the numbers on this Chapel Hill side.
It's kind of an understatement, actually.
Jeff, as many of these matches go to a streaming platform or they're carried on television, in your professional opinion, what would be a great way to highlight the visibility of the numbers, not only for spectators watching online, but in the stands?
Yeah, that would be not white on white and black.
Going to the experts at a known commodity like Steamroller Rugby Supply would be able to get you situated with the best jerseys available.
I will remain neutral on that one. Although leaning a certain way.
Fine, you can call John at Rugby Imports and he'll hook you up with Just kidding. Love you, John.
That would actually, yeah.
Miss you guys. We'd love to have you come back to North Carolina.
Tierra throws in. It's Abby with the ball. Abby McGettigan. Nice run by Faye Colombo. Abby's got it again. Nice. Nice flip. Nice offload.
Downingtown doing a nice job stretching the field, making Chapel Hill cover around the ground defensively. Unfortunately, they took it out of bounds on the far side.
As we
Pesky
talked about,
sideline making another tackle.
I just what I was about to say.
They never missed a tackle. Is that
Damn
right,
sideline.
Good.
Try to teach your wings to take a step out and step back in. Do they listen? Not really. Good defense by Downingtown. Ooh, that's one you just want to keep. Instead of flipping it off like that.
McGettigan does a nice job spinning the ball to the outside. Strong carry.
Downingtown's pretty limited to one side of the field. About 3/4 of their team's on the left side. They're going to move it out. It's a good keep. Probably would have just took it to the ground, but. Chapel Hill's doing a pretty good job of stopping them.
Strong run by McGettigan. Downingtown's on the doorstep. Looks like the ball's whistled dead. May have been a hands-in violation against Chapel Hill. Downingtown's going to go quick, and it looks like they went in for the score.
Did you see who got what number got that?
5-0 lead.
I think it might be a Kayla.
Yeah, I believe it was number 16.
Kayla tells.
Another veteran from the Downingtown side. She's been around for a couple
Yeah.
of years, a strong runner. Really hard to bring down. She's in the first match of the day that she was carrying several Maryland players along the pitch with her.
She graduates this year, so looking forward to see where she goes.
And McGettigan taking on the kicking duties. Her older sister is at Brown right now, playing wing. Another veteran of the EGRL select sides. A strong player at Downingtown.
And off to the left.
Her father running the touch judge position. It's a family business for the McGettigans.
Hi, Abby, if you're watching this.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody up at Brown, they're probably doing smart stuff, or maybe on spring break. Maybe in an island somewhere hanging out and tuning in to watch our broadcast, Jeff.
Hi, Mike.
How are you?
Good, how are you? Are we commentating?
Sophie Fennell is going to be kicking off for Chapel Hill.
Right up the middle.
It's Faye Colombo with the return on the kick.
Looks like it may have been knocked on in the contact. The scrum down to Chapel Hill.
Virginia Outcast coach Pat Morin on center.
He's looking cool in the shades out there.
Yeah.
I have to say the referees have done a fantastic job today. Eisenhardt included. Pick up off the back by Chapel Hill. Nice offload.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of nice offloads. Well, that's fall sevens paying off, I guess.
I'm not sure when they play their sevens in the
Oh,
North
yeah, good
Carolina
point. That is a good point.
area.
Whoa.
Whether I think they can play close to year round down here.
I don't like seeing those passes over the head.
No. Strong tackle from Downingtown.
It was Faye.
Starting to see that defensive line speed and connection coming up that puts the pressure on Chapel Hill. All right, play was blown up for safety. I hate to once again compliment the referees, but they've done a great job today in shutting down play when players are in danger, and that's what is foremost importance anytime that the players are on the pitch, but especially this early in the season, you don't want to see dangerous play, and the referees are really taking control and shut down play if there's a situation where you get a player in trouble. So at least they're getting that right, Jeff. What do you say?
Well, especially this early in the season, because for a lot of them, this is the first time seeing any rugby or live rugby.
There's hope for us in the Mid-Atlantic that we're going to switch the clocks this weekend. There may be sunlight and green grass and high tides, all that stuff.
Yeah, for all you folks up north, it's supposed to be a balmy 81 degrees down here today.
Yeah,
not that we're
they're
rubbing
doing
it
all
in.
right. They're just like watching the mud dry.
Sort of funny, on the drive down here, it was 56 up to about Richmond. No, 46 up to Richmond. And then the rest of the way over here, wherever we are.
Greensboro.
Greensboro.
Been to Greensboro. We'll be here all weekend.
Oh, okay. So in Greensboro went from, Richmond to Greensboro went from 46 to 70. Now we're on our way up to the 80s.
Isn't this a more relaxing way to spend a Saturday afternoon? If you were back home, you'd probably be getting beat up by some 25-year-old kid playing a D4 rugby match this afternoon, Jeff.
Some of us don't know how to retire.
Well, you said it.
I know. I've tried retiring for about 15 years now. It's hard. Which is a nice segue to say that we hope that all these girls continue to play in college and then beyond that. That's why we do what we do.
Building lifelong clients at Steamroller Rugby.
Or that too. That's also an option.
You sell supporter cut too, don't you?
Yes. We sell all forms and fits for all types of people.
Many teams have their own club store at Steamroller?
A lot. That'd be a few. Probably about 1,000.
Got an idea? Give Wendy a call and she'll design something for you.
Wendy will not design. And a little knock on for Chapel Hill.
Finding out how the sausage is made. So we're going to have scrum down.
Yep, so Chapel Hill knock on, so scrum to Downingtown.
Coming up after this one, we're going to have Doylestown and Wando W from South Carolina.
Ooh, that's a messy. Yep, there you go. So Pat blows it up because of safety.
Yeah, definitely these teams that are coming down from the north, you can almost guarantee they haven't had much work on the set pieces and the scrums, and you just want to be extra careful. You don't want anybody picking up an injury this early in the season that's going to linger. And after Doylestown and Wando, we'll have the Maryland combo side taking on the Raleigh Redhawks.
Nice.
Great fend. Another one.
It's Lucy, yep. Accidental offside, so ball goes to Downingtown.
I don't believe the Chapel Hill player expected that ball to strike her at that velocity as she was trying to make her way back on.
Very surprised.
I think it even caught the referee by surprise because I think she was so far offside that he wasn't expecting. He was ready to call the knock on until he realized that it was not actually an attacking player that was struck with the ball in such a fashion. Let's see what Downingtown can do with the put in on the line out. Cleanly taken. Acrobatic play by McGettigan. Good hard run.
Jakara. Ooh. Awkward contact moment over there.
Now the sun's come out. It's made it a little warmer down here in Greensboro.
That will definitely give the southern teams an advantage, I would think, because even...
Does the sun shine in Downingtown? Sure. I don't think I've ever been there on a sunny day.
I'm sure Oliver would say...
we've ever been to, it has rained in Downingtown.
That is true. Oliver would say he's
lovely facilities,
sunshine.
And it's always under a rain cloud.
Maybe they schedule it that way.
And the lovely neighbors that you can't kick the ball into the backyard because the dogs will get you.
It always makes me think of that movie. What's that?
The Sandlot.
Yes, The Sandlot. That dog. Chapel feed. Fluttering kick that didn't go very far. I mean, Chapel Hill's done a nice job of holding strong.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're playing a much stronger match than they did earlier today. And I do know they have some guest players from different clubs, so they're taking a little time to gel, get a little continuity going.
Nice offload by Abby to a knock on.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching McGettigan play in the earlier match and then in this one where she's really taken over as that field general, controlling the pace of play, making the players around her better. We've talked a lot all weekend about Olive Rhodes for Morris and Nola Flynn for Doylestown that play similar roles, where they're just such smart players that have so many different weapons, and they make everybody around them better, and that really helps their individual programs and the individual players that are around them. That's a good run.
It's a try by
solid replay guy by our producer. Mike Eisenhart hits the replay and nailed it. Just nailed it. Is there anything you can't tell?
Did you see the number by chance? Because I didn't see the number.
Who's number 8?
Oh, pretty good strike. Just a little off to the left, I think.
It's interesting to see the unnamed college coaches moving from tent to tent. Not sure if they're scouting for players or if they're just looking for the best snacks that are available. We're not naming any names or throwing anybody under the ship.
As we shouldn't.
Because you never know when they want to have us come hang out at their place. They got cool boats. Take off the restart by Downingtown.
It's Tiara. It's a good catch and run.
Good line break.
Is that Lucy?
I think she's through.
Nope. Not Lucy. That is Brianna Hanlon.
Good run. Great line break, takes it in for the score.
That's a good movement. Good movement through the back line too.
Yeah.
It looks smooth. one of the things during our warm-up, I was telling the girls to pass out in front so you can run through the ball as opposed to catching in the body. And that was the perfect example. Downingtown backline just passing out in front, letting the players run into it.
Yeah, I say Downingtown's playing a much cleaner game this time than they did in the first match, and you can see them getting better as the day goes on, and that's what you really want to see when you come down for a weekend like this. Point after attempt was low. That'll take us to halftime. With Downingtown ahead 10-0 over Chapel Hill.
Mike, can you take somebody to sum me in?
So if you haven't mentioned it, we're playing 20-minute halves with a 5-minute halftime.
Or as needed by the...
Or as needed, if the referees decide to play longer.
Back to work. Ready on the cameras.
I got jumped a little too far.
Bake?
All right, we're going to get back to it. Welcome amateur producer DJ Corden from Morris, who second time doing this. So we have Brian and I will make sure this thing potentially gets flagged by the FCC, and then DJ will somehow keep this together. So currently we have a high school producer trying to keep Brian and I online.
Two morons from saying something stupid. Good luck with that, DJ.
Yeah. Good luck, DJ.
You might have the hardest job in the history of the internet. A programming note here. It looks like the referee stopped by at halftime, and both teams have picked up some injuries, so they're going to drop down to 10 players aside.
5-person scrums. Yeah, 5-person scrums. Pretty much the same, just more space.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to play proper 10s. They're just going to play 15 rules with 10 players aside, with the adjustment for the scrums.
But I do love playing some 10s. It's fun.
It's like the middle ground for hefty guys to play 7s.
Yes.
It's a heck of a strike on the reset kick.
Sophie Fennell got a little bit of a tough pass to the catch there, and at least settled it down a little bit.
A little space to
That's
the
a nice little
outside.
break.
There goes Chapel Hill. Again, giving chase.
Ooh. It's a nice run. So I think Downingtown hadn't adjusted playing 10s yet and gave Chapel Hill the outside.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an adjustment, especially I'd say defensively more so than in attack, because when you're playing 15s, you can sort of you don't have to match up as precisely as you do in when you get down to 10s. There's more grass to cover and more opportunities to find space and take advantage of it and create opportunities, as you saw Chapel Hill do on the outside there. You also have to be careful with the kick is good for Chapel Hill. You also have to be careful with how many players you commit to the breakdown. If you're in 15s, you may have 1 or 2 people in the tackle, or trying to play the ball, win the ball at the breakdown, and that's just going to create more space to the outside, and smart players will move the ball to space and take advantage.
Yeah, it's sort of an interesting adjustment to play first half 15s and then second half 10s, because same game, they're essentially different. So
especially after playing a game earlier in the day.
Yeah,
So
true.
this is the third half for especially on the Downingtown side. I don't believe they've had many players. A couple players that were down in Florida with the select side, but this is their first taste of rugby. So 10s is more running, and
Sophie Fennell had received the ball.
good job by Downingtown to play through the breakdown and turn the ball over. McGettigan's got numbers to the edge. Good offload. McGettigan's going to go to the outside.
It's a good play by Eva Marie, and then Abby got it and took it in for the score.
Can't say enough good stuff about her. She's one of the rising stars in the league, and one of the top juniors to watch across the, as these college coaches are doing their recruiting. She's got all their attention right now.
I need to give a shout out to, could not see her number the first half, but Nina Michelle, Breon Bogan, who's a senior, playing for Chapel Hill. Had some really nice runs in the first half.
Yes.
Now that she's closer, you can see that actually see her number.
Point after is good. So that extends Downingtown's lead to 17-7. About 15 minutes left in this match. And again, we dropped down to 10 players aside for those watching at home and wondering why there's so much space available on the pitch.
Or where everyone went. Either one.
Hope everybody's having a great Saturday afternoon. Thank you for joining us, being a part of our Rugby South showcase. Big breakaway right off the restart by Akela. Great pass to the outside. Is that a straight ball in the middle of the field? Or am I hallucinating? Oh, great job by the referee to kick the stray ball back off the pitch. As Downingtown moves to the outside. He's unbelievable. Great offload from Magedigan.
Aaron Mordowski.
Mordowski's headed to Sacred Heart, I believe, in the fall.
It says here New Haven.
New Haven?
Yeah.
It's in New Haven. Sorry, Sacred Heart.
Yeah.
She's going to New Haven. That's what she's going to say. Can't rely on some of the data that's provided by.
We can only do what we can with the tools we have.
We'll blame the producer.
Yeah, DJ. Your fault.
Good job, DJ.
You're supposed to keep us in line. Whatever. DJ is doing fine.
She's going to go to college in Connecticut.
DJ is doing fine unless you're seeing blurry screens and...
No, blurry screens are the camera.
Point after was good, making it 24-7 by Downingtown. And I'd say if the cameras are blurry, Eisenhart plugged in every one of them. Every wire that's here moving from a pile of twisted spaghetti to the fantastic operation that you've been enjoying all day here.
Until now. Until this game. We are all amateur producers, announcers, camera people, and I think we do a pretty good job. Good take to the ground. I mean, the good thing about 10s is you get a nice little blend of forwards crashing the ball and spin out to the backs.
Enough area, so we've seen a couple forwards make some line breaks. And
Chapel Hill's doing a nice job. They have a good defensive spread.
Yeah.
And Downingtown's just trying to pick them apart a little bit.
I think sometimes 10s is easier when you're, a side that don't normally play together. It's, a little more athleticism and less system-based, so it doesn't matter if...
And that was a little break, but Chapel Hill did a good job covering it.
We'll come back and play the advantage. Offsides against Chapel Hill.
Offsides. Yeah.
By Chapel Hill?
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying.
Yes, I was watching. I'm sorry, folks.
Stuck in an echo chamber here.
Well, it's DJ producer.
Yeah.
His fault is not correcting.
Our show notes are lacking.
We have notes.
Blew away.
True. Yeah, folks, if you can't hear it, we're starting to pick up some wind. Incrementally, actually.
It's a beautiful, sunny, windy day here. And
it is. It's lovely.
Is this considered northern North Carolina? Do you get directional when you're living in a state that already got a direction on it?
don't know. They were talking on the radio about how the South doesn't really start in North Carolina, and North Carolina is sort of like a pit stop.
I don't know. On the drive down 81, I think the
Folks,
South.
I did not say it. People from North Carolina, I did not say that. It said on the radio.
The South started once you got through JMU and went to Buc-ee's, I'll tell you that much.
You've got me very excited about stopping at Buc-ee's on the way home.
That you would
That was
drive
a good line out.
2 hours out of your way?
Yes, I will.
It'll be worth it. See, it's all about life's experiences, Jeff.
That was an excellent lineup by Downingtown. Good
Moving
offload.
the ball. Oh, crunching tackle. Oh, another one.
Lucy just got that pass up a little too late.
Chapel Hill made a quick change there. Oh boy. See a little bit of hesitation in some of the younger players that are out on the pitch. The quicker they get through that phase of their development, the better off they'll be as players.
Looks like a little bit of confusion there. It's like earlier when it looked like everybody was expecting a whistle and it never happened. Ooh,
awesome.
That's a nice tackle.
Tackle by McGettigan.
Oh, good Lord.
Getting a little congested in the middle of the field here. Referee comes in and takes control. Quick tap and go by Chapel Hill.
Oh, that's a nice run.
Good breakout. Good chase by Downingtown. Will she have enough? Does she have enough to make it? No. Good pick and go.
That was a nice play by Chapel Hill. It might have been Ana Scott Benson. I think that's a 9. Sorry, folks. These numbers are hard to read.
Oh.
Well, and there, Abby just
It looks like the referee wanted to recognize McGettigan for her stellar play with the yellow card for the professional foul there.
Abby has done it all this game, including getting a yellow card. I would assume for a high tackle.
Yeah, I'm sure. Looks like her father's giving her a little talking to as she heads for the sideline, and probably was the only way that Coach Snow would get her off the field would be if she was shown the pocket. It'll be interesting to see how Downingtown plays the next 5 minutes without her, because she is the true leader on the pitch and has things going and in the right direction, both on attack and defensively. One of those teachable moments you have as coaches, right, Jeff?
I mean, it doesn't hurt to get a card every once in a while.
Don't coaches love teachable moments?
Oh, of course. I don't know that Abby's much of a card getter, I would think.
That's back when she was a scrum half, Now that she's
in the old days.
Finely tuned fly halves. Fly halves don't do things like get cards. When she was a scrum half, that maybe.
So this is interesting.
You got to give Downingtown credit. A strong program traditionally from Pennsylvania, the boys' side, the girls' side, up straight into the club team, and strong affiliations with a lot of the local college sides up there.
Host their fall sevens tournament.
Yep. They've been around for decades. I believe they're headed over to Ireland. Is that correct?
They are.
For the Easter break.
They are. There's a lot of teams. So I've been doing rugby stuff for about 22 years now. And this is by far the most teams I've ever seen go on tour. I'm taking a team to Italy. Then Doylestown's going to Portugal.
Correct.
Downingtown's going to Ireland. Let's see who else. It's a bunch of boys teams. Gonzaga down in D.C. is going to New Zealand. University of Maryland women left yesterday. No, wait, no. They leave next week. Next week for Portugal. Wharton men went to Argentina. Who else?
To me, it's like a Dr. Seuss book. The places
you
will go playing
Exactly.
rugby. I was talking to one of the coaches that was going to go do some scouting in the islands over the next couple of days.
Oh, that's right. Montgomery Bucks is going to Curacao.
Not sure if they're going to see any rugby or what you're actually scouting over there. But any recommendations on which tent has the best snacks at the Rugby South Showcase? Anything that we need to go out of our way to find? Equal opportunity snackers they are.
Speaking of DJ, as a producer, that should be your job, is to get us beverages and snacks.
We're much better lubricated when Steph's the talent
Exactly.
for these things. Shout out to our guy Steph up at Morris.
Probably got about 5 more minutes left of 10s. That is normally 10 minutes, but they're playing 20.
Yeah, we could all, the places you could go. We could just have a where's the EGRL production and talent this weekend.
Oh, that's true.
We're spanning the globe.
They're at home listening and critiquing us in our presentation and DJ's camera work. Production of camera work.
They'll break down. It's going to be a penalty for not releasing it. Looks like the yellow card has been completed. McGettigan's going to get to come back out on the pitch after her 5-minute timeout.
Made to touch.
Eisenhardt on the camera now. Is there anything that he can't do?
He is the McGettigan of the EGRL.
He can set up a production. He can rock a pink shirt.
He gives out yellow cards, doesn't receive them.
Well, I think there's video footage that maybe you have to go in the archives and you may be able to find something that.
Oh, yeah.
If the trusty production O'Brien's not on the broadcast, he makes things go away. See what Chapel Hill can do here. I'd like to see them score a try end the day on a high note.
They had that nice run around the outside.
Good run through the middle.
There we
go.
Ask and you shall receive.
Could you get there?
Pick and go. Nice little pick and go would be great right now.
Downingtown draws a great penalty for not releasing. And off goes McGettigan. And McGettigan is a ball hawk. Any penalty, she's got her hands on the ball as soon as the referee makes the call, and she's ready to go, and she's going to push the pace.
I think Chapel Hill's got an opportunity to get the ball back and just spin it, like maybe do a crash and then pop it to the outside. They should be good and be able to get around the corner.
Yeah, Downingtown's been pretty aggressive at the breakdown. It's sucking some defenders in. There should be some space for them to find to the outside.
I think Chapel Hill's doing a nice job defensively now.
Yeah, I agree. They're getting better throughout the day, which is good. Go to the front jumper.
I would probably guess not 5.
Not 5, not straight. Those
Pick
little
one.
pesky things that the referees are carrying on about these days.
Chapel gets the ball back. What would work nice right now would be a nice little pass and loop. So
yeah,
get down the line a little bit and then pass it off, and at least somebody loop around. Because a nice bit of space over here on this left side. And they have the winner at their back if they have a kicker. And blow it for something. Not straight. So not straight in the tunnel, I guess.
Now, this is embarrassing.
What, that we have no snacks and drinks?
No, the medical attention that's being paid in the back of the tent here. All those big muscles, and can't tear a piece of tape.
It's embarrassing. Chapel refeeds. Well, the scrum half saved it, but
Yeah, I'm not really sure that was. No, it was not legal. And there goes Madigan with the quick tap again, and off she goes.
it's a good pursuit by Chapel Hill.
Yeah, great work by Chapel Hill to get back and tackle Madigan twice there. Lots of space the other side. Try to Downingtown.
Usually I don't like that seeing that sideways run, but it happened to work that time. So Raleigh pretty close to, yeah, we're at 40 minutes. So
See, if you're Downingtown, you got to be happy with your performance on the first day of the showcase. 2 victories. Chapel Hill played better, much better, I believe, in the second match today than they did this morning against Morris. So they're trying to connect on some things and just play better rugby, which is all you can ask.
I mean, they definitely have some talent.
Yeah,
and something to build off of. Definitely, I think they did well.
Gadigan's kick is going to be wide left, and I think that's the final whistle. So your final score is going to be Downingtown 29, Chapel Hill 7.
It's been a pleasure, folks. I'm assuming we're still on the air, so the FCC didn't shut us
We
down?
didn't break anything?
I guess not.
Eisenhart can, be happy that we didn't do anything too offensive. DJ produced. We got Wahinis from Wando coming up against Doylestown in just a couple of minutes.
Yep.
So stay tuned, folks.
7 minutes.
Go top off your drinks, and we'll have some more rugby for you in 5 minutes. And we're back for the 3 o'clock tilt. 2 more games left this afternoon here at the Rugby South Showcase. In the green and yellow, we have the Dragons of Doylestown. In the white tops, we have the Wahinis from Wando down in South Carolina. Nola Flynn with the kick to get us started, not fielded cleanly, and here comes the pressure from Doylestown.
Yeah, big tackle by, looks like Allie Beck. Looks like penalty against Doylestown for offsides. It'll be they'll take the tap, or they're gonna kick for touch. Oh, she was able to keep it in. Not sure who that player is. That was really good heads up work. They're gonna call it a knock on though.
Doylestown was impressive earlier this morning in their victory against the Raleigh Redhawks. And Wando was on the short side of a decision against the Raleigh Cobras, I believe. Doylestown did a really nice job of mixing up their lineup, getting a lot of inexperienced players, younger players mixed in with, their veterans that are, some of the best in the business.
Yeah, it looks like a big scrum for Doylestown. They had a big push, but big tackle by Nola Flynn on a pass out. Wando's moving the ball really well to the outside. Looks like number 12, big run. Another penalty to Doylestown for diving in. They're going to kick to touch once again. This one made it out of bounds. We're doing our best here without a roster right now, so.
Struggle's real, DJ. This is the conditions that we're made to work under are some of the worst in the industry.
Yeah.
Like there's, we're on the front lines here, and we're only as good as the data. Only as good as the data.
I think it's just the internet at this point.
Production
It's like
Eisenhower,
Ali-
I think's over here checking his fantasy basketball team. I don't know what's going on.
Allie Beck was able to hit that ball and steal it. Looks like number 19 making a breaking run for Doylestown. Vivian Foley, she's a freshman. Good work getting the ball out. Slicing run there. Looks like, and that'll be the first score of the game. Doylestown looks like.
Kayla Robinson.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really great work, just getting the ball out fast. They made sure it just didn't stay in anyone's hands longer than maybe a couple seconds. Really worked on pulling the Wandos in.
Yeah, we talked in the earlier match a lot about, what type of player Nola Flynn, who's getting set to take the point after here, is, and, how she hurts you in so many ways. I think she made 2 passes there that covered 3/4 of the field, all on her own to, just spread the ball and make it really hard to defend for Wando.
Yeah, you can't ask her, where do you want me to stand? How far can you pass? Because she'll say, keep going.
Yeah.
I don't think she has a range. I think it's infinite. Kick looks good. So that'll be Doylestown up 7-0.
A good start by Doylestown. DJ, you've played Doylestown a million times over the years, and
I have.
What's it like playing against a side that's so strong? They can beat you in so many different ways and have so many talented players. What's your game plan again going up against them?
I think it's really hard to have a game plan with so many incredible players like Bridget McGonigal, who has the ball right now. She'll take the ball at you and not stop running. Or Allie Beck right there. It's really hard to come up with a game plan. it's so hard to play against a team that just has so much heart for the sport. Every number 1 through 15. Looks like Leah Capola with the
ruined a 50-22 opportunity for Doylestown there. So I guess the secret is to let Doylestown get in the way of Doylestown there.
Yeah.
Because Nola Flynn had a nice kick over the top there that was headed for touch inside the 22-meter line that would have resulted in a line out going back to Doylestown. And Sapola, who's a fantastic player. You were in Florida with her last month playing, and a real standout coming from the fullback position as a freshman. It's just a little too aggressive.
Grounded by Vivian Foley. Wow, what a standout runner. She's just taking players with her.
Yeah.
Especially, she's a freshman too. This is really impressive. Really great offload there by Bridget. Nola Flynn in the ruck. See how they're going to handle this. Decide to punch the ball.
And Nola's okay going into contact too.
Yeah, it's really great when you have a 9 that is just heads up, can just go into contact and do everything for you on the field. Wandos are making some really good hits though, so
yeah,
they're not backing down from this Doylestown team. Bridget with the ball. Oh, there's a big stiff arm there. We have a try by Sarah Butler. I don't think she normally plays for Doylestown. Yeah, we hear she's just seeing how the fit works with Doylestown. She's gonna be going on tour with them. It was a really good heads-up play, just taking the ball on a nice pick and go.
See what Nola can do with this kick. I'd say it's probably in her range.
Looks like the kick is good, so that'll be 14-0 Doylestown. I feel like with Nola, she doesn't have a range for passing or kicking. I've seen her make some pretty insane kicks.
And she was even so considerate. She could have kicked that ball straight into the woods and made it difficult for the, one of those supporters to go track it down. But she hit it precisely so that it wouldn't go into these beautiful trees that we have here in northern North Carolina.
All right. Looks like kicking duties by number 15. Patience Cumby. All right, we're going to have a line out here to Doylestown. Going up, Allie Beck is their first jumper. She's going to, I'm pretty sure, Army. She is
Careful.
Oof, that was a great slicing run by Paisley. Davy, she's also a senior. She's going to Grand Canyon University. Looks like Sienna Accardi with the breakout run. Looks like she's going to go all the way. That was a really great use of going outside. She's committed to go to Sacred Heart. Not New Haven, Sacred Heart.
That's close, it's spitting distance. If you're not going to the best school in Connecticut, what does it matter? The opinions expressed on today's broadcast are those of the broadcasters alone and do not those of the EGRL, Mike Eisenhart, or probably anybody else besides mine. And DJ's just laughing to be polite because she's a nice person.
Another successful kick. Puts Doylestown
Gently
up.
placed to be recovered.
Puts Doylestown up 21-0.
And it's funny that, you just ran off 4 or 5 players that are seniors that are all going to, top-notch schools in the Division I NCAA rugby. And they have a bench full of freshmen and sophomores that are, in the earlier match, came in and filled in fantastically. And, Doylestown's going to be a tough out for anybody this year. But, for years to come, they've really built something.
Yeah, it's always a big worry with teams when you have seniors leaving that are as good as these players out here, but I don't think Doylestown will have to worry. They have really great underclassmen that are ready to fill some shoes.
Yeah.
Some great runs here. Sarah Butler again with a good run.
Yeah, we talked in the last match about the teams that are going on tour, and they're getting ready for an Easter break tour to go over to Portugal and compete in an international tournament over there with some of the teams from Europe, and they're going to have a really strong side. It'll be interesting to see how they compare with some of those international teams and where they measure up.
Yeah, sounds like a great opportunity for a lot of those teams going. We have a scrum to the Wandos. This could really help them get a foot off here in the game, as long as they're able to keep possession. Looks like you can do an 8-man pick.
Great job by the flanker on the far side from Doylestown.
The 8-man is Lily James. She's a junior. She's still going, taking 3 or 4 girls with her. Another big run by Beulah Sold. They've been working together all day. That's 6 and 8. I've seen them play all day. Oh, but Bridget able to steal the ball, make a slicing run.
Oh.
Nice little kick by Sienna Cardi. Oh, Leah almost had it. A little bit of a knock on, but I think we're going back to...
Yeah, they're going to play the advantage, and it looks like the referee's going to go to the pocket for a intentional knock on and a yellow card, which is unfortunate. But what led up to that play? Bridget McGonigal had a fantastic poach, picked the ball, tackle, poached, picked the ball up, made an offload.
Yeah, that's...
She's a multi-talented player as well.
Yeah, especially she was able to do it so quickly, and that's really what you need when you're going after the opposing team's ball.
Yeah, she's going to be exciting to watch at that next level at Sacred Heart to see if as her game continues to develop. She's come a long way in the last couple of seasons, and really brings the size and physicality and the skills of her basketball background that make her really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, though, with that physicality, she also brings speed, which is hard to find in a lot of bigger players. So she's definitely Doylestown taking the maul option. Able to dot it down.
Fantastic driving maul from Doylestown.
That might have been the 9, Nola Flynn. Not sure. That was definitely a smart heads-up play to go with the maul there. All right, this will be...
seems excessive when you're talking about all the stars that Doylestown have, that you're almost slighting somebody by not mentioning their name. But they just come at you from so many different directions that it's...
Yeah.
It's enjoyable to watch in a way and impossible to game plan against. If it's 2 teams, with West Carroll and, of course, you with Morris, or have them coming up on the schedule and keep us up at night.
Yeah, this kick will be a little bit farther for Nola. No good, they're calling it, though. Oh, still very close, very good kicker.
A little wind to gusts, may have held it up a little.
Yeah, it's 26. So you can hear 26-0. Doylestown is up. 14 minutes? 14 minutes into the half, so still have about 5 or 6 minutes left to go in the game. Let's see what the Wandos can do before halftime. Right now they need a little bit of energy or some sort of spark to kind of get them going. They just need to hold on to the ball, and I think they could truly have something going. I mean, they have great, strong runners. The ball will not go 10, so you're going to call it back to midfield.
Yeah, it starts to get frustrating when you're Doylestown's doing so much on attack, but they play such great defense as well. The Wando really hasn't been able to get much sustainable going in terms of pressure to, create some opportunities to put some points on the board here. So, it'd be nice for them to, try to put something together and see if they can produce some points here before we go into halftime.
All right, looks like a conversation with the sir at half before the scrum. Both teams have a really strong scrum work there. There's barely any move. Great counter-rucking and scrumming has been going on in this game. All right, speed at the outside. Looks like... Ooh, a little bit of a hair pull there.
Doesn't slow her down.
No, it does not. That is number 20, Mia Wade. That was a really great run, especially with a little bit of a hair pull there. I mean, it happens with longer hair, but she did not slow down. She did not even look behind. She just kept going.
A fantastic job coming off the scrum center where they did a complete change of direction, which you're able to do because, Nola can connect on that, 15, 20-meter pass that can just flip the field completely and makes it tough for a defense to match.
Yeah, not many teams can switch directions like that. It causes a little bit of a hiccup, but that was really good heads-up work. All right, another kick for Nola. See if she can get this one in. That looks good.
There was no doubt about that one. Wow.
No, that was straight on. Sounds like our score is 33-0. Doylestown is still on the heads up. The yellow card from previously has come back onto the game. So we are at an even numbers. A little bit of a knock there on the kickoff. It's going to be a scrum.
See if Wando can get something going from this platform. They haven't spent much time in Doylestown territory this afternoon.
Yeah, this is only probably the second time, but a little bit of a problem with the scrum. So Doylestown was able to take the penalty. Wando fielded the ball. Number 13. Layla Jasinski. Sorry, I'm not the best at names. Pronouncing them's a little difficult. Ball looks like it was kicked. A little fight on the ground for the ball, but I think the Wandos will hold possession. Good heads-up work to get the ball out. Goes past. Offsides, I believe, is what they're calling. So the Wandos lose the ball again. They're having a little bit of a hard time holding on to the ball, but I'm sure after halftime they'll be able to get something working.
Might run out of stuff that's nice to say about referees.
A little mix-up with Doylestown, try to do a little dummy pass. Looks like the 15 there, and then number 23.
That's going to extend the lead for Doylestown.
Number 23, Tara Beckenhauer with the score. Really good heads-up work. Just keeping that ball after a little mix-up. I think that was really good. So we'll see about the kick and see what the score will be going in a half. A little wind right now. See how it'll affect the kick. That was good. All right, we're going to take a break for halftime, and we'll be back to finish the game. We are back. Some new mic changes.
I'm back from this morning. This is Coach Newcomb, the head coach for Guilford Women's Rugby, and did a little bit of commentating this morning, but have to get the cobwebs back off for this afternoon.
All right, figuring out our cameras. Bear with us here. There's 2 of us and there's 3 jobs to do, so we got this.
We're just happy to be here. It's 75 and sunny down here in North Carolina, so I'm sure all the Northeast folks are loving it.
I would not want to be up north right now. Keep me away from that cold weather. All right, we have a restart going. We have Doylestown up right now. I'm pretty sure the score is 40-0. Yes, all right. Gonna have the Wandos starting with the kick. And we'll get started.
And that looks like number 15, Patience Cumby. She's headed to Lander University next year. And the kick is up, and it's caught well by Doylestown, who's going to carry the ball down the field and have made it all the way back to the 50-meter.
Yeah, that's basically what the game has been, them splicing through, not letting one defender. They're requiring the team to take 6 or 7 different defenders to take them down.
And that makes it really hard to play defense when everybody's an attacker and there's a lot of space open to the outside.
Good receive. Looks like Paisley Davey.
And she's in for the try. She's a senior headed to Grand Canyon U next year. And that's just great ball handling by the Doylestown Dragons to get the ball out wide to her, and she strikes at the edge.
Yeah, there's a nice little slide into that one, too. It's really great when you have a strong outside runner, because that's just a great way to exploit teams that are struggling on defense, pulling them in and then getting that far ball out, which Nola can do, and just letting your wings take care of it.
And that's what you said earlier, when they're pulling in a bunch of defenders in the middle, that opens up that space on the edge.
The kick is no good. So the score will be 45-0.
The wind has definitely been a factor today on the kicks and the throws, but not a bad strike, just slightly off.
All right, let's see. I want to see the Wandos getting a little bit of a groove here. I want to see what they can do. I know they have a really great 8 and 6 work together, but let's see what they can do.
Ball is up, and that's going to be into Doylestown hands.
Looks like Sarah Butler with the ball, driving along again. She's not normally with Doylestown, but she's definitely having a big effect today on their running. Bridget McGonigal, splicing run. She's going to Sacred Heart, as we said. Just a heads-up player. This is the freshman, Vivian Foley. Wow, just look at that speed. She's losing girls, but great chase by number 2. I'm not sure her name, but really great chase down there.
That looks like Chloe Caras from the Wando Wahinis chasing down the runner there, but it's just tough to get them once they get their wheels going.
Yeah, it's really great. She, that player there that made that score, she's a freshman, and it's just really great to see, as we were talking about before, how those freshmen are stepping up into these bigger roles as you have a lot of seniors this year leaving, and she's definitely one to watch out for.
Here's Flynn with another kick attempt, waiting for the wind to die down a little bit. That one is right through the middle, so that's going to put 2 more points on the board for Doylestown.
Yeah, definitely a good comeback kick there. She definitely really wanted that one. So it looks like our score is 52-0. But I have confidence. The Wandas, they're going to show us something good.
They've really got to go down there and make a defensive stop. They've got to pressure on defense and force Doylestown to make a rare mistake on attack.
Yeah, because even as we mentioned before, even if they drop the ball and stuff, they're always very like keen and focused that they're able to jump right back on it. So the Wandos have to be even more focused and ready to play.
Working to get the ball back to midfield here.
The wind's definitely picking up a bit. You can probably hear it on the mics.
It's kept it nice and cool for the players out there, though, today. You know, as the sun came out, we really need that breeze to keep us from that 80-degree weather. So Cumbie with the kick and a nice pickup by the Doylestown Dragons over the 40. Goes to ground but not held, so she picks up and drives again over the 50-meter mark. That's number 25. Isabel Beckenhauer playing scrum half now. A little bit of a sloppy ball. And the referee's going to penalize Doylestown on, I think.
Might have been offsides. I'm not too sure, but this is a great chance they can exploit that. That looks like number 8 for the Wandos. All right, there's number 6, Beulah Soul. Really great work today.
And it's exactly what you said. They're trying to go to 6 and 8 to try to create some momentum for them, and then they're working their way to the back line. But we're coming back to a penalty. Looks like they stepped out of bounds, but they had advantage, so we're coming back to the referee. Potentially an offsides there on Doylestown, and Wando will have an opportunity.
All right, number 8's going to take the ball again. And there we go again, another 8 to 6. Just doing their best to keep the ball alive. The ball's loose, but Wandos are able to clean it up a bit. Again, another penalty for Doylestown. Seems they're having a little bit of an issue.
Wando needs to take those opportunities to try to score here. They've really got to generate something off of those penalties, and Doylestown's got to be a bit more disciplined in the 22.
Yeah, I think if the Wandos could hold on to the ball, I think they would have enough time to kind of get it going. But as you know, Doylestown usually is. As I was just saying, Doylestown was able to take the ball. I think there's a little confusion by the Sir there. It looks like it was run by Vivian Foley. Ball through the hands, but Paisley fields the ball really well.
Wando's working hard here to try to keep them held up defensively, and that mishandle is going to go out of bounds. But it's another offsides call, so both teams really need to stay on sides. Penalty to Doylestown.
Yeah, it seems like with the past couple games, a lot of teams will have a really clean first half, but the second half, a lot of more mistakes comes in, and that's what you see when players just start getting more tired, and it's really bound to happen. It's just the exhaustion hits, and a bit more mistakes are coming up.
Now they're having to reset their tap again.
We'll give it to Bridget. Bridget fields it out.
That was a really nice fake to the inside player to get the ball out wide.
That's Campbell. Oh, I forget her last name. Campbell Way. She's a junior. She's a great... Oh, Wando's were able to get the ball back. Beulah Soul with the ball. All right, let's see what the Wandos here can do. Fast ball work. It's really great. Oh, great tackle, though, by Mac Alois. We're going to take a break as we have an injury. All right, we are back. Really great to see the player up and walking around. She took a little bit of a hard hit there.
Definitely tough on that one-to-one edge contact sometimes, but exactly right. Good to see her walking off the field. But coming back to it, it is going to be a Doylestown line out, and they are right on the 40-meter line. That's number 2, Noelle Robinson, a junior, throwing the ball in.
Really great height by Doylestown. Really great personnel too. There's Paisley Davis again, Davy. Great ball movement by Doylestown again.
There's McGonigal going one-on-one on number 6. And the ball's out, and they've got lots of players on their feet. They can look to move it out wide. Ooh.
Looks like a little bit of an offsides call. Quick tap. That's definitely a way to go with these games when you have numbers. Oh, looks like we're going to have a score. Number 22 was able to dot it down.
That's Mabel Cashman, the freshman for Doylestown.
Wow, these freshmen, they're really showing out today.
We need some young players, don't we, to fill out these rosters. A lot of seniors graduating and graduated.
Yeah, that's very true. But as I was saying before, the quick tap has definitely become a bigger part of the game, as you can just throw your team off. It's just when you're able to do it is very up to the ref, because sometimes he likes to slow it down a bit, but other times it's on and you just got to use it.
You're exactly right. You called that one.
Looks like the kick is good. It was a really good kick.
It's Erin DeLuca with the kick, number 5.
She switched off with previous kicker, Nola Flynn. So that makes the score 59-0. Doylestown's up.
I feel like we need one of those little DHL cars that drives the ball back up to midfield.
Yeah.
Help us out a little bit.
That would be great. I mean, we can't find any good balls. They're all deflated or they got a hole. Middle of my game, my 9's like, this is flat. We got to stop.
Couple have been kicked out into the road back there behind the uprights, so we'll have to go hunt those down after the tournament.
Paisley again, good offload to Bridget. Looks like Vivian Foley again, the freshman. She's just taking that ball all day today. Oh, that was a great step. She's going to put it down again.
And she just tucked that thing back and ran. Sometimes that's what it takes. You've got to back yourself.
Yeah, it was really good to know that she needed that step to kind of get around that defender there. Looks like... Looks like kicking duties are going to switch again to Mac Alulis. It's really good that Doylestown has so many kickers and just has a diverse team, because you never know with injuries or unavailability. It's just so great that you can just switch people out.
And that's definitely a huge part of the game now. You've got to have some solid kickers on your team if you want to win.
Yeah, it's become a huge part of the game. Even just a punt mid-game, if you see that backfield open, you can get it there. Man, that's work today for Doylestown and for a couple other teams, just getting the ball out and picking up their own kick.
And that kick was also good.
All right, that makes our score 66-0. working on getting the ball back to the midfield. Good kick by Beulah Soul.
Doylestown just really has some great footwork. Their individual athleticism has really shown out, but unfortunately in this case there was a penalty called, so Wando's going to get the ball back at the 40-meter line.
Yeah, let's hope that they can exploit this penalty. Oh, good ruck that Doylestown is able to steal the ball. And Mac Eloise is just going to take it up the sideline. Looks like she's just going to go all the way. Dot it down.
That's what we call a transition ball. A quick turnover, penalty, and move the ball out quickly. And they've got space to run.
That makes our score 71 right now. Let's see about the kick. Looks like she's also going to take the kick.
I'm loving those multicolored cleats.
Yeah, they're great. I feel like she's always had them, whether they're those colors or just other ones. They're so fun. You can always find her. I think that's what a lot of athletes do for scouting or just finding themselves. All right, and that kick is good. Makes the score 73.
Nothing like a try score and followed by a conversion by the same player. Gotta love it. Wando's going to get another chance to kick off here. It's tough in 15s. You're always kicking the ball back to the scoring team. But if they can get a good stop, they might still have time to put that ball in the try zone.
It says 37, like there's like 3 minutes.
The live stream is black screen.
Okay. We can try.
They can hear you, but they can't see since the person got hurt.
Gotcha. All right, we're having a few technical difficulties. We're going to try to get us back up and running. Hang with us for 1 second. Yeah. It's a black screen on the live stream is what they said.
Oh. All right, so a lot of that feed missed was all on me. Had a little technical difficulties, bear with me.
And in that time since you last saw it, we've had a couple Doylestown Since the time you last heard us, we've had another Doylestown try. And a good conversion. So you should be seeing our screen now. Sorry about that, folks.
Yeah, that's all on me.
We're back up and running, though, after a Doylestown try. Let's see if Wando can get down there and make a defensive stop here.
High kick. Oh, a little bit of a knock on there. See if the Wandos are able to use this to their advantage.
And that's exactly right. This is the opportunity they need inside of their half with a scrum and plenty of space out right to run. See if they can translate that into some points.
Looks like we're coming up on 40 minutes. So we definitely had an injury though, so not too sure how much time we have left. All right, another 8-man pick by the Wandos. She's taking players along with her.
And she's really had a great day. She's had a ton of hard carries, but
There's the freshman Vivian Foley again taking that ball away. She cannot be stopped. Sarah Butler takes the ball afterwards. Gets it to Mac Aluis.
that was a nice offload, and Mac has the wherewithal to look out left and see if she's got numbers out to the left. And they're able to hang on to that possession. Number 13, Campbell Way.
Yeah, and that was a really great offload there by Sydney. She's got the ball right now too. She's a great wing, speedy, strong. Definitely don't want to see her coming at you. Looks like we have another score.
And that's Sydney Haddon, who is committed to Grand Canyon University for next year, I believe. Now Mackenzie Alois is going to take the conversion kick. Swings it just right.
Was that good? Sorry, that kick.
So missed kick, but that's going to end the match.
So that leaves us at 85-0. Really great showing. Yeah, what a great day of rugby. All right, we are back with some more rugby. We have the Chesapeakes and looks like the Raleigh Redhawks. So we are gonna get started.
I'm back. And I'm ready.
Last game of the day. Okay.
Very last game.
Numbers should all be working.
I'm excited. It's been a really great day of rugby. I mean, everyone out here just kind of enjoying it.
Perfect temperature, perfect weather, can't complain. But they switched up their jerseys on me now.
Yeah.
They went from orange to blue.
All right, let's get this going. All right, checking in with captains.
Huge boot. That's a long kick down to Redhawks, who has a little bit of trouble picking it up, and it's going to be a knock. That's going to be blue ball. What are the Chesapeakes? Is that their logo for today? The Maryland Chesapeakes?
I guess so. They're a little bit of a combination. I mean, multiple Maryland teams, but I mean, they see each other quite a bit, and a lot of them play with each other on select. So I think it's going to be a really good, like, cohesive play.
Any opportunity to play, right?
Yeah.
So that's a scrum to Maryland, and they're going to feed the ball in. Number 9, Madeline Morin.
Good ball movement, just getting it out wide fast. Good tackle. Got a penalty. Again, there's a quick tap and go.
Well, my cameraman's blocking my view, but...
A little bit of an offsides call there. Yeah.
So that's number 10, Ivy Bettis, who's going to boot the ball. And we do have Redhawks numbers this afternoon, so we'll do our best to keep you informed. Ball Go ahead.
It looks like the ball wound up staying in. Oh, player tripped, but able to recover the ball.
Number 14 with the carry into contact. I think I got the wrong number there. I think it might be number 4.
All right.
17.
Looks like the poach is good. Does not want a quick tap, though. Taking it back, so Chesapeake's going to have a moment to set up. Raleigh putting their big forward in there, just slicing through people.
That's Angeline Holbrin, the sophomore, and she had a powerful first match earlier in the day. They looked at her quite a bit to carry forward.
Yeah, she seems like she's going to take a lot of people to take her down, so it's always a person you want at the front of your pods. Looks like there was a penalty, so ball is going to the Chesapeakes.
Having a little bit of a conversation. Looks like they're thinking about kicking a touch and decided to carry instead.
There's Maya, not sure her last name. Really great runner. She plays a lot of lock and in the forwards and really just takes up on speed. And there's her partner in crime, Lida.
And Maryland team's always known for their physicality. It looks like they're trying to punch through the defense here, but unfortunately number 14 with a toe on the line. Yeah. So it's going to be a line out to the Redhawks.
Definitely seems like these teams are pretty evenly matched, which I think today there's been a lot of mismatch and a lot of one-sided games, but I think we're going to have a really good game right now. Go up, but a little sneaky play. I don't think it was 5, though.
And that is the trick with that, is you can turn your first player to catch the ball, but they have to remain past the 5-meter line for it to be a legal play.
Yeah, when that happens, when you're planning on going that front player, you always, while it might give you away, you want to take that extra step past that line just to set up so you know when you turn you will not be breaking that rule. But it's It's really hard, but if you can get it down, it's a really smart play just to barrel your forwards in there.
And so that's going to give Maryland the scrum on the 50-meter line.
I think this might be the first scrum of the game. So
a nice feed and right out the back. Nice and easy for 9 to get it out to 14. But a small mishandle by 14 gives the ball back to the Redhawks in a scrum.
We see another scrum here. I think that one looked really stable. It's sometimes really hard when you have a combination of teams together to have like stable scrums and lineouts, but everything I've seen has been really good.
And 2 pretty powerful groups. Definitely going, like you said earlier, very matched up in that forward group.
Redhawks put in. Seems like the ref wasn't happy with something going on, so he's gonna do a re-scrum.
Just having a little bit of a chat, but it seems like one team was potentially driving down the other in the front row.
Yeah, that's definitely a super thing you got to look out for, as it can be really dangerous getting other people's arms locked in, and it's just no good all around. All right, let's see if this one's better. Looks a little bit like it's caving in, but seems steady enough to continue play. Ball goes out. Wow, she's just spinning around, working to get those girls off of her. It's definitely what you want in one of your pod runners.
And that 15-13 partnership has been the name of the game for the Redhawks. Number 13, Evie Vinton, has had a ton of really great plays throughout the day. And the call is coming in from the side on Maryland, so you have to come directly through the gate in order to attempt to push the ball. Penalty to Redhawks.
Number 25 again, just barreling into people, but Jaylee Jones there on the counter ruck was really good. It looks like we might have a player down, but play's going to continue.
Ivy Bettis out to Mia Puhawk. And they do a great job with their ball movement, but unfortunately, a penalty. Didn't quite catch what happened there, but it's going to be Maryland ball on the 22.
Let's see, are they going to kick for touch, or it looks like they're going to do it in play as well. In the middle of the field there, it's hard to tell what you should do. Looks like there's a little mishap, but they're cleaning it up. Again, there's Jaylee Jones with the ball. I think a little bit of a forward pass. So we're going to have another scrum. There's been a lot of scrums this game.
Forwards love to scrum.
Do they? I'm a forward. I don't know.
Well, as a second row, I definitely wasn't a huge fan, but that's the work we got to do.
Yeah, got to get the job done while the backs are standing around.
Got to be careful what we say.
Oh, yes. This is my opinions.
Opinions not cleared by the EGRL.
Yes. This is coming from a forward, but it also played back positions. No mean things, just they do get a breather.
So it is going to be scrum down to the Redhawks on the 22, and we'll see if they can take advantage of their field position right now on attack.
Looks like a big drive by the Chesapeakes. 7 was out fast. Their flankers were out.
Huge pressure by Chesapeake's, but the Redhawks are able to take advantage of it.
Number 6, Jaylee Jones, she came off that scrum fast, but
that's number 13, Evie Vinton, who just puts on the gas and able to touch it down right in the middle of the try line.
That was a really big run, but there was a lot of girls around her, and she was still able to get the ball down, which is really good.
And that's excellent pressure by the Chesapeakes. The one threat, if you're coming up fast like that, is you may leave a gap behind you, and that's exactly what the Redhawks took advantage of there with number 13.
Looks like the kick is good, so that makes the score 7-0. But that definitely took like about 10 minutes to get a first score on the board, which definitely shows how evenly matched these teams are, which honestly, it's really great for two really good teams that may have an easier time against certain teams to finally have a challenge and definitely put their skills to work. Just kind of gives them a bit more of excitement play.
It is definitely a confidence booster to be able to come out and then play a well-matched team and be able to be successful after a tough first match. And now Maryland's going to have to find a defensive stop and try to battle back. Down 7.
Yes. Looks like that was a pretty good kick, but fielded really well.
A late offload, but still successful out to number 5.
Wow, using that sideline, it's been a big thing today. A lot of teams are taking advantage of that sideline and just using it as much as they can, because I think there's a lot of speedy athletes out here today, so.
A little bit of a messy ruck. Referee says off their feet.
Not rolling.
Not rolling.
Looks like because they had the poach. The poach looked clean, but can't do that if you have one of your girls in there.
So Redhawks are going to kick to touch and get the line out on the 40-meter line. They're starting to work their way back into their side of the field. For all you at home, there's a lot of intricate rules in the ruck, but one being that if your tackler's still on the ground, you don't have rights to the ball until they move out of the way.
No, I'm okay. Looks like the Redhawks won the line out. They're moving the ball out fast. A little troubles with the hands.
There goes number 13 again.
Yeah, there she goes.
Yeah, look at her. She's breaking a couple tackles.
Still
there.
up. Look at her go. I mean, and she waited for that girl. She was ready for that stiff arm. A little miscommunication there. Two girls knocked on the ball. That happens sometimes, but it's always important what happens after a mistake. So let's see if they can come back after that knock on.
Yeah, it's tough. They've got some momentum and then just a little miscommunication, like you said. But they're still in great field position if they can win this scrum.
Yeah, I don't know, though. I feel like the Chesapeakes have a really great scrum. They've been driving them back a little bit. And I don't know. I feel like that's the one part today that I've seen. I truly think they have a really great scrum. Looks like the scrum was a little caved in and a little high on one side. So I think the ref is going to restart them, kind of take it from there.
Absolutely right. They got the drive on them, and the ball was able to come out the back, and a nice kick over the top of the defense. And we've got Maryland runners trying to chase that ball down. Number 15, Lisa Jean Foley, picks it up.
That was from 22 to 22. That was a really great kick, and those bounces just kind of added to that. Kind of put the Redhawks on their back foot.
Kind of a strange ruck there. A little bit of a mess from both sides. Knock on Redhawks, it looks like, says the ref, and so it will be a scrum to Maryland. So that kick worked out into their advantage.
Yeah, it really did. And honestly, they're in a really great position here because they have so many options. You could do an 8-man, an 8 to 9. You can just take it out and give it to your backs. Like, they're so close here that they have so many options that could work for them. So they're in a really great position.
Back line looks ready to go.
Yeah, that ball came right out. That was a little messy, but able to clean it up.
Great pressure from the number 10 on Redhawks to slow that ball back down, but they try to move it out again quickly.
Yeah, they're getting nice and low with their tackles, which is always what you want to see when you're going against such a physical team as the Chesapeakes. We're going to have another knock on, so it's going to be ball to the Redhawks.
There have been quite a few scrums today, so just players trying to get into the flow of the game a little bit, trying to work together. I think as soon as one of these attacks starts to get some momentum, that may change around.
Looks like we're about 15 minutes in, so we'll see what each team's going to do right before the half. 'Cause 5 minutes is still a lot of time in rugby.
Ball is in, sitting in the middle of the scrum still. Hooker trying to get it back, and
Big push by the Chesapeakes. However, I think he's calling the over push because you are only allowed to scrum, in a scrum, push for 1 meter. So I think that was the issue, that it was too much of a push.
And then there was also a call of not 10. So after the penalty, the team has to retreat 10 meters. Unfortunately, there were still players up in front of the 10-meter mark, and so Redhawks are going to get the ball again.
There's Jaylee Jones again in the ruck. Really, just was able to steal the ball. Bit of a breakaway run. She's really great at getting in those rucks because she's a wrestler, so she's got a lot of those like hand skills, able just to pull the ball away.
And her support was great there too. Redhawks did have hands on the ball, but they were able to clear that opposing player off.
Got a big stiff arm and a bigger tackle. Way to counter that by the Redhawks. You can just see the physicality from the Chesapeakes. They're just driving on. And the thing is, they're being met by the Redhawks because they're not able to go very far. It seems like they're not getting many meters. Looks like
player down.
All right, we have a little bit of an injury here.
So like you said, both teams playing really hard. It does seem like an even matchup. One of the attacks needs to get something going. We've seen a little bit of fast ball, but just a couple mishandles here and there have led to a number of scrums. So just need to try to be a little bit more intentional on attack and get our hands up early.
Yeah, seems like both of these teams could get something going if they had a little less just miscommunication.
Sun is definitely beaten down now for the final game of the day. This is probably the hottest we've seen it.
Yeah, it's been all cloudy and windy, but I mean the wind's still here, but the sun's coming out.
All right, so the Redhawks player is sitting up. Looks to be doing pretty well. Shout out to our trainer who's been working hard all day, helping us out, keeping us healthy.
Yeah, lots of bumps and bruises. Definitely gonna be a sore wake up for everyone who played today because there's still games tomorrow. So don't forget to tune back in and watch some more games tomorrow.
All right, so she is up and walking and jogging back to her team, so that's great to see.
Looks like she's going to stay on the field. That's always really great after an injury to be able to get back up and just be ready to go again.
Sometimes it's just as simple as the wind getting knocked out of you in this sport.
Yeah, that's definitely happened to me a handful of times. All right, I think we're going to go back to the Chesapeakes, taking a quick, or not a quick tap, but just tap from A little past halfway. Gonna get it to their pods. Moving the ball. Oh, that was a great job. I'm not.
So he does call Maryland on diving in the ruck. So Redhawks off and running once again.
Yeah, great heads up though by the Redhawks. That player was able to see that she had the opportunity and got her hands in on the ball.
And same back the other way. So now Maryland's got the poach.
Jaylee Jones again, really great job. I mean, she's always able to get her hands in there and hold on to that ball, which that's the bigger thing because you have girls trying to hit you off the ruck, and you got to keep your ground. Trying to keep the ball moving. The Redhawks come out with it, though.
Really tough hit there. And ball spilled forward.
High tackle. So we're going to have a penalty. Take the ball quick. Moving up the field on the wing.
That's great ball movement and offloading by the Redhawks.
Yeah, working to stay in, too. That's really important when you're by the sideline.
Whistle blown, but waiting to see. It looks like it's going to be another high tackle call.
Yeah, I think he's reaching into his pocket. I think we're going to have a yellow for the Chesapeakes. Possibly.
So they had a chat, and that's probably the final warning before that yellow card.
Yeah. It was definitely a good job by the ref just to kind of like have that communication and kind of just let that player know that what she's doing is unsafe. Redhawks responding really well off that. Oh, Chesapeake's able to get the ball. But again, the Redhawks are able to steal the ball right back.
That's been the story in this game. Just two teams working really hard at the breakdown.
Looks like we have another player down. I mean, in this sport is lots of contact, but if you're able to, you don't see many super big injuries, but when you have big bodies running at big bodies, there's bound to be really painful bumps and bruises and lots of like tweaks of things happen, especially when you have like just big girls versus big girls. It's gonna happen, so it's pretty intense sport.
And these are the toughest gals out here, but it does take time to learn yourself and how you react to pain. And sometimes as you're learning and coming up through the high school leagues, that's part of it. But good to see this player getting back up and into the game.
Yeah, she got up pretty quick. Looks like we're coming to about the 20-minute mark, but definitely had a couple injuries, so we'll see how much time is left.
So ref getting us reorganized here. It looks like the ball is in the hands of the Redhawks number 9.
So looks like it's going to be their ball.
And it is a penalty, so Maryland's back 10 right on the try line.
Yeah, this could be really good for the Redhawks if they're able to see some gaps. It definitely looks like they're setting their pods up. Switch direction to kind of throw them off.
That was a really great misdirection. They made it look like they were going to go to that forward, but they brought it out to their backs, and number 13 fighting through some contact again.
They managed to get her out of bounds though, so that's really great work when you're able to drive such a spinny player, I'm going to say, because she's able just to spin out of any contact. Really great work by the Chesapeakes.
That's a big play when you're in your 22 to stop that ball and get possession. Now they've got to look to exit.
Yeah, this is going to be big because when you have an exit, it's really important. A kick is never good without a good chase, so it's gonna rely on how their chase is, if they're gonna clear it or run it through.
And they're in a really tough spot off that line out.
Not sure what the call was.
It It looks like the ball went out the back and out of bounds.
Oh, all right. I'm not too keen on my rugby rules, so it looks like it's going to be a scrum.
That's the one tricky one. Is now we've got the goal line dropout in 15s.
Yeah.
And I'm still trying to figure out which is which as well.
It's hard. I don't know. I only ref little kids. I don't know these extra rules.
So Redhawks ball, and they're right on their 5 meter, and they've got lots of players on their feet out wide.
Yeah, they could definitely exploit this if they're able to make some connections.
Interesting defensive set by the Maryland team. They're trying to cover the weak side with 2 defenders. Redhawks see that, and they've got a ton of numbers out to the left.
Yeah, they're just going to get that ball out really fast. Looks like there's a score there.
And that's number 15, Lisa Jean Foley.
Really great work by the Redhawks just to get that ball out fast. It's really important when you're playing a physical team to kind of move it away from the forwards.
And now Ivy Bettis is going to look to put the conversion through. T running out to her.
Definitely trying to go quick because kickers, I'm pretty sure, only have about a minute to kick. So looks like she's trying to go fast. Looks like it was good. So that'll be 14-7. Or 14-0. My mistake. And the half.
Solid work by both teams in the first half. Redhawks, though, they've been able to piece together a little bit more attack and been able to touch down for 2 tries and 2 great conversions.
Yeah, so we'll take a break during this half, and then we'll be back with some rugby. All right, we are back. Well, right now it's me. So we're going to restart. At midfield, looks like the Raleigh Redhawks are going to kick off to the Chesapeake. So, fresh new 20 minutes. While the Redhawks are up, that 14 points might seem like a lot, but it really isn't, especially with how skilled both teams are. This game could still go either way. So it looks like 15 is going to take the kick. The ref's just figuring some things out, checking with the captains, and then we're going to get some rugby going. And there's the whistle. Looks like a nice far kick, fielded by the winger. Adelina, she's just going up the side. She's by herself, but Redhawks did not get up and were able to drag her out of bounds. Looks like a little bit of an injury. Now you're good.
Those one-on-one tackles are tough down the sideline, but she's getting up, shaking it off.
Yeah, it looks like she's okay. It's really good. She's a really standout player, very speedy, able to use her footwork. I think she just wound up getting the wind knocked out of her. It kind of looked like she landed her chest onto the ball, which is bound to happen. I don't know if you guys can hear the wind is wind's picking up a little bit, so
the wind is winding.
The wind is winding. Looks like we're gonna go to the line out. Should be line out to Redhawks, so let's see. It was a good contest up in the air, but the Redhawks wound up winning it. Out to number 13 again, just splicing through. Oh, she wound up losing the ball, though. So it's going to be a scrum to Chesapeake.
Yeah, she's been a fighter all day. Very physical in contact. Just a tough ball there. Spilled it slightly forward. But that is number 13, Evie Vinton.
Yeah, she's had a really great day today. She just uses her physicality and speed and just takes it at people, and it makes them make a decision on how they're going to handle it.
So now Maryland's got a chance to attack, and they're within their own 50. That's number 24 coming in, Isabella Bear, as the scrum half.
Ball wound up coming straight at the channel. So for those of you who don't know, with a scrum, the ball is put in and there's a channel in between the two teams, and the ball is not able to exit through that channel and has to go back behind the last player in a scrum. So there's no penalty to anyone, as it just happened, so it's just a restart. Looks like this time the Sir is talking to the Redhawks about their scrum. So let's see if this next one's a bit better. Lots of scrums today, so obviously people getting tired, plus there's subs, so it changes a lot of the game. This scrum looks a lot cleaner, rolling a little bit, but Ball out from the Chesapeakes. Number 16 just going along up the sideline. Just eventually taken down.
That was Marion New with that hard run.
Chesapeake were not fast enough to the ruck, though, and wind up losing the ball. So Redhawks are going to kick for touch. And they are successful. Good long ball. That's always the goal when kicking for touches. Yes, you sometimes just want to get it right out, but if you can get distance and help your team make it up the field, then it puts you in really great spots, especially when you can get really close to that try line and just maul it in.
And that's a really easy way to work the ball down the field without having to have multiple contact points. Now we'll see if the Redhawks can get that ball over the 50. But it's tapped in the air over to Maryland.
Yeah, it looked like the jumper was Jaylee Jones. She was able to hit the ball to her team.
And now Maryland's got a little something going on attack.
This could be good. If they're able to hold the ball, then they can get up on the scoreboard.
Into the run, but ref says play on. Number 19, Emma Parker with the carry.
A little bit of a handoff to her teammate, but...
And we're coming back to that penalty for offside, so Maryland's going to have another opportunity within their 50 to strike.
See, this is where the Redhawks really want to make sure that they are not making penalties and mistakes, because they could wind up being pushed so far back onto their end zone.
Maryland with a couple of nice passes and great pace onto the ball.
There's the ruck speed that we're looking for. You really got to make sure that that speed is there every time during this game, but mainly on those rucks, as you can lose the ball really easily. Yeah. 9 has to dig out the ball a bit.
Redhawks are playing some hard defense, but there is space out to the edge. Maryland's slowly inching forward, and they're right in front of their try line now.
They're real close.
And they're in.
That is the score. Looks like... Oh,
it's tough to see on the far side of the field who actually put it down, but we can call that a team try, because there was a lot of work by individuals to work themselves down to the 5-meter line.
A lot of bodies in the way. Possibly could have been the kicker now. I'm not too sure, but if it was, that is number 10 on blue. She's Paige. Not sure of her last name. Really heads-up player. Really, really strong 10, and she also plays a bit of center. Really heads up by her. Not too sure, though, who made that score.
We're at the limitations of distance here.
Yeah, we're a little far behind, but looks like the Redhawks are looking to contest a little bit, so they're going to run up. And the kick is not good. Looks like the wind kind of took it a little bit, but that does put the Chesapeakes on the scoreboard. 5-14, Redhawks are up.
And this is exactly what Maryland needed to get going. It's going to be their ball coming back to them in 15s. Once you score, you still get possession. So that's a huge opportunity for them to strike again. And like we said at the start of this match, it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where this game goes. We're only about 8 minutes into the second half, so still a lot of rugby to play. Have a kickoff. Not fielded cleanly, so the Redhawks are able to take the ball back. Number 25 again, just barreling into people, really using her body and her speed to her full extent, just going at people.
There's a strong carry by number 12, Emily Newcomb.
Another penalty, not releasing, so Chesapeake is going to be able to keep the ball, or take the ball back.
And we've seen a lot of ruck turnovers by both teams, so we've got to try to get in there and secure our ruck a little bit better for both sides. But Maryland's looking to kick to touch here. And they are successful in doing so.
It was a nice kick by number 10. Looks like Chesapeake is having a really strong line out as they have their jumper, Jaylee Jones, going up in the air and just being able to tip that ball, even just a little bit, to throw off the other team and hit it to their team. Even if it goes a different way, it still is throwing off the Redhawks really well. So,
and that was tough on both ends. That might have been the commentator's jinx right there, where they both had a little bit of a struggle to lift their player up. But the ball still goes to Maryland.
It's like a little bit of a breakaway. I think that's number 16. I think hands were on the ground in the ruck. Pretty sure there.
That's right. Yep. And that's been the problem all day. We've just got to be coming in under control into the ruck. And that looks like it might be advantage blue. Don't see a signal from the ref, but they've still got ball in hand. Number 2. Ava Robles with that carry.
Ball was knocked forward by the Redhawks, maybe.
It looks like it might have been a double knock. The Redhawks might have put a hand on it, and then Blue knocked it once it hit the ground.
So it looks like scrum to Chesapeake. This is good. I think this is a really great positioning for them, and they have really strong scrum, so they could definitely do something here and get more of a run.
They're back in their 50, and that's where they want to be.
Really strong scrum work. Not when you see not a lot of movement in a scrum, that really means that it is strong on both ends. Going out really strong. I think that's the 15.
That was 15, Jayla Walensky. They get that ball to number 16 again. Mary Anu.
Really strong work. There's the 10 again. Really close to dotting it down.
They've got to be right on the line. But a good defense.
I think the move here might be to... Oh.
So a little bit of a sloppy ruck. Referee's having a chat. He's going to give us the signal in just a second. Looks like a penalty on Maryland. Might have been playing the ball on the ground.
Possibly. I guess they tried to kick for touch. Oh. They were able to get the ball to their own player. The sideline. Maryland's not giving up without a fight, though. They're taking her out. I think it's a high tackle call, though.
And that's a tough high tackle call because Maryland was there ready to poach. We've got to keep those tackles lower so they can have rights to the ball.
Yeah, high tackles definitely are more prone to happen on breakaways because you're just trying to reach for anything just to stop the momentum. But they're able to get the ball back. A little bit of a knock on, so we're going to go back to the knock and maybe.
They were coming in from the side on that ruck, but yeah, they did have they did have knock advantage for a second there.
This is really good for Chesapeake. They're able to hold on to the ball a lot more than they did before.
And that's a really hard run by Anna Vojta.
Looks like they're a little bit on their back foot right now, Blue. They're not running onto the ball as much as I would want them to.
You really do have to be quick to a line when you have a little bit of pace. And that's the key to moving that ball out quickly.
Number 1, strong run. The ruck speed is getting much quicker, which I think is definitely helping them with having less poaches.
Still a little disorganized in the back line, but it looks like they are trying to get something moving, relying on their forwards to keep them moving forward.
There's number 16, I'm pretty sure.
And 16's been having an excellent game. She is a hard runner, and that's someone that the Redhawks are having trouble stopping. We do have a player on the field, so the athletic trainer is going to come and take a quick look.
I think we have 2 players on the ground.
And late in the day, things start to get a little bit tough, especially with the sun out.
Yeah, so it's always between whether it's the sun getting you or if you twisted an ankle or something, but looks like one of the players is able to get up, maybe just a little bit of a little hard hit. Definitely really great job by Chesapeake. They've been battling, keeping the Redhawks on their back foot, keeping them in their own 22, and it's really strong work as it was kind of flipped in the first half, and it just kind of shows that like this is a really evenly matched pair of teams, and I don't think either team is ready to back down yet, so more really good rugby is going to come.
Waiting for this player to be assessed, but it looks like she's getting up right now, standing on her own 2 feet, which is good.
Yeah, it looks like she might have hurt her ankle. Yeah, she's working, twisting it around, kind of just like assessing it. It's always good though when they can walk off the field on their own.
That's right. There is a big misconception. Rugby is a pretty physical sport, but the good news about it is that it's typically very safe. No pads to rely on when we go into the hits, which means we've really got to do a safe job of tackling and going into contact.
Yeah, that was like the first thing I learned, how it's I don't know how my coach phrased it. I think he said it was a contract, like you and the player going into the contact are in a mutual agreement that neither of you guys are trying to be hurt, so you guys are going to go in with the best form possible, which I think is a great way of explaining the game, because it's you don't want to see another player hurt and you don't want to get hurt, so it's really important that you both are going in low, safely, keeping your heads away from contact. That's really big, because that's a lot of bonked heads is what you end up seeing. That's why a lot of players wear scrum caps. All right, looks like we're going back to the game. It's going to be a scrum down. I'm not sure to who though.
Trying to figure out which scrum half has the ball in hand.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see. Need some binoculars.
But it looks like Maryland's set up in more of a backline formation. So we're thinking that it might be blue ball, and that looks right.
Yeah, big push by Maryland on their scrum. Working to get the ball out fast.
That was great hands out to the edge. That's what you want on a set piece, is to try to get that ball out to the wing. But unfortunately, the support was late. And number 13 was able to poach and drive forward.
They are struggling to take her down today.
Ball's up again. They're going to try the weak side. They've got a couple players out there looking to find that small gap on the edge. And it looks like Maryland's come away with the ball, so they were able to rip it out of the ruck and drive forward. Number 16 with ball in hand again, and that's a dangerous player for the Maryland side.
Yeah, you can tell it's lots of good work, but also a little bit of disconnection when both teams, the possession is switching back and forth, because it means that a team is working hard, but also has a little bit of disconnect on the other end.
And that's exactly right. Both teams really have to start to work together to have some effective attack, and they definitely need to be there in support.
Number 16 again, just running hard.
And once again, Redhawks are off their feet and hands on the ground in the ruck. There also has to be a clear release of the tackle before you have rights to the ball. So a little mix of both there.
She took that ball at speed. That's really what you want to see a player do, is run onto that ball, because otherwise you're winding up losing ground. Oh, really great run, but she had the ball knocked out of her hands. Redhawks were able to recover it. I think we're going to go back to the knock, though.
That's exactly right. Number 16 has had a ton of pace onto the ball today, but after they create that space, they really have to try to get that ball through hands quickly.
Looks like on our end there's around like 3 or 4 minutes left, but again, injury times, stoppages. So probably maybe around 5 minutes is a good call to say.
That means Maryland really has to make the most of this opportunity. They've got to come up and get a defensive stop within their 50. Ball's on the ground, but Redhawks able to clean it up.
Just putting 2 on the tackle. This is really what Maryland needs, is to make a defensive stop here.
Oh, he's got the ball out. They're going to get it to 13 again. He's going to try to stay in bounds on the edge.
Good tackle by number 5 in blue, Maya. Really just took that and put in all of her tackle for him.
That's number 5, Tegan Evans, with the carry forward. And they're back out to number 25, Angelin Holbrun.
Definitely seems like Chesapeake is a little bunch, but I think they got lucky with a knock. Seemed like they had a lot of people in the middle of the field and not a lot where the ball was planting, so they got really lucky with that knock on.
And they're once again in a position to score if they can use this scrum as a platform to attack. They've got another opportunity to put points on the board, and right now the score is close with only a few minutes left, so they've got to take every chance they can to try to put that ball down in the try zone.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, it's definitely been a lot of hard work, because I don't think they have, I can't remember, but I don't think they've let the Redhawks score at all this half, which is really impressive as they would score twice last half.
That's exactly right. It was 14-0 at the half. And now we're looking at
5-14. There's been a lot of issues with the scrum today, but it's not completely one-sided. It seems like it's been both teams, so the ref's just going to make sure that it's safe and that everything is cleaned up. So even if it takes a couple tries.
There's another great drive by the Maryland team, and they've got numbers out wide. They cut back in on the 15 cuts back in and goes to ground, and they send it out to their forward group to try to create some space. And Redhawks have hands on the ball, but we're coming back to an offsides penalty, so it's going to be Maryland ball.
They really have to use this opportunity now. They've gotten a lot, and they haven't made a whole bunch of yardage, but this is where it's getting down to the minutes.
Yeah, shout out to the Raleigh team for continuing to create stops, but they're also giving them too many opportunities here in the second half. Another nice tackle.
Wow, nice little pop from the ground. They want to keep that ball alive. They know that the rucks aren't super strong, so keeping that ball alive is the best option.
That's 15. They're trying to see how close they are to the line, but it looks like referee's going to call try.
Wow.
So that was number 15 for the Chesapeakes, Jayla Walensky, and that is a try awarded. So the big thing now is, I believe the score is now 10-14, which means that even with the kick, Maryland is still going to have to try to punch another one in here at the restart.
Yeah, and I mean, our time is saying that it's over, but I mean, possibly there could be more minutes on the game. So really what the kicker would want to do here is kind of, assess what the ref's saying. If there's time, do a quick kick and then get the ball rolling and make sure that there are no mistakes. They can keep that ball alive. But they've really battled back this half. I think this has been a super strong half from both teams. But the kick is no good.
So they're still going to be down 4, but they do get possession back. And if they can convert, that would put them ahead.
So looks like time is not over, but
to see from the referee, but
Might be looking for a ball.
touch judge doing some extra work here to get the ball back to us.
This is where the time is going to go, and I think if the Redhawks know they're up, they're going to kind of want to like take their time and not allow the other team to score or even really like hold possession that long. So this is going to be super big right now. Restart kick.
Tough bounce, but they're able to pick it up off the ground.
Good run by Lyda, number 5.
Well, the ball's hit backwards, so they're still in good shape. They've got to be careful with those passes. Got to keep it clean.
Yeah, because if the time is expired, Redhawks get the ball, they might just be able to kick it out.
And there it is.
Yeah, that's game. So the final score is Redhawks 14, Chesapeake 10. Really great. That was a really great game, though. I think that was one of the best of the day. It just kind of showed both teams, working hard.
That's exactly right. That was probably the closest score line of the day. Two teams, both equally physical, both looking to put some attack together. And shout out to Maryland for fighting back in the second half, but didn't quite do enough. And the Redhawks come away with a win.
Yeah, and that's the last game of the day, but we still do have more rugby tomorrow, so make sure to come watch some more games.